Constellation, Last Stand Media's conversational podcast, is brought to you by you. If you want to learn how to support our podcast network, head to patreon.com/laststandmedia.
Welcome back to Constellation, Last Stand Media's conversational podcast. I'm your host, Dagster Moriarty. We're back with another star-studded episode for you today. Just look, this time we've got the whole West Coast LSM contingent with some real Biggie Tupac vibes in this episode today. I see how it's going to be a little SoCal versus Philly action today. I'm liking it. I'm liking the energy. Never had this particularly grouping of people. Sort of when the cat's away, the mice will play type thing. No Kyle. No Micah to report back to Kyle. I'm not saying Micah's a stool pigeon, but who knows? Right? They do live together. So if we get up to mischief, who knows if the boss is going to hear.
No snitching.
Well, let me start right there. For me, it's my bottom. I'm looking at my bottom square. First, holding it down in Orange County, the place where I incidentally first discovered Donald Duck orange juice. Brad Ellis, everybody.
Yeah. Hi, Dan. It's good to see you again, man.
Great to see you, man.
It's been, I feel like 6 months or something. It's been
I think
so
the last
long.
time I saw you was in person in March at the New York Live Show.
Was that really the last time?
I think so.
Wow.
Yeah,
God.
man.
Yeah, it's been a long time. But yeah, man,
it
it's
doesn't
great
feel
to see
that
you.
long, but I think it has been.
Damn.
It definitely feels long.
But yeah, I'm happy to be back. Thanks for having me. Good to see everyone. And good to see Chris, of course. And Jaffe looking like Mr. Freeze. I like it right now with the sunglasses.
I'm very drawable.
I told him before, like when he jumped into the room before we started recording, I was like, he looks like a character designed. Like he looks like I could draw him super easily.
I love that description. It's perfectly. So let's stay on that. I was going to say, I told Jaffe I had a description that immediately came to mind. And this, to me, David Scott Jaffe, everybody, but to me, this is the cyberpunk version of Jaffe. Pleased to have him here today, all the way from sunny San Diego. Jaffe, what's going on, my dude?
Oh,
that's not good.
No, it's good. I'm tired. I'm real tired. But no, I don't really understand the look either. I mean, the glasses. I was playing a Twisted Metal D&D game that Twisted Metal fan had put together, and so I was on camera. So I was like playing my character, and I got these cheapy theatrical glasses from Amazon. And the last couple of weeks, whenever I've been doing my streams or podcast or whatever, I inevitably take them off because they're really red. Like everything is, it's like I'm looking through a glass of, cherry Kool-Aid or something. But I don't know why. And it's not a bit. And I'm not trying to do like some kind of, I think I'm cool or anything. Maybe it's just easier on my eyes. I have no idea. But lately I've been doing a lot of my podcasting with these glasses on. So, I don't get it. I don't know why I'm doing it. I'm not like, hey, I look awesome, gents. I'm just kind of like, it reminds me of like whenever you would hear Stan Lee back in the day. It's like, dude, why do you always wear these glasses even inside? And he would go on about his eyes and after a while it just, there were so many lights and stuff. And I don't fucking know. Maybe my eyes are just getting old, but it's very comforting on my eyes right now. So I'm not doing a bit I'll do a bit.
I like this bit.
But this ain't the bit, is what I'm saying. You guys have seen my bits. Zing! And this ain't, this is just glasses, baby.
It's working for you. You know what you look like? Kind of playing off of Chris's character design thing. You look like a simplified, like a Mike Mignola drawing, like a Hellboy comic.
I wish. Yeah. Don't you wish people were more, I'm not even fucking with you. I thought about that once. Somebody was talking about anime girls. Like not anime girls in real life, but like the drawings of girls. And there's something like if somebody said, okay, could you have sex with a real life girl that's designed, that the anime girl was based off of, or the actual anime girl? There are days I think I would pick the actual cartoon even though I know that that's like not a real woman, because you get the sense like all the human stuff you wouldn't have to put up with. Like the anime girls always smell good. Like their vaginas always smell like strawberry. You know, I mean, that's the goddamn. I'm just saying, a real woman is wonderful, but it depends on sort of the day and the time of day. And when you hook up, it's like, you know, it may not be strawberry. Oftentimes it isn't. You know.
I kind of get it, Jaffe.
Yeah, all three kind of get it.
I 100%
sit there and laugh like, "Oh, Jaffe's so weird." You would fuck the shit out of an anime girl whose cooch smelled like strawberry, and you know you would, and fuck off for pretending you're normal.
I get it.
I
do get it. I'm not gonna. I almost bit, but I'm not gonna say anymore. I almost did, but I don't want to get myself in trouble. But
how would that get you in trouble?
I'm
sure your wife would be like, "Yeah, I'd love to suck a dick that doesn't smell like you just cut the grass."
If there's a body, now I don't mean to be offensive. I love women, but if there's a body part that could stand to be graphically simplified and made a little more appealing by doing so, it's the vagina.
It depends on the woman you're with. Now listen, I am not going to sit here. Now, I like how, God, what were you going to say? That you were going to get in trouble. And this is not the bridge too far, that you're insulting the look of a vagina. What I will tell you is I have been, and fortunate's not the right word, because again, I'm not look shaming anybody, and God love everybody who's out there with a healthy, you know, comfortable with their bodies and all that stuff. Because in this society, that's hard enough. And I get it. But at the same time, though, I have always been very fortunate to find myself in the company of perky little vajayjays. I don't have, you know, people talk about Arby's and beef curtains and all that stuff. No. And I'm just like, I've never, and not that that's bad or good. I've just never had that experience. They've always been just very peachy.
Yeah. Okay.
This is more unhinged than a Snark Tank episode, and that's wild.
Love it.
That seems like that is a feat.
Well done.
Why is it unhinged? Why can't we get together and talk about the vagina?
Well, we're 7 minutes in. We're talking about anime pussy right away, and the smell of it.
Strawberry pussy.
The
taste of it, Bradley. The smell is one thing. We're talking taste and smell.
Why not both?
We don't even need a top.
That's what I assumed.
Yeah.
I assumed. Yeah.
Let me go over for a proper introduction. Last, never least, one of my podcasting idols, one of my brother's favorite sons, which makes him one of my favorite nephews, Chris. His last name is not really Raygun.
No.
Whenever you say Chris Raygun, you should have like a choo 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 choo.
It's unfortunate, man. Like, because I changed my name so many times on YouTube just early on because I just didn't really care. It was just kind of like a random channel that I uploaded stuff to, and then this was just the name that happened to be it, like when everything exploded. So it's like I'm stuck with it. I don't know if I would change it necessarily. I don't know what I would change it to.
It's a cool name. I dig it.
I love it.
It's fine, but it's also just like I didn't intend for people to call me it. You know what I mean? It was just like it was just like, how do I put my name up there without putting my last name in the, you know what I mean? So,
well, what do you prefer? Do you prefer Maldonado, or do you prefer Raygun?
It's hard to say because Maldonado is my real last name, but it is also technically a slur. So
really,
I don't really. Yeah, it was a. I think it's a name given. It's like literally like a conquistador given name. I'm pretty sure it's like it means like Maldonado. It means like bad favor or like ill omen or something.
Oh shit,
cool.
Something like that. Which is kind of cool, but it's also like
it is.
Huh. It's also a little weird. Like my family tree goes back like not very long, as you could probably guess. Gets pretty quickly interrupted, but you know, it is what it is. I guess Raygun's better, but then people are like, "Oh, Reagan, so you're a Republican?" And it's like, "Oh my god, I really can't win."
How do they?
It's over. Yeah.
Well, listen, gents, I didn't call out the order, but Chris, I want to stay with you if you don't mind launching into this show first with your topic. I think yours is a good place to start, if you don't mind.
Sure. I don't remember what I said. I don't remember what was my topic. I'm sorry.
Fast food, like branding or something.
Oh,
right?
yeah. Sorry. So like, yeah. So obviously, there's a lot of fast food promotions going on right now. There's like there's a SpongeBob thing going on with Wendy's, which is like they're making the Krabby Patty, and it's like, here's a Krabby Patty, and they fucked up, by the way, because they have like a pineapple flavored shake when there's already a diet Dr. Kelp in the show. It's like, just make a make a Dr. Kelp. Come on.
Yeah.
Like, commit to the bit.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't just commit to the bit. Like, doing the pineapple shake is kind of
maybe
dumb.
Dr. Pepper said no.
Yeah, but like, I don't think they need like. Isn't it like? Doesn't it fall under the purview of like satire or like parody? If it's like, I have no idea. Like, I feel like it would.
But they probably have a deal with either Pepsi or Coke, like all the fast food, and Dr. Pepper. Is Dr. Pepper one of those two? So if
Coke.
Yeah, it's on Coke's side.
Yeah,
so maybe. I don't know. Whatever. I don't know. I feel like it's a missed opportunity either way. But
it is.
So they have that SpongeBob thing going on that I'm sure people are being very normal about. I'm sure people aren't harassing these minimum wage fast food employees doing really fucking annoying quotes all the time. I really feel bad for the workers in these situations, by the way. It reminds me a lot of back in the day. I don't know if you guys remember this. This is a while ago, but it was like a big deal on the internet when the Rick and Morty McDonald's Szechuan sauce came out, and like everybody was just
so obnoxious,
just storming McDonald's and just ruining people's lives, essentially. I remember that really viral video of the kid putting the shirt over his head, like going crazy on the counter, being like, Szechuan sauce. And it was just like a nightmare. And there's another one that I actually had. I ordered it a couple of nights ago, just out of curiosity on Postmates. They had like Burger King had like this Wednesday, like Addams Family, like Wednesday
really?
Whopper with like it was like a purple bun, and they came with like churro fries.
That's so cool.
Which churro fries to me is like, that sounds fucking sick. Whatever that. I love churros. And I was just like, all right, let's see what this is. And it was pretty good, to be honest. Like, the churros were banging. But like, the burger's a burger, you know what I mean? Like, whatever. But like, it got me thinking, like, you know, like, how do we feel about these in general? Because I know that, like, look, it's obviously like marketing. There's some soullessness about it. I know, like, Steven Hillenburg, famously, like the creator of SpongeBob, famously wanted to avoid this kind of thing. And so it's kind of, you know, although they've been shitting all over his legacy for ages with the spinoffs that he didn't want. And
he died years ago, right?
Yeah, he died. He died, I think, 2016, like I think mid 2010s, I think.
Yeah, I
could be wrong about that though.
I'll look up.
But so I guess I just wanted a temperature check, like, to see how everybody feels about this, like, weird, because it's weird that so many of them are happening at once. It's weird that like the SpongeBob and the Addams Family are doing it at the same time. Like, that's like weird to me. And I wonder if this is just like a sign of things to come, whether this is going to like continue to perpetuate. Like, how do we feel about it? Do we think it's cringy? Do we think it's too much? Do we think it's kind of neat? And even stepping off of that, are there any ideas that we have? Like, could we do like an LSM like Taco Bell meal? You know, I don't know, something. Just throwing it in any direction. I'll throw it to Dagan, since feel like it's been a while since I've even heard from him, really. So throw it to you. How do you feel about all this weird promotional fast food gluttony that we're seeing?
Yeah, man, it's crazy. Oh, by the way, Hillenburg died in 2018. I thought it was before that too. But that's a good 6-7 years ago. That's interesting though. I never knew about his kind of sort of pushing back against the branding, which makes sense, because I was going to say this Krabby Patty thing is kind of day late, dollar short. SpongeBob's been around since like 99 or something, you know. But I thought it was interesting. My ears were definitely pricked when I heard about it, because I love SpongeBob and I work for Nickelodeon. So it's and I'm back at Nickelodeon now, so I was extra curious about it. I wonder if the soft drink thing kind of oddly dovetails with Wendy's right now, if I'm not mistaken, does this promotion where all their drinks are $1, regardless of size, regardless of time of day. And so I don't know if that would have brought in the profits that Paramount would have wanted on a collab. I don't know. But these collabs are good for marketing. Like Jaffe said, it's kind of a stunt marketing. But
right.
What I would love to see these companies do is, in this ballsy kind of way, in sort of like promoting each other with the idea of, you know, profiting on it, is like, wouldn't McDonald's, Burger King, or McDonald's, Chick-fil-A or something, like the restaurants themselves collabing? I mean, I don't know how many of you guys follow the auto industry, but Subaru and Toyota have been collabing for years
Really?
and saying like it's in the interest of like two of the best car companies, Japanese engineering, reliability. We're going to make shit even better by working together. And they produce cars cross-platform. Like the Subaru BRZ and the Toyota 86 were the same car. You could go to Subaru or you could go to Toyota's lot and pick up basically the same car for basically the same price. And it was like, you know, Subaru's transmissions with Toyota's engines, best of both worlds. And, you know, it was kind of this ballsy thing. And even if it's not really genuinely the reason, at least it's purporting to be doing these things with the consumer in mind, which is really clever if you think about it. So wouldn't it be cool to see if you could do that with a $45,000 car? Can you do that with a $6 sandwich? You know, fast food sandwich. Be kind of cool.
Yeah, I guess.
What are you combining? Like you're saying, take the Big Mac and the whatever the Wendy's burger and have half the patty be a Big Mac and have. I mean, what do you mean?
Yeah, like this is our like maybe McDonald's would say this is our version of the Whopper or something really outlandish. Now, you know, this is just pure creative and not really pragmatic, but like Chick-fil-A saying we're going to introduce our first thing that's not chicken. You know, we're collabing with McDonald's to, you know, do our first beef product or something. That goes against everything Chick-fil-A is about with eating more chicken and saving the cows and everything like that. But
maybe they should make a burger at Chick-fil-A that if you eat it, you stop being gay.
Yeah,
I think that's what they try to do, isn't it? Isn't that like the whole point of the company?
Well, inadvertently, you know, but it's the route. This would be a direct route right to the gay part of the brain. So you got to eat it every day, and you'll stop being gay. So they have like it's like cigarettes. You get addicted, but you know, anyway,
right? Because the collabs where it's like these aren't direct competitors. It's like taking one thing and taking another thing. And, you know, crossing them up and saying like, this is this version of this thing, but there's no real risk in it. You know what I mean? It's not really, of course it's going to profit. Everybody loves SpongeBob. Everybody loves a delicious fast food sandwich. So it's like, and you know, a Krabby Patties SpongeBob has been around for 25 years. So it's like a household name. Everybody knows what a Krabby Patty is.
Yeah. It really is crazy to me that it took them this long. Like I understand like Steven Hillenburg was a big factor in it, but at the same time, it's been years since Steven Hillenburg. Like if they were gonna step all over his legacy, like why not do it immediately? Like why even like you know what I mean? Like why wait at all? Like it just seems kind of pointless. It's amazing that it took this long for that to happen. And to be fair, like some of his reasoning was a little bit weird. Like I remember he said like he didn't want to push the food, but like SpongeBob did toys with Burger King, and so that's pushing the food. Like it's the typical kind of like artist hypocrisy where you're not really like thinking too deeply about what you're doing. Like, and I respect Steven Hillenburg a great deal. Like he's an amazing creative dude, but didn't really think that went through by like, you know, I'm going to bring people to Burger King and McDonald's for the toys, but I'm not pushing the food. It's like, come on, like you're pushing the food, maybe not as directly, but pretty damn directly. So yeah, I don't know. As far as like the actual like fast food combination stuff, like Pizza Hut's making a Big Mac pie or whatever the fuck, like that'd be like really upsetting, I think. But I think it would be interesting to see something like that. But I think a lot of the novelty from that would be kind of in some ways whisked away by the fact that there are already these like weird like combination Pizza Hut Taco Bell restaurant. You know what I mean? Like,
oh, that is true. That is a really good point.
Those things already kind of, and I remember when I first saw those things, I remember being like, this is, I don't like this. I don't like what's going on here. This feels really sacrilegious in some way, but
yeah, like it's like goodwill. Like I like the goodwill it would seemingly promote, but a lot of these, you make a good point though, Chris, like a lot of these companies are under the same umbrella, right? Like Chipotle is owned by McDonald's, right? If I'm not mistaken.
What?
So those things already exist. You know, those mashups already exist. So yeah, that's kind of, I just want to see something that seems like more adventurous. I guess because we're so deep into advertising and marketing now, it's like, it seems like everything's been done. It's like, where do you go from here? You know?
Is that real?
Promoting each other.
That really blew. Hold on, is that real? Like Chipotle really is owned by McDonald's?
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, Taco Bell
It's one of the most
and KFC and pizza are owned by Pepsi.
That's right. Yeah.
I knew that. I don't know why I assumed Chipotle
your,
was just somehow
your beloved
outside.
Chipotle is tainted now, Chris.
That's so depressing. I really love Chipotle, which is to be fair, like I mean, I'm in LA, so like there's much better Mexican food around. But every once in a while, like I don't know, there's something about the flavor profile of Chipotle. I think it's that cilantro rice that they use.
Mm-hmm.
I really dig it.
Yeah.
But damn, that's something. That's really weird. I don't know. Anyway, that really like I'm having my day consistently ruined as like I feel like this is not a good start to the day. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, I don't know how much meat this topic has. I just kind of I was late at night last night. And I was thinking like, what the fuck do I have to talk about? But I don't know, Brad. Like, what is something that we could do for LSM? Like, could we figure out? I'll open this to the floor. Like, could we figure out like a Constellation combo or something at like a I don't know like a Little Caesars.
Yeah, I was like, it has to be somewhere really shitty. I think.
Yeah, it has to be like a really not exemplary place.
I love this.
Like Yoshinoya or something, just like fucking terrible. Like the worst we could get. Yes, I think we should do this though, Chris. Absolutely. Anything we can do to spread it. Chris, I'm super into all these dumb collabs. I think they're really fun, actually. Mm-hmm. I'm extremely jealous of like Japan. I see all the collabs they do with like awesome video games and stuff. Like there's like Zelda Boss Coffee I saw recently. It's just like, man, I wish we could get that kind of stuff here. But there is a certain hysteria to a lot of it. You were talking about those annoying Rick and Morty fans yelling "I'm Pickle Rick" and shit in like their off at McDonald's. And I know there was like some Genshin Impact one recently where people were like trying to get a code or something. And like the Pokemon stuff was always crazy.
That's true.
But I do love these weird collabs because it's just like a curiosity thing. Like you see a Krabby Patty, you're like, that's really weird, but I kind of want to try it. It works, man. Like that Wednesday burger looks horrible. It looks like you'll get sick immediately, but I kind of want to try it just because it's an interesting gimmick. Like a purple bun. It's like, all right. Yeah. That doesn't look good, but I kind of want to try it. I don't know. Like, Chris, imagine this, okay? You could buy a can of beans that are sensu beans. You would look at that. Dude. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. No, that shit would work. If it was Dragon Ball or something like that.
Like it was like Yajirobe on it with beans or something. Yeah.
Yeah, Korin. Yeah, I think it would be like, it would be, yeah, it reminds me a little bit of like back when I was a kid, they had, for the first Spider-Man movie, or like maybe the second one, I can't remember. I think it was one of the Raimi ones. It was one of the earlier ones. It was one or two.
It was the third. I know where you're going. It's the third,
no, it wasn't.
Right?
It was not the third one. It was way before, I promise. Okay. But like there might have been some for the third one, I'm sure, obviously. Well, but there was one where it's like they had these like Spider-Man flavored, I think honeycomb cereal, something. It was like cereal. I'm not joking. It was like berry. I saw it like on TikTok recently. Like it like came across my For You page. I'm like, oh my God. I remember that cereal. It was so good. And then they stopped it. And it was like a really good like run, like temporary run of cereal to promote like Spider-Man. I don't remember if it was honeycomb or fucking whatever, but it was some fucking Spider-Man.
I thought you were talking fast food because Spider-Man 3 in 2007 from Raimi. Do you remember what they had at Burger King?
Oh, did they? I assume, I don't know, but I'm going to assume it was like a black bun. It was like a symbiote. It was the
black symbiote bun. And it was so disgusting looking. It looked like it was moldy. And I'm like, that's awesome and horrible at the same. I don't know, man.
Mm-hmm. I remember too, back in 2000, like the early 2000s, they had like Grinch flavored Oreos.
Oh, that's cool.
It's like Grinch flavored?
Cool. Yeah. So for Jim Carrey's The Grinch, which was I think 2000 or 2001.
That sounds right.
They had these like Grinch Oreo. I'm trying to find like the packaging. I can't fucking find it. It was so long ago, but it had orange. It was like I think it was just a normal Oreo cookie, but then it was like green cream or something.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm remembering orange for some reason. That might have been another promotion, but like I remember these things, and dude, I would eat them up. Like I love this shit. Like when I was a kid, I would be all anything is like, oh, Spider-Man, Dragon Ball, I'm all over it. I think I actually have like a thing of like, it's not a collab really. It's like more of like a branded thing, but I think I have like a little pouch of senzu beans that are just,
really? Cool.
I think they're
that's
just branded. Cool. I think they're just branded jelly beans. I have no fucking idea. I've never opened them or eaten them. Why the fuck? But yeah, I'm a sucker for this stuff too. But like, I think the Rick and Morty thing was the thing that really kind of made me think about like, because
I've fan base, man.
It's fan bases ruin everything. They ruin everything. Yeah. Like I've seen already people go up to Wendy's with like a Bluetooth speaker and it's like, you know why I'm here. And it's just like they play like the fucking SpongeBob music through the speaker, and then the guy's
That's
like,
so annoying.
And then the guy through the loudspeaker's like, he's like, you can hear like an audible sigh. He's like, all right, what kind of Krabby Patty would you want? I already seen people like walk through the door and be like, turn up those fryers, because it's just like, oh god, shut up,
man,
shut up. Just
that's like the downside,
thing.
Right? To being like, I always think like I'd love to be Dan Harmon, but like when it comes to that kind of stuff, it's like I don't want to be responsible for that, even like indirectly responsible. But it must be such a drag.
Yeah, he feels like it feels
Schneider?
Like iCarly. Are there Dan Schneider branded like collect? Like is there like a Drake and Josh? Is there a Drake and Josh burger or something? Like what? I can't even imagine.
There's like iCarly, foot massagers. Probably.
I feel like if you're responsible for that kind of a thing, it is unfortunate because it is just good art at the end of the day. Like SpongeBob's great. And, awesome. Rick and Morty, especially the early seasons I think the first 2 seasons of Rick and Morty are genuinely fantastic. And like all the stuff. And then eventually like a fan base just kind of gets a hold of it. And then you have to imagine that on some level, the creators of that show like wake up in the morning and they look at themselves in the mirror and it's like the end scene of Oppenheimer, where he's like reckoning with like the monster that he's unleashed.
I can tell you, I don't agree.
You don't think so?
No.
Look, man, when they put Kratos on Slurpee cups, it was, people ask me, it's like, do you regret leaving God of War? I'm like, the only thing I missed was the Slurpee cups, because what's sad about it is maybe the state of capitalism, because I was raised with all of this stuff. And so it's part of the fun of the culture. Right. We had great McDonald's glasses for Empire Strikes Back and stuff. And they were glasses. They weren't these bullshit cups that wear off in the dishwasher. They were fucking glasses, and we had just so much of this that even though when you're a kid, you don't know that it's just marketing. So it kind of just feels like it's in the zeitgeist, and you don't realize till much later that everyone's talking about E.T., because it's great, but also because there's a conscious effort to put it out into the culture. And so when you start making stuff for the culture and it hits, even though cynically it's just marketing, it was a real. Right. We put a 7-Eleven in the very first Twisted Metal, a store, because I love just the going to 7-Eleven, getting the Slurpee cups, and I wanted Twisted Metal Slurpee cups. And we ended up taking it out because we weren't allowed to do it. And I wrote 7-Eleven and I said, look, legal, I have a letter. They're like, dude, it's a whole thing. You can't just write them a letter. So we actually have models in the suburban level of 7-Eleven that have been retextured. But we almost had Twisted Metal cups for 2012. But anyway, yeah, I absolutely, and maybe I'm in the minority, but as somebody who worked on those games, I was like, oh, that's cool. I love now that. Yeah. Kids go into 7-Eleven and get a Slurpee, and something we created is like sitting in their car seat while their mom's driving them to a movie, or it's just kind of like in their cultural zeitgeist. I think that's fun. I like it.
That's cool.
I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong. I'm thinking more of like when the zeitgeist kind of crosses a barrier into like, now, because I don't think anybody ever dressed up as Kratos and went to like McDonald's and was like, boy, get me a Whopper. And like there was like 50 million, you know what I mean? Like there was like thousands of videos. There's a difference. But do you think that's shit
for the workers or not? Like I did this thing a couple of months ago. I got so much shit
I can
for
tell you
it.
It is.
Okay, well, on my show, I called a GameStop, and I said, hey, I just want to talk about what's selling, what's not selling. And a bunch of people on the internet got so mad at me because they're like, these people are working their retail. They don't, And I'm like, well, I told them what I was doing. I said, are you okay with it? They said, yes. if I worked at a fucking McDonald's and I had all this crazy shit going on, I'd be like, that was a fun day. At least it wasn't the same fucking drudgery every day.
I see that.
But maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I've never put up with it, so I don't know.
Well, there's a difference between that and I think like that's like a one-off incident. And like imagine you're at McDonald's and then you're in like maybe like the third week of this promotion, and this is like the 15,000th person to be like, yeah, Szechuan sauce. Whoa! And you're just like, it kind of becomes it. Like I think initially it's fun, right? Yeah. And then it kind of crosses the line where it's like now it's like not only has this become the day-to-day mundanity, but like people are like excited to engage in it, and you're just like on the receiving end of it, like what the fuck, this
right sucks. But the nice thing though is the AI monitors that will replace the workers soon will be able to pretend like it's new every time.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, it's like I never heard that before.
Like, you're funny. Would you like me to take a picture of that and email it to you and join our guest list?
Yeah.
That's a good point. It's a good point.
But yeah, no. To be fair, like I do remember, like even like I remember back during the Halo 3 days when they had like those so much Halo 3 branding. Like I think like it was all over Mountain Dew, and I still don't drink soda really. Like so I never really was privy to that, but there was something really cool and contagious about like seeing it everywhere, and you know it was gamer fuel, right? That's what it was.
Yeah.
What a different era, man! It's so crazy that was real. It was like the
PlayStation
neon green drink.
Sorry, go ahead.
What did they do? No, no, that was it. What were they?
Oh no, I was going to say PlayStation put out a game on PS1 called Blasto. I don't know if you guys remember it.
Not a very
successful game.
I do remember that.
Okay, Phil Hartman was the voice and stuff, but there was a huge deal we had with Pepsi to put, because Sony really wanted to push Blasto as like this could be the next big thing, and there was a huge deal getting it on Pepsi cans in stores and like the 6-packs and the 12-packs and stuff. And the team slipped. Like the team could not make the release date. And I don't remember. I think you can still get the flat boxes that were sent out like before they were actually filled with cans. But then they obviously never ran the promotion. So I know it was a very expensive bath Sony had to take because Pepsi had done all that work and we had committed and checks had gotten written and deposited. And then it's like, oh yeah, we're going to be like 8 months late. And Pepsi's like, yeah, we're full. So what do you want to do with all these fucking boxes we've already printed? So, can I
ask you guys how you feel about branding in video games in generally? Like what, like, because so I have two examples of things that like, where I think it's like, I think it works and adds to it, and where I think it like really detracts. The one where I think it detracts is like something like Death Stranding, where you're like, here's a monster energy, to keep you hydrated through this trek across the entirety of the United States of America in a desolate wasteland where you need to survive. It's like, here's an energy and not water or something. Like that would make sense.
Makes sense.
That seems like a bit out of place, right? Especially in a world where there's no companies. Like, so I don't know. It seems weird that there would be a monster energy just like sitting in the middle of desolate America still making energy drinks for Sam Porter Bridges. And then in another situation where I feel like it actually works and like I don't know if to the point where actually I'm not so sure the game would work as well without it. I think about something like Crazy Taxi, where like you'd pick up a guy and he would go like, take me to the Pizza Hut, and then you drive him to the Pizza Hut. It's just straight up a Pizza Hut. I have a fond memory of that, like playing like those Crazy Taxi games when I was younger and being like, oh yeah, it makes it feel kind of real, right? Like it's like, okay, yeah, you're taking people to places that exist. Yeah, kind of grounds it in some way, and it makes the fact that a taxi is like jumping across buildings even more ridiculous than it otherwise would be in a world where like, oh yeah, that's a Pizza Hut, that's got a fucking franchisee. There's like a manager in there who's like working for no money. Like I don't know, like it's a little creepy. It's kind of a mixed bag for me. So like I guess just
no. I mean, I agree, Chris.
Topic, but yeah,
I think it works in Crazy Taxi because it is like supposed to be a city actually with people living in it. It's not post-apocalyptic America where everyone's underground being Amazon deliveries. They took that out of the game, by the way, in the later versions. Yeah, contract ran out, but yeah, Chris, I think it works well in Crazy Taxi. You're right. What do you think about it in sports games? I guess it kind of works because like that's just how it is actually too.
Yeah. Sport,
yeah. I kind of don't mind it like. Granted, I don't play a lot of sports games, but like I feel like if there was any if we are going to be advertised to, and God knows, like there's no escaping this shit now. Like everything's a goddamn ad for something. At least ground it in the reality of like, okay, well, like sports, if you're watching a sports game, like there are advertisements on the side, and granted, there's a little bit of creativity lost because I do miss like the fake ads that people would come up with, like the dumb ones that people would put in video games, or like even just like outright self-promotion. Like I remember the old Spider-Man games from Neversoft. They just had like Activision billboards everywhere, and it's like, it's a little bit lame, but like fucking, I don't know, it's something. And for sports games, I think it's fair. I think the only time where I felt like it was like teetering on the edge was like, I remember playing the original Alan Wake, and there was like a Verizon billboard.
Really?
I remember that.
Yeah. Like early on in the original, I don't think it's in the game anymore.
Yeah, they had like Duracell too, right?
Yeah,
something like
for
that.
the batteries, in the and it's very Death Stranding in that way, where it's like, because I think the contract for that ran out as well. But I remember being like, I mean, I guess
it's a little stretch.
I think really the size of the billboard was really the the thing that really it was so big in the original Alan Wake. It's like it's way bigger than a billboard actually is. So it's just like it comes across as like, this doesn't really land as well. But yeah, I don't know. I
that's
feel
what it comes down to, though, right? Like there's this knee-jerk human thing where we don't want to be sold to, right? It's got to, like you guys are saying, Crazy Taxi fits the tone, fits the content. So it seems thoughtful, at least it's integrated in some way. It feels like less like we're being sold a bill of goods, which is it's a weird thing with advertising. Like I'm the same way. Like God forbid I turn on one of my devices, I pay for YouTube Premium, so I don't have to watch commercials. But if some inadvertent thing happens where it could be a commercial I totally enjoy, I just don't. It's just like I don't want to be. You know what I mean? You feel like you're being. You know what I mean? There's this thing where it's like, I don't want to watch that. I'm not paying to watch that. I don't want to waste my time. So it's like this thing.
I will say that when I was making games, I like, especially Twisted Metal and other games that never came out that we were designing, I very much loved grounding it if we could. Because to me, having a gunfight, for example, in a McDonald's is cooler than having a gunfight just like in some nondescript office building. Now it sounds horrible because this, people have mass shootings, but back then it was like, action movies in the 90s and early 2000s. And it was like, oh, that's cool. Take the McDonald's fries and take the deep fryer and put the guy's head in the deep fry, and all that shit, and I always loved that grounding. The biggest problem with it in games, unlike movies though, is that movies will shoot in Times Square, and the vast majority of things they can either get paid to have in the movie or they will pay to put in the movie. In games, it was like we did Jet Moto, and it was like, let's make it like a real sport. But all we could get was Mountain Dew and Butterfinger, right? So if all you have is Verizon, or all you have is Pizza Hut, or all you have is Mountain Dew and Butterfinger, it doesn't feel like it's grounded. It just feels like you made a deal with Mountain Dew and Butterfinger.
Right.
Nobody else would sign up. But if you can, so that's always a problem. But I've always liked games when they are set in your own backyard, where you can relate to the signage and the cups and the brands, just because, it does, like you said with Pizza Hut, it feels more like, hey, this is a real thing, and it's kind of more fun. But you got to have enough of them, and that's the main thing, and that's hard. I know companies have been trying to do it, but
it kind of crosses into this weird territory where it's like you generally want as little advertising as possible in anything. But then if you are going to have advertising at all, in the effort to make something feel real and grounded, you kind of have to have a lot of it, because there is a lot of it in the real world.
Yeah.
And so it would be insane. Yeah, but I remember seeing the Butterfinger and Mountain Dew they like repeated over and over again, and it gave me a chuckle. Like it was funny.
It was awesome, man. Yeah. I use the Butterfinger one all the time. That one was sick.
It was nuts, but funny. I mean that's all we could get. And then the thing is, it does take on its own thing, like Reese's Pieces and ET. I mean that was.
Oh, that's true.
That put that shit on the map, and no one was eating Reese's Pieces before ET. And then suddenly it became part of the culture. There was something when I was really hardcore into wanting to be a creator of mainstream entertainment back in the day, where I was like, I really coveted that whole thing, not because I was cynical or I was some greedy executive asshole, but because as a kid, I just loved that infusion of the fantasy worlds that I loved into the real branding. But, that's probably not very healthy. It's horrible, but
Probably, yeah.
And you know what, Jaffe? I appreciate your perspective on this because you did create or co-create, largely create a pop culture IP that crossed over into mainstream, and you were in 7-Eleven and other things. And the way it kind of works in reverse too is it feeds back into the thing you created. So it may, not only are you catering to people that are likely, teenagers that love video games that could go to 7-Eleven for a big gulp, but also it's going to turn other people onto your product initially to be like, oh shit, that game's out, that type of thing.
We did one of the hardest things I did on Twisted Metal 2012 was figuring out, and I loved the promotion, and it just never got off the ground. And I don't remember what exactly, but I mean, we were super close to getting this one done. Is that we were going to have Slurpee cups, and depending on the cup you got, there would be an unlockable in the game, right? And so, but I was like, okay, I have to make sure that this feels good to unlock something. It's not some just bullshit thing. But at the same time, I don't want to piss off the people that don't have it. And so, I remember spending a couple of weeks just going, okay, this Slurpee cup, I had like 8 Slurpee cups, and who's, what car is going to be on the Slurpee cup? And if you get the right code or whatever, what's on the Axel Slurpee cup? What do you unlock? And it was a real creative exercise. And it was hard as fuck to walk that line. But yeah, I mean, it was neat to see it infusing into each other. But I know that in the ideal world, there's a great iron curtain between the creative product and the marketing product, but things are just too expensive these days. I mean, that's the way it is. Gamers get mad. I've seen a number of people. I don't remember, it might've been Gene Park or Jeff Keighley or one of these guys tweeted out about, what would you think about a game that or a console that was like free or really inexpensive, but had great games, but in between levels, they showed an ad and people just lost their shit. And I was just like, what, the game's free and it's not interrupting the game. It's just like at a normal choke point, like, oh, okay, I got through, 40 minutes of Gears of War and I entered into what was going to be a cutscene. And now there's like 2 ads where I can go pee and ignore it.
It's very interesting.
But people did not, gamers online at least. I mean, I think it would still work. Gamers online are vocal, but they were not the majority.
Right.
True. Yeah.
But they were not happy about it. And it's like, you don't have to do it, but it would give you a free game. But I guess that's not enough.
Yeah.
So.
I think people are too used to especially now that everybody's like kind of moved from cable TV to well, not everybody, but like most people, like even my parents, like my parents are like 60s, 70s, and they're not really watching cable. You know what I mean? Like they're watching streaming, they're watching HBO Max, or they're watching like Netflix or Amazon Prime or what have you. So I think general like tolerance for advertising breaks is like very, very low, like probably like the lowest that it's ever been. And so I think that's kind of like a hard sell for, I think, anybody. Like even now to this day, like I'll go over to friends' houses and they'll put like a playlist up on YouTube, right, in the background while we're hanging out. And then I'll hear an ad and I will lose my shit. I'll immediately go like, you don't have YouTube Premium? Let me do it. Let me hook my shit up to this. I cannot hear this. This is disrupting the flow so bad. It's like, are you in good hands? And it's like, no, shut the fuck, leave me alone. Right. And but can I say something? I'm glad you brought up Axel independently, because I keep forgetting to bring this up. Axel stuck out to me as a kid playing Twisted Metal, because it was specifically, even at the time, was like the coolest thing to a 7-year-old boy specifically. Like that character design is amazing because it's so insane.
Really,
and I just wanted to thank you for that. Whoever's responsible for that design is like, that's amazing.
Okay,
it's
so
a guy who is tires. That's incredible.
Well, here's how it came about. So Chris Miller, who was I think one of the producers of the game Croc over at Fox Interactive, had come over to Sony, and he had pitched me a car which was basically two giant wheels, and in between it was a big circular cage, like you see at the circus with the guys in the motorcycles that would ride around the cage and hit each other.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
And I was like, that's cool. but I said, but what if we got rid of the cage and just put a dude in there? And so it was kind of his idea and my idea merged together. And it was never, you say it was the coolest thing to a 7-year-old boy. I was 26 and I thought it was the coolest thing. And when the people were like, there's a lot of reasons I was never very talented at being just a proper linear storyteller. One of them is that my brain, and I'm not being self-deprecating, I literally struggle understanding what to me is cool that's cheesy to other people. So so for me, if I was doing an outer space adventure game, like I wanted to make a violent game of basically outer space Zelda, I thought that would be a cool open world game, right? And so I had concept art done of a planet, but it was in the shape of a skull, right? And like something you would see on He-Man or something. But for me at like 35, I'm like, that's so cool. And the artists are like, okay, well, let's make this real subtle. So if you look at it just right, it's a skull. I'm like, no, it's a skull, and you fly into the eye hole to land the ship. And they're just like, are you 5? And I'm like, I think so. So Axel to me never was like batshit crazy. And that's why it was cool. I just like, it's fucking cool. And they're like, yeah, but what about the fact that he's going to get shot by one bullet and die? I'm like, they're playing a car combat game set up by the devil. I'm not really all that worried.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
But I appreciate and I love that you loved him. I loved him as well. And I love his stories. I loved his story in Twisted Metal too. Axel's great. And I think Axel's going to be in the new season of Twisted Metal. I think. I have been really impressed by PlayStation Productions and all of those guys making that show. I've only spoken to them like 3 times. I'm not involved at all, but they really do fan service on that fucking show. So if you're a Twisted Metal fan, however many of them there are left, it's really amazing how they get into the lore of that game. And I'm like, shit, that was just a throwaway character we made up one afternoon because we had to fill a slot, and you've written a whole fucking episode about this thing. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool, but I'm glad you liked it. That's awesome.
Yeah, dude. I just think sometimes it's okay for things to just be cool for the sake of cool. You know what I mean? Like I like there's enough grounded stuff out. Like grounded's cool. Like I appreciate that stuff too. But like even just something as simple as like, oh, I remember people when Halo 4 came out and they were like, we had to make the armor more realistic. It's like, no, you didn't. It was cool the way absolutely.
Yeah, right.
Like it doesn't matter if it proportionally makes sense. Like it looks cool, and that's like who gives a shit,
right?
Like,
yeah, I mean, there's a time and place, but like I push back a little bit on the Death Stranding criticism about energy drink because 2 things. One is I think part of it is they wanted you to get an energy drink so you could stay awake for the cutscenes. So I think that's part of what the reason it was in there. But the other reason. And I like Death Stranding. I actually do. I just couldn't finish it. It's just too slow pace for me, but I thought it was really cool. But I think I will say in the case of that game, I could be wrong, but I want to say all of that stuff because it wasn't just the drink. Wasn't there like a motorcycle like TV show?
Yeah, they did something later on with like Norman Reedus' motorcycle thing. Actually,
right. I think there's an irony to it. I think like there's something. I don't think Kojima's just like going, "Oh, I really think energy drinks fit." I think it's almost some kind of statement, but I don't. Sometimes Kojima gets it perfectly, and other times you're like, "You don't know what you're talking about, do you? You're just saying shit."
It's hard to tell. Because I think there is an obvious, obviously there's a cultural divide. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of, it's hard for us to tell what is, authentic satire, or what is ironic when it's coming from, Kojima or even somebody like Sam Lake, who like both these people I like really admire and think could do amazing stuff. But like there's a level of charitability afforded to some of their weird decisions that probably wouldn't be afforded to like somebody from America making the same kind of, weird choices. I think, I don't know.
I think so. I think that's true.
Anyway. I just think they've built a reputation also over the years of just like excellence.
That is true.
Yeah. Metal Gear Man, making you could throw a Monster Energy drink in there. It's okay. That's probably the least weird thing you've done in your game. So
that's right.
Yeah, that is also probably a big factor in it.
Yeah, and if you think it's cheesy, I'm being ironic, and we could play it off that way. Yeah,
that's
it is hard to tell.
Yeah,
right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I have a few other things to say. I would like to say a few things about this great topic.
Please.
I love this topic. Number one, I love stuff like this. I've made that clear. So first, my ideas would be I would pay extra. I do a lot of Grubhub, DoorDash, all that. If I could basically order my food and it would be delivered by someone in costume as like a superhero or a hot chick or something, I would be like, yep, 100%. Or during October, it's like, oh, Freddie and Jason and Michael Myers deliver your fucking food. You goddamn right, I'll pay extra for that.
Idea.
So that's A. I would love to see McDonald's, and this is for old guys, so I don't know what their demographic is for the most part. And I know they did just bring back collector's cups that I believe were pretty successful. They kind of did those shitty plastic cups, but of designs from over the decades that they had been putting out that you could get at McDonald's.
Oh,
But
I didn't know that.
I was the kid in the 70s that grew up with Grimace and Mayor McCheese and the little McNugget characters. I would love to see them come back, at least just for like a promotion every now and then, because,
That's
you
so
know,
cool.
they were fucking cool.
What if there was a gritty remake of like a gritty reboot of
yeah.
Grimace?
The public domain is coming clear pretty soon for Grimace and Mayor McCheese and the Hamburglar.
I didn't know this.
No,
Oh
it's
my
not.
God.
I'm just saying, can you imagine the horror film? You know, it's like
Ronald,
Wendy's. You know, they're eating Wendy's burgers that are made of Wendy. You know, and they dig up the grave of Dave Thomas, and you know, but two more quick things. Do you remember? You guys are probably too young, but Dagan may remember. There was the Burger King promotion of Where's Herb.
Oh
in the
yeah,
80s.
yes.
This was batshit. It was they hired an actor, and he was the character was a guy who had never eaten a Whopper, and so they would fly him all over the country, and you never knew which Burger King you'd find him at. But if you found him, and you went up and you said, "I found Herb," you'd get $100. He'd just carry rolls of $100 bills in his pocket. That was stuff like that. I just think is fucking cool. I just love those kinds of promotions.
that's sick.
That's so cool.
And
It was really cool.
he didn't get mugged consistently.
Well, I'm sure he had people with him, and once one person, because you didn't, you know, it was, I think what it was like they revealed what he looked like at a Super Bowl ad. And then for the next 2 weeks, if you found him at a Burger King, you'd get $100 if you went up to him. And he probably gave like $1,000 and left, you know,
Right,
and then
right.
he went to the next one. So but the promotions were more fun back in the day. And I don't think that's
Definitely.
nostalgia. Like there were a lot more scratch cards where you could win arcade games. And we used to have like, bottle caps you'd unscrew, and then you take a knife and peel off the bottom, and there would be letters. And if you could spell out phrases, like if you could spell "catch that Pepsi Spirit," you'd get like $100,000. And everybody was like racing for the R, because the R was the one letter that was really fucking hard to get. You know, I remember once my dad brought home, I don't know where he got them, just a huge box of bottle caps, and we spent all night just looking for the R, man. It was great.
Did you get one?
No, an R? No.
Right.
No.
Because
no.
there
I
was
think
some
like
question of
2
whether
of
it even
them.
existed.
I think there was like 2 R's, you know. So I'd like to buy a vowel.
Such as
Finally, I've solved your problem. If you would like Last Stand Media to get involved in this, I have products for you. Would you like to hear them?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
All right. I don't have them. I this is, you know, top of mind and you know, right. So I'll do better work later. But I think for something like Soup Plantation or places that have salads, you guys should have a Greetings and Salutations. I think that would be a wonderful meal you could order. I think Fuddruckers, because now I'm picking some places that aren't that big, because, you know, Last Stand Media is growing, but it's not quite Krabby Patty level yet.
No.
I think Fuddruckers could have a Collins Colon Buster. I think Panda Express could have Gene Pork's barbecue. Gene Pork's barbecue at Arby's. And Panda Express could have Defining Duck Sauce. I think would be those would be the 4 products you guys should launch with. I think it's gonna be huge. That's
awesome.
Yeah. Not a bad idea.
And then of course, Micah should sell her butthole bread that she makes in the store.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. So that's what I got, boys.
That's pretty good. That's infinitely more than I was expecting, quite frankly.
Damn.
Yeah, it's
I
a good
love
topic. It's a good topic.
Yeah, that was a good topic. Super fun. Chris, are you satisfied? Did we do that baby justice?
Oh yeah, we totally did. I love how windy that got. My favorite thing is when a topic whines and goes crazy like that. So yeah, I'm super mega satiated.
Yeah, I feel like a topic is a suggestion for conversation. It could go in a million different ways.
Yeah.
On the show. Kind of love that. Jaffe, I want to stay with you for your topic. You kicked it over to us today, and I'm intrigued. I know everybody's going to have a different perspective on this one, so I think it'll be fun.
Before we do that, though, Dagan, would you draw me like you draw your French girls? Please? Okay.
You are just begging to be drawn. I think Chris knows.
That's why I came up, because I put my glasses back on. I started thinking about it. Okay.
Oh, shit. Hold on. Someone's at my door. I'll be right back.
All right. I'll wait. I'll wait.
Take your time.
Talk about that Pepsi stuff. Reminded me of Monopoly at McDonald's. I used to love that shit too.
And there's a whole documentary on that, right? About the mob or something.
Yep.
Yeah, I think so.
Like it was corrupt. Isn't that right? It was like not a real thing.
Certain pieces didn't exist and stuff like that.
Mob. Okay. Well, here's what we're going to do. My topic is superheroes. And I don't know how meaty it is, but I'm interested because I'm 53. I've been into reading comic books since I was 4 years old. And there was one, and I was a geek. I'm still a geek, but I remember being at Sony Santa Monica, and I think some deal had been done with DC, whether it came to fruition, I don't know. But because of that, we would get just every month, we would get every single comic they published, right? So we were lousy with comics. They were all over the building.
That's awesome.
And I remember walking around and I saw a bunch on a table, and it was a picture of Robin like diving into an alley. And I was like 34, 35, and it hit me for the first time in my life. I'm like, oh my God, these are so stupid. What the fuck am I? It's like, these are grown adults running around dressed up in these stupid what are you doing, right? And I figured that was it. I figured that was my end of my love affair with comic books and superheroes. And it always comes back. It never stays away. And so I'm interested in a couple of things. I'm interested in, I know I'm one of the, Dagan's probably a year or two younger, but we're basically the same age.
Yeah.
You guys are clearly younger than we are. I mean, do superheroes, do you guys like them? Are they stupid? Are they cheeseball? And which ones are your favorites? My favorite, I vacillate. I saw James Gunn just put out the Superman poster he's sitting on the moon, looking at Earth in the distance with Crypto the dog. And I go between Spider-Man and Superman, because Superman, I think fundamentally Superman's my favorite, because even though I know he's not in favor anymore and he may never be, there's something so hopeful and positive and inspiring about that character. And I don't know if you guys have seen on the internet, like, I don't know how into the lore of Superman you are, but there are these just classic Superman moments, like where he saves suicide jumpers and stuff. And it's just all of his powers and all of his abilities and all of his dramatic adventures. But when you see it drilled down to that just essence of caring about your fellow man, it's inspiring, and it makes you, I think Grant Morrison had a quote in the Comic-Con movie. He's like, superheroes are kind of a representation of who we would be if we just stopped being such assholes. And I love that. So I just wanted to open it up for that. But before I do, and I'll tell you why I'm doing this at the end of the topic, Dagan, pick a number between 1 and 5.
Okay. 4.
Okay. Pick top or bottom.
Bottom.
Okay. And Christopher, pick 1 through 5.
1.
Top or bottom?
I'll go top.
Okay. Bradley?
5. Top.
Okay. At the end of this, I will tell you who your superhero spirit animal is, but I can't tell you right now.
I like this.
Oh,
right.
look at matching.
And I'll show you cards. I have pictures and cards and everything. Okay, but that's my topic. So, what do you guys think?
Superheroes? I grew up in the 90s, like early 90s, a lot of it. I was in the prime of the X-Men cartoon and the Batman animated series. Those are like my two absolute favorites. There was a Spider-Man one around that time. I actually really liked Jaffe. You might know the early Superman cartoon. Was it from the 50s, I think?
Oh, Fleischer stuff?
Fleischers. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like
amazing.
Really old. I liked those cartoons a lot.
Yeah.
But superheroes outside of that, I was never into so much. Batman is by far my favorite superhero character, like way beyond anyone else. He's the only one I actually really care about as a character. But I do think superheroes are interesting and they're cool. They're just I look at how many comics are, and there's literally too much for me to ever get invested, I feel like, with anything. Because just even from the 90s and all the Marvel stuff, like I used to collect Marvel cards. I don't remember if you guys remember, they had like, you put like 9 cards together and make one giant kind of picture thing like that.
The mosaics, yeah.
Yeah, I had like a bunch of those and all that stuff. And they were really cool, but with comic book characters, I really fell in love with like Batman and stuff. Not through the comics themselves, though. It was more about the shows, like the Tim Burton movies at the time.
Right. It doesn't have to be from comics, just superheroes in general.
But I do like some of them. I think it was just interesting, though, because like they all are based on comics, but I didn't care about the source material itself so much at the time. Like I've read a couple of Batman comics and they're cool and I like them, but it's not what made me fall in love with those comics. But I don't know, I don't know how you guys feel about this. There's just so much superhero stuff now. I'm sure there was when I was younger and stuff as well. Maybe just all the movies and all the attention it gets. It just kind of, I lost a lot of interest in a lot of it. I'll keep tabs on Batman, but that's about it. I'm pretty neutral on most superheroes, honestly, now. Like Marvel stuff, I don't really care about. Most DC stuff, I don't really care about. So, I don't know. I'm not like a huge fan outside of a couple instances.
But Batman's your favorite?
Yeah, Batman's my favorite.
What's the reason? I'm curious, because I
think because he's extremely flawed as a character. Yeah. You know, Bruce is not perfect at all. He's kind of like a dickhead, especially to like Robin and stuff later on. I think the setting and the way Gotham was interpreted in the old cartoon, that very 40s dark, like the sky is like always like a dark red or something like that. And the villains, I think Batman has the coolest villains, the most interesting villains to me. The Joker, of course, but I always loved like Scarecrow. You know, this maniac gassing people, essentially making them hallucinate. I thought it was so great. And Two-Face, just this really weird, like burnt up face, and he's like this gangster mob mentality. I really liked that about Batman a lot.
Have you watched the new Batman animated show on Amazon?
I heard it's good though.
It's the first time I've seen Batman where, because you know the cliche, but it's true of Batman is like he's really Batman and Bruce Wayne is the secret identity kind of thing.
Yeah,
it's kind of like, you know. And I've heard people say that. And I'm like, yeah, it's a clever thing to say, but whatever. But this is the first time I've actually seen the character portrayed where that totally clicks for me, where I'm like, yeah, this guy is Batman. And it's probably because it's set like in the 20s or 30s. And so he doesn't have all the tech. He doesn't have,
cool.
He's got money, but it's clear he's using more of his wits and his fist and his brain. And in that, you really start to see who he is outside of the tech. And it's like, oh yeah, I get that he's crazy now. I never got that before. And I started to fall in love with him as a character. Whereas before I'm just like, dude, get some therapy. Your parents died. Parents died. So what? And I was like, now I get it. It's like his parents died, but he was already on the road to being crazy. It wasn't that made him crazy. That just was the straw. But I recommend that series.
Okay.
It's really good.
I'll have to check it out.
Yeah.
Sounds awesome.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, Dagan, as an animator, where do you hold that Batman animated series in terms of like artistic design?
Yeah, I could see you, like, I love your early to mid 90s perspective, because that Bruce Timm Batman animated series was iconic. I mean, that took a franchise that was, I mean, with the exception of the live action films, especially Batman 89 and stuff like that, it took something out of the live action feature film format and made a TV cartoon out of something that was largely irrelevant. And doing it in a way that had never really been seen before, you know, where it was so graphically simplified and the storytelling was unbelievable. And then, you know, Bruce Timm and Shane Glines and everybody that was responsible for the writing on the show. Yeah, man, it was really exciting for me because I was late in high school, you know, maybe 10th, 11th, 12th grade to, you know, just starting art school at that point. And it was really really, I would say, with the exception of Bruce Timm in general, largely Batman animated, the only other thing that had that sort of impact on character design and animation was probably Jamie Hewlett and Gorillaz. Like those were the two things that we were like, that everything's got to be like, it was so influential. It just bled into everything we did. Even more so, I would say, in the early 90s, more so than anime. You know, it was like, and a lot of that stuff took a page out of anime aesthetically, but it was super influential, dude. It was my introduction to a whole different style of art that made more sense to me than traditional comic book illustration, which was really beyond me in terms of anatomy and stuff. It kind of crossed up more realistic figure drawing and draftsmanship with cartooning, and it just for me, I think, and for a lot of people, it just made sense. Introduce something new that was kind of a hybrid of both things. So yeah, I could still nerd out to that stuff.
Have you seen the new series, Dagan?
No, I didn't even know this existed. Actually,
Bruce Timm is exec producing it with J.J. Abrams. Actually, so there's
no way.
And the creator is a big name too, but I forget who it is. So it's worth, at least based on what you're saying, taking a look at it. It's on Amazon.
That's very exciting because those are people, all of them with the, I know Last Jedi, I get it, but with the exception of that, I think those people have great taste and could really run something creatively. So yeah, that's cool. That's exciting. That's one to grow on for me. I didn't even know about it.
I hated when the 90s cartoons, like I grew up with Filmation and Hanna-Barbera and all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
But then when Ren and Stimpy and all that shit came along, everything got so wacky that I was glad to see the X-Men stuff and the Bruce Timm stuff, because I just never vibed with the wacky 90s card. I mean, I was in college, so I was done, it wasn't like there was, but
that's
still,
a great
I was,
point.
but I know a lot of the 90s kids love that kind of early, not mid Nickelodeon days of Ren and Stimpy and all that stuff. And there's a game that just came out this year called, and I love it. It's one of my favorite games of the year, called #Blood.
Okay.
And it looks like a Cartoon Network game, and it is, it didn't get great reviews because they put it out before a patch, but when they put the patch out, I played it after the patch. I finished it. I rarely finish games, but what's great about it is it's a really good game. The animation is great. The characters are great. And they allow you, because of the perspective of the camera, to see the protagonist's face a lot and the enemy character's faces a lot in the gameplay, not just the cutscenes. And in that, you really get a lot of character, like in the game itself. And if you love animation, and I know you do, obviously, and you're looking for something to play, it literally is called #Blood.
Yeah, it's
highly recommended.
Right?
What's that?
It's very
BLUD, right?
ELUD?
Yeah.
Yes, BLUD. Yes.
Yeah, that's a friend of mine who created that game.
Really?
Yeah, that's Chris Burns. He's from Long Island. Yeah, he's like one of the he's probably the most talented animator I know.
Okay.
He's from, not only is he from Long Island, I never really worked with him. Like, we never really crossed paths on the same productions in New York, but he's a New York-based animator. He has a little animation studio on Long Island, Exit 72, I think it's called.
Okay.
And it's him, Chris Burns, and I think his partner, Bob Fox. Two phenomenally talented dudes.
This is very.
And they were working
Dexter's
on that
Lab.
game for years.
Yes. Oh, it's great. Have you played it? Anybody?
No, I have not.
Yeah. Well, if it seems like something you might be into, you will. It's basically 16-bit Zelda, but with
so cool
Cartoon Network vibes, and it's Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and it's about this high school girl dealing with vampires and all her friends, and it's cool.
Yeah, it's horror, but it has that UPA like 1950s.
Yeah, it's fun horror. Yeah, it's super fun.
So fun, dude.
Yeah,
it's so cool. And I know Chris is a big video game guy too, and I know that bleeds into it. You know what's funny, Jaffe? I haven't heard anybody talking about this game yet, and I should have really been promoting it.
It got shit reviews because
why?
There were some control issues. It was really fundamentally hard. Like, they had to go back in like within the first week. And they put a patch that made it, when you did the roll, they took off the collision, whereas before you could roll into enemies and take damage.
Sure.
And it was just so fucking frustrating that I think it's sitting at like a 69 or a 72 on Metacritic.
Oh, I didn't know
because nobody
that.
goes back and re-reviews games. But I got it and I played it. I didn't know anything about that, but I just got it because it looked cool and the patch had already come out. And so I got to play the version of the game that is worth playing. And so that's probably why no one talked about it, because it came and went because the reviews were so low.
Oh, that's a shame, because it does look gorgeous.
Yeah, it looks cool, actually.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really,
hopefully they'll
really
put it
well
on
done.
Game Pass or PSN or something, because it deserves an audience for sure.
Yeah.
Chris, I want to throw this one to you. I'll give you my brief perspective on superheroes. I mean, it comes about 15 years earlier than Brad's. And Jaffe might be able to speak to this, but I have a very strange relationship with superheroes, like over the first 10 years of my life, right? I was born late in 73. And I realized when I think back to superheroes, I've had always this kind of weird, nebulous relationship with superheroes because I wasn't really into them. I think my whole perspective on superheroes as a little kid in the 70s and kind of into the early to mid 80s was really kind of poisoned by the 1966 live action Adam West, Bruce Ward Batman TV show. And I just think it kind of misled me into thinking like superheroes were supposed to be silly, cheesy, funny men in tights, you know, kind of weird, ornate costumes. And you know, when you're 5 years old, you don't understand what camp is yet. You don't understand the whole idea of camp. So I think that show, which I loved as a kid, don't get me wrong, I really enjoyed it. But I thought it was a weird thing because I didn't really have access to comic books like I did the television. I was a 70s kid, you know, and that mixed with the Hanna-Barbera Super Friends cartoon, which I just thought was equally goofy. It was like Wonder Woman sitting in the air. She's got the invisible jets. Weird. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I just thought, all right, I guess this is the superhero thing. Like, it's kind of weird. There's all these adults running around in these goofy costumes. And then, you know, they're wearing all the people wearing tights. Now we got Aquaman talking to fish. And I think in the same breath, I had Star Wars and all these grounded science fiction things. And I was like, this is my bag. The other thing is weird. It wasn't until I remember the exact day. It was really weird. Like, I was looking at a spinner rack of comic books in some random drugstore. It wasn't even a comic shop. And I saw
was the shit. You could buy them everywhere.
Oh, it was so cool, dude.
Anyway.
Every supermarket checkout, right? Every drugstore.
Yep.
That's just the way it was. And I saw Iron Man and Spider-Man, I think at the same time, 2 different books. And I was like, oh, this is cool. This guy's kind of robotic armor suit. I already knew a little bit about anime at that point, and I thought it was like another kind of case of anime. And then the Peter Parker Spider-Man thing, I was like, oh, this is interesting. It's a kid set in New York. It was kind of relatable. It was a teenager. He's not powerful. This inadvertent thing happened to him and gave him these imbued him with these powers unasked for. That's when I started to realize, all right, this is more interesting than what I was originally let on to believe. And then later on discovering, like, you know, through high school, I was already super into anime. What I loved about anime was that not only did it seem more grand, I'm thinking about early anime, like, you know, I'm old, like Gatchaman, Voltron, Macross. Like, it was like, what was cool was it was all teenagers. They were fighting. It was very science fiction oriented. They were fighting these Darth Vader-like villains, robot suits, kaiju. Like, it was a different flavor. And I just was immediately, I knew it was exotic. And I think I was attracted to that. Like, you know, I already knew before I could tell you, like, this isn't made here. This is something else. This is foreign.
Yeah, because it was very violent and stuff. A lot of those
violent, mature.
Yeah.
Right. It wasn't watered down like an American action offering on TV that we had then. But what I realized was, like, that stuff was started to bleed into comic books as Image Comics was formed. And I discovered the X-Men, and I discovered X-Force and New Mutants and characters like Cable. And I was like, oh, all right, this is interesting. You know, the only other thing was, I wasn't educated. Like, I just dismissed Superman as goofy, not really knowing the story based on the way the character looked. You know, it was like he was running around in his tights and he was flying around with a cape, and it was, I don't know, and then, you know, at the same time, I already knew about Mirage Comics and Ninja Turtles, and the Max came out, and Chris and I have talked about, like, Scud the Disposable Assassin, and Mike Mignola came out with Hellboy. Like, it was like, all right, not only am I drawn to these more offbeat things visually, but the variety in the story content seems more interesting to me as, like, a Star Wars fan, and something that I would be a little more interested in. Wasn't until later in life where I kind of circled back to comics and was like, you were too dismissive of that. You didn't know enough about, you know, Superman and his alien heritage and all that kind of thing. So I appreciate it now more from my teenage years into my adult life, having learned more about it. I just think now it's come as a 50-year-old. Now it's like, it's so saturated. And I feel like there's been so many fits and starts, in particular with the DC universe. It's like, why can't there are people like Bruce Timm and other people that could really, I know, that could run this franchise And it seems like they're just not like, for instance, why haven't we had a proper, and I'm not even gonna kind of subject this specifically to DC or Marvel, but why haven't we even had a great Fantastic Four thing yet? That's weird. That we haven't had some. They're doing it now. Who's doing it?
Yeah. I don't know who's doing it. Pedro Pascal's, what's the guy's name?
Richards.
Mr. Fantastic or whatever.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
The guy in Stranger Things, Eddie Munson, is.
Eddie Munson is the thing, I think.
Human Torch. No, he's the
Oh, that's
cool.
cool.
No, you're right. Yeah, he's the Human Torch.
That's kind of cool.
The thing is all practical, not all practical, but you can see on set photos of like he's wearing a costume that they're going to amp up in CG, so it's not like all green screen like Groot and stuff. So Marvel has learned because they oversaturated their product and they've dialed back. Like Agatha All Along is on Disney Plus right now. It's really good. It's like, who the fuck is Agatha Harkness, right? It's just a D character, but it's great. And they're only doing this one movie. You know, they're really taking their time again, like they did at the beginning. And Fantastic Four looks pretty good.
That's good.
But
That's
and Herbie's in it. Herbie the robot is actually in it. From the animated series when we were kids.
That's so cool.
You know, because they couldn't do the Human Torch in the animated show because they were worried kids would set themselves on fire. Seriously, totally true. So they made Herbie.
I never knew that.
Yeah, and so New York Comic Con's happening right now, and they revealed what Herbie looks like, and he looks like a live version of what you saw in the cartoon back in the 80s.
Dude, that's amazing.
Yeah. But you know, what did you, because, you know, we had to get up Saturday mornings to watch cartoons. I mean,
hell yeah.
What did you watch then? If you thought Super Friends was goofy, I assume you thought Thundar was goofy. Like, what were you looking forward to when you woke up on a Saturday?
Jaffe, you know what I loved? And I think about a lot, and I've always wanted to do an illustration of this, and I never have. I loved, it's a weird thing, but Herculoids. I thought Herculoids was
Herculoids was awesome.
Thing. If you guys don't know what it is, because a lot of younger people won't know what it is, I thought that was perfect, but it was very short. You know, there were only so many episodes of that. If you asked me when I was 6 with the perfect
I've
action
seen
cartoon,
this.
Dude, it's
this
so
is like
good.
It looks like Hanna-Barbera or something.
I think
like the little
Hanna-Barbera.
goo boys, the two goo guys.
Yep, those are two
I
of the
remember
monsters.
this. Wow.
It's like a family of Amazons, like primitive fighting people, but it's kind of like future tech sci-fi, but they have like a bunch of monsters that are also protect them.
Now, don't tell Colin I sent you this, but I just sent you a link and I highly recommend it. But do not tell Colin.
Oh my God.
Oh, I have to look at this. But anything, really, Jaffe, and when I was a kid, anything animated, it didn't even matter what it was. As long as it wasn't puppets, which I'll talk to on a future.
Croft Super Saiyan.
Is this playing? Oh my God.
This is the Herculoids movie trailer, but it's done all with AI.
No,
but it's really cool.
What?
It's cool.
I'm saving this for later. I can't watch.
It's fucking awesome.
Am I going to be upset by this?
If you don't like AI art, but I mean, fuck, it's, you know, I love all these trailers we're getting that are bullshit trailers, but it's like, here's what Star Wars would look like for a 1950s movie. Have you seen this stuff? Oh, it's excellent.
I don't think I've seen
a lot of people hate it. I fucking love it. I think it's the coolest shit in the world. But anyway.
But I gotta say, like, I loved Super Friends. I loved the Legion, you know, what was it? The Hall of Justice and the Legion of Doom. Like, I just thought it was supposed to be silly. Like I totally misread it, I think.
Yeah, I never read the silly. Listen, if it wasn't for the Super Friends, there's a shot in God of War 1 that's directly ripped off from Apache Chief. You know, when Apache Chief would grow really big, that's when Kratos opens the Pandora's box. And the shot is exactly like, you know,
dude, that's so cool.
And when you had the Super Friend episodes that had Apache Chief and the Samurai guy, and you know, they started bringing in some sort of C-listers, but as a comic fan, it's like, oh my God, to see Firestorm animated, you know, with the hair on fire and shit. It's probably where Sweet Tooth came from. I don't know. But that shit was cool, man. I dug it. Anyway.
Dude, you know what I will say? I don't know. Chris and Brad may be too young for this, but Jaffe, I was just looking up the Batman live action, you know, the series, the Adam West series.
Oh, yeah.
Before we started. And I was looking at pictures of the cast. And something that I had remembered but forgotten, now I remember again, was like Julie Newmar, Catwoman, was not only my first crush as a kid, but just being in love with her sort of set the tone for exactly what I'm attracted to in a woman to this day. I could trace it right back to her. I'm like, that's what I want. And I'm not talking about the sexy cat suit or something. It's just the way she looked, her face, her hair, everything about it is like that defined what I was physically attracted to. Single-handedly, it's crazy how formative that stuff could be.
Oh yeah,
kid.
Mine was Farrah Fawcett and Olivia Newton-John. But that said, though, Julie Newmar's not a bad third. Although Batgirl was always my crush.
Oh, she was cute too. Yeah, she was cute. Chris, I gotta kick this one over to you, my friend. Superheroes.
Yeah. Oh,
they're
man.
dumb. Next topic. I'm too cool for that shit.
No, I think I never really got into them as a broad kind of thing. Like I never really loved the Justice League. There were elements of Batman that I really, really liked, like the animated series I thought was great. I think that was largely because of Kevin Conroy and Mark Hamill, to be quite frank. I just think their performances were just so good that it was kind of impossible to not enjoy. But I don't think I was ever really curious about Batman outside of that until like way later. I think my first real introduction, or my first real like moment of obsession, was Spider-Man. I remember seeing, and I don't even think it was like a comic or like a movie or a show. I think I went to like I would get my toys from the pharmacy because there was a pharmacy like walking distance from my apartment, and we would go to pick up like medicine or just like random stuff it was a little bit closer than the grocery store. So there was some stuff that we could get there. And they had this like weird like toy alcove, and it just happened to be all of the stuff that would inform all of my interests. It was like Spider-Man, and it was Dragon Ball, and like just like all this like very hyper specific stuff. And I was just obsessed with it. But I remember like seeing Spider-Man toys, and I remember specifically seeing like his posing, like the way that he would be drawn on the packaging and the way that he would be posed in the images. And it was like, this is a fascinating.
Which was the toy?
I don't remember specifically which one. I just remember like just any given Spider-Man. What is that?
It's a whole book called Rack Toys about all the toys they stole and sold in drugstores.
Oh, no way.
There's a whole little industry of that. And it's
fucking insane. That is insane that you have that like within reach. Like,
I'm very prepared, man. I mean, it's a great fucking book, and it's just it's amazing the shit they make. And they would make stuff. It's like, you got a license, and you had like these guys had like a science kit, and Policewoman at the time in the 70s was a hit show, so they like made a Policewoman fucking they just slapped a brand on it.
Anything went.
Yeah.
So anyway, sorry to interrupt, but I was hoping you might see the Spider-Man toy that inspired you. I'm sure it's in here.
Well, the one around the time that I was growing up, the toys around Spider-Man were branded around the animated series. So, and I remember specifically, I remember that font very, very, very explicitly, like the Spider-Man font that they used. It was so striking and cool. And I remember just seeing the character for the first time and being like, I didn't care about superheroes. I mean, my dad loved Superman. I never really got super into it. I remember seeing Batman on screen, but there was something about, I don't know, there was something about seeing their faces, like Wonder Woman kind of like in somewhat of a bikini, and then Batman with his chin hanging out, and then Superman is just him, and it's like, oh, but I put my glasses on, I'm a different person. It never really registered to me. And then I saw Spider-Man, and I was like, what is that? Because it looks like his character design is like kind of villainous. It's like kind of menacing. Like it's like the sharp eyes and like the no, like the complete anonymity and like the striking design and just the fact that it's themed after a spider. Like you think it's kind of like this edgy kind of bad guy if you're looking at it with no context. And then I just remember buying those toys because I thought they were so cool. And then I remember seeing the animated series and just being really captivated by it. Not from just like I mean, a lot of it, I will be honest, like early on was just the way that character would express himself through movement, and just the way that he would be posed, and the way that he would like contort him. Like it was just like no character moves that way. Like in any piece of fiction really ever, still to this day. Like if anybody was trying to move like Spider-Man, it would be obvious that they were trying to do it. Or if there was like a pose that was just kind of like obviously not normal, it was just like, oh, that's a Spider-Man pose. And I just remember being so struck by how unique and interesting that was. I think about something even like Marvel versus Capcom 2, which, is very specific pull. Just the way that he would stand in that game, his stance was crazy. Like I just remember being like, this is such a cool character. And then I just got sucked into that character and that world and that story. And I remember being really, really drawn to it because he's such a guilt-driven character, and he has all this power, and he's a superhero not because he necessarily wants to, but because he feels like he has to, because he's so traumatized that if he doesn't do it, what happened to him will continue to happen to other people. And there was that's a wild concept to be introduced to at I think 7 or 8 or however old I was when I first got into it. And then obviously the movie, the first Sam Raimi movie came out around that time, and they had amazing toys too, by the way. But I remember watching that first movie, and I think that really cemented it for me, because for a while, I'd seen the Batman movies, and I had seen Superman, the old Christopher Reeve Superman, and I've seen them. But it felt like, those were old movies. By the time I was, however old, and superhero movies didn't really have a good rap. You had the was there Fantastic Four? Yeah, they had Fantastic Four in the 90s, and Batman had even fallen out of favor with that Schumacher film, and so superhero movies were kind of shit. And then Spider-Man comes out, and it's fucking great. And
how
it feels
old were you when
tangible.
the first one came out?
I was, I think, 8 years old.
Oh my god! Can you imagine?
When that movie came out? And I remember, and I remember sitting in that theater and watching it and being like, "This is the most amazing thing I've ever fucking seen." Because here's this character,
of course, the Green Goblin's stupid fucking mask. But
I thought it was so sick. I thought the way I felt about the Green Goblin's costume in that movie is the way that I felt about Axel. It's I felt like this is so fucking cool. It's so, especially, dude, there are scenes where he's peeking out from behind that mask, and you see his mouth moving behind the Green Goblin mouth.
Yeah.
This is so fucking crazy.
Have you seen the test though of the animatronic mask they were going to use, but they said it was too scary?
No.
I'm glad they didn't. I don't know. I think it's iconic in its own right, and I think there's something.
Yeah, I'm sure it's great, but dumb.
It is dumb. But it's
there was some logic behind it, but I don't remember why they forced Raimi to use it. But anyway, sorry, go ahead.
I think it was just static, and I think it made for fucking sick toys. Ultimately, is what ended up being the toys for the Green Goblin were fucking awesome. His glider and it was so cool. But yeah, just that movie made him feel that movie made Spider-Man feel genuinely real to me. I was like, oh, this is possible. And that was a striking thing to me, because the Batman movies that I'd seen were very, very clearly practical effects, and it was very clearly in a time where you could only do so much. Then here comes Spider-Man, and he's moving the way he does in the cartoon, and he's moving the way he does how I imagine him to move, and he's doing these crazy. I remember specifically one that I'll remember till the day that I die, of him slingshotting through the bridge at the end of the movie where he's going to fight the Green Goblin, and he's weaving in between the girders on the bridge, and I'm like, this is incredible. And then obviously Spider-Man 2 was even better somehow, and it's just this is wild. And yeah,
you should try that
character
from Burger King.
I should. I should have. But I think Spider-Man is just such a tragic figure. He's built to suffer, but he has one of the most unique movement sets. He has one of the most unique power sets. He's just the fact that he is a kid, and that is so core to his origin, and the fact that so many of his bad guys are bad through efforts of nobility that get twisted. I think about Dr. Octopus all the time. It's I just want to make perpetual energy for everybody, and then it gets twisted. There's something so human about I think about superheroes a lot in the sense of they are kind of our modern Greek myths, these are the things that will last for a long time. This is Hercules and these Norse stories. This,
yeah, they're fairy tales.
Yeah, that's these things for this period in time. It's we're going to be talking about Spider-Man, Batman, Superman, And even just like stretching out into anime, like Goku for sure. Like I mean, it's unreal how
hell yeah
how much that character is like thrown in, has like just broken through. Like Goku himself is bigger than anime is. You know what I mean? And that's nuts. And I think Spider-Man is bigger than the concept of Spider-Man. Spider-Man and Batman are both like just bigger than the concept of superheroes. I think they just like have like, and that's mythic. A testament to them. Yeah, they're mythic. And I'm not a superhero person really. Like I don't like, I sat through the entirety of the MCU because it was like the thing to do. It was like, it was a reliable kind of, and I liked them. I didn't hate them or anything, but
yeah, they're good.
But there is something about Spider-Man that is just endlessly interesting to me, and so unique and creative. And again, that posing, man, and that striking silhouette is I can't forget that.
Are the first two Raimi films still your favorite, Chris? Where do you go with Andrew Garfield, with Tom Holland, any of the animated stuff?
I think the Tom Holland stuff has some good stuff in it. I think Andrew Garfield's a great Peter Parker. I think.
Yeah,
but those scripts are terrible. They're just like that first movie is like kind of a disaster, and the second one's like unbearably bad.
I never saw that, the second one.
You don't need to. It's really tragically horrible. But yeah, but although that movie does do one of the most iconic things ever, which is like when they kill Gwen Stacy, and like when Spider-Man kills his girlfriend trying to save her, and it's like that's a crazy fucking story to read as like a kid. I remember just being like, this is nuts. But yeah, those first two Raimi movies I think consistently get better. Like I think Willem Dafoe's performance is so brilliant to the point where like even when they brought him back for that new one, he's still the best part of it somehow. Like he kills it. Like every time he is that character so effectively. It's crazy. But I think Spider-Man 2 is that one for me where I'm just like, I've watched that movie probably 100 times.
That's incredible.
I put it on in the background. That's like my comfort movie. That is like, I know probably every line to that movie, that theme from Danny Elfman, which also such a weird fit. Danny Elfman, Sam Raimi, Spider-Man. It's just that concoction is baffling. You're going to take the Evil Dead horror guy, put him in charge of Spider-Man, and then have the guy who did Nightmare Before Christmas do the fucking theme. Okay.
And it just works.
And it's
Tobey
fucking
Maguire.
No one talks, people shit on Doctor Strange from Sam Raimi. I thought that was amazing. I don't know if I saw that one.
I love Raimi. Like I love Evil Dead. And even just like the horror moments that you see in some of those Raimi Spider-Man movies are like some of my favorite, like the Dr. Octopus scene where his tentacles are going wild and he's dragging people into the dark. There's that scene where the lady's like, her nails are like digging into the floor, and it's like, this is great. And obviously the Green Goblin talking behind the mask, and even Spider-Man 3 had some pretty good horror moments too. But like, there's Sam Raimi is that Doctor Strange movie was a visual fucking treat. I think the script is terrible. Like I would never recommend that movie for like the story, because like they clearly, I think what happened with that movie was like that movie was supposed to happen before the Spider-Man one, or like something happened where like so like they had to rewrite certain elements of the script where like it didn't quite make sense in the continuity of whatever the fuck they were doing. I didn't really care because I wasn't following it anyway. I just kind of wanted to see what Sam Raimi was gonna do. And her like contorting and crawling out of like the puddles and shit, like that's like dope. It's like it's like one of the most it's the most fun I've had watching a modern Marvel movie in a long time, just because it was like so fun to just watch from like a camera perspective and like a directorial perspective. He's great.
He's a great stylist.
I thought when he animated the corpse of the zombie Doctor Strange was insane. I just thought
dude, he's got a cape of his dead self around him, and it's like, and it's so cool and it's so sick.
Yeah.
No, Sam Raimi's great.
He's
Danny
doing a new
great.
superhero movie. I forget what it is. It might be the new Spider-Man. I have no idea. I sent you that footage when you get a moment to watch it, though, of the Green Goblin test.
Oh, I've seen it. I think it's cool, but I think
so. You like the actual mask instead of this one, even after you see this one.
I see this one, and I can't help but see like he's bald.
Well, he doesn't have the thing on yet. It's not done. This is.
I know, but it looks like, I'm not gonna say that doesn't look sick. I just think like within the within the world that Raimi built, like it kind of, you know what I mean?
Well, they said it was going to scare kids, and I imagine if you're 8 and you see this probably would give you nightmares. I mean, this is
100%.
Probably, yeah. But yeah, no, Spider-Man fan till the day I die, probably. Like that's so instrumental.
Cool. Do you like the games, Chris? Like how they handle the characters in those games?
It's weird. There's so many Spider-Man games that I feel like
the Insomniac ones.
I think they're fun video games. It's not my favorite portrayal of Spider-Man. It's my favorite portrayal of Spider-Man's like ability set in a game, I think. But like, I just I'm not a fan of the tech-oriented Spider-Man. Like, I'm not a fan of like a Spider-Man that has a lot of gadgets. Because like my interpretation of like even the Raimi movies, I particularly liked specifically because he didn't have web shooters. Like I remember I like web shooters from a game mechanic standpoint because you could do all sorts of like weird shit to them. Like I remember in the Neversoft games for PlayStation 1, you could like alter them with like fire webs and like electric webs. I remember that was cool and that's dope for a video game. But there's something about it that like it I always perceived Spider-Man's intelligence to be something that assisted him in being able to use his powers better than most people would be able to use. Like his understanding of physics would help him swing more effectively than somebody who just got bit and didn't really understand that stuff. As opposed to, oh, I'm a super genius, so yeah, I've built a fucking transmitter radio that fucking senses symbiotes. You know, there's something I never really liked the idea of. I never really liked the idea of like a super genius like Dexter's Laboratory Peter Parker because it kind of takes away from the idea that anybody could be Spider-Man. Like if Spider-Man is Spider-Man primarily because ultimately he has the web shooters and that is the defining characteristic of his moveset, that means in order for Spider-Man to exist as we understand him and in the capacity that we understand him, the spider would have had to have bitten a genius. And I don't like that. I like the idea that Spider-Man could have been anybody. I like the idea that like it could have bitten some dude and like he has the webs and he's like, what is this dude gonna do?
I think it's special because the spider happened to bite a morally really good person. I think that's why Spider-Man works but that's why I love the end of is it Far From Home or No Way Home, the last one? Where all that gets stripped away and he's swinging through New York. No one knows who he is. And he's got the old costume and all the tech is gone. And he sewed it himself in his apartment. I'm like, okay, that's a cool.
That's Spider-Man. Yeah. That's and awesome. To me, it's like, to me, what makes Spider-Man work is that he isn't like, he's a morally good character, but he like, he like specifically struggles to be that. Like he has a natural inclination. Peter Parker has a natural inclination to be selfish. Like he shows that in the beginning of like his story where he's like, I just want, I want to make money so I can impress the girl. I want to buy the car and someone's getting robbed. It's not my fucking problem. It's a very New Yorker mindset, I guess.
Yes.
But like, and the reason he is selfless is not necessarily because that's who he is. It's because he's terrified at the prospect of that happening. Like he's almost traumatized into selflessness. Which is
I don't agree. I don't agree with that.
I agree. I think that's a perfect.
I think he was raised by Uncle Ben and Aunt May, and fundamentally, he's a good dude.
He is.
And he was traumatized because he slipped, but I don't think fundamentally he would love to just let his freak flag fly.
No.
I think that's what I love about him. He's in my opinion anyway, he's a genuinely good person that happened to get lucky, even though it brings him great.
I agree, but he is also just a person, and that's what I like. Yeah. Like he does have those selfish, but I think he's kept on the straight and narrow by that guilt. I do think like he is a fundamentally good person. Obviously, I think Uncle Ben and Aunt May do that for him, but he is, I mean, you see it at the beginning of that movie and in the beginning of every single story with him. Like he's a bit of a brat. Like he's smart. He's not necessarily a dick, but he's not going to go out of his way necessarily to help people like before he's Spider-Man. That's actually something that bothers me about like the Andrew Garfield ones. Like I'm so good. It's like, not yet. Not yet. You got to learn that.
He was just a dumb teenager, right?
Yeah, he's a teenager. He's just like anybody else. Like he's not. He's just thinking about like, how can I win the science fair? You know, like he's not like. I think he is a fundamentally good person, but he's not like. I'm not saying he's evil. You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
Well, I think that's why the Venom storyline was so good when he got the costume, and it before Venom became kind of its own thing. And the last Insomniac game touched on it, but I didn't enjoy it as much as the first one, and certainly Miles I thought was a better game from those guys. Yeah. But that was the whole thing, right? It's like finally, let's stop living like this quiet version of Peter Parker. You want more. And the symbiote costume was sort of appealing to that part of him.
Because that's a part of him. And that's I think that's a human story. That's a part of everybody, I think. Like there is like a hubris in everyone. And I think like what makes that movie work. And to be fair, like when I was a kid and I saw Spider-Man 3, I really hated it. Yeah. Because it just like didn't feel like a real Spider-Man movie to me.
Yeah.
And as I've grown older, I've watched that movie again, and it feels like a really good Peter Parker movie, actually. Because like in the beginning of that movie, I remember in my head that movie was like he's a dick because of the symbiote, because the black suit makes him an asshole. And I watching it again, I was like, oh no, he's kind of an asshole before that even happens. And like it like he kisses like that. He kisses Gwen in front of like Mary Jane on stage because he's just like buying into the hype of Spider-Man. He's like performing or whatever, and he doesn't think it's a big deal. And that's before anything happens. That's before he gets corrupted by anything, because he is a person. He's subject to that like selfishness.
Yeah,
and I think that's great shit. It's good shit. Like that Spider-Man 3, I would argue, fantastic soap opera. If you watch that movie as if it's a soap opera, it's fucking amazing. As a Spider-Man movie, it's not very good. But I've grown to love that movie over time.
I have to watch that again. I've only seen it once.
Me too, and I didn't like it.
Yeah,
I saw
just
it,
once.
I should give it another chance.
I swear to you, like if you ever choose to watch that movie again, keep in mind, think about it. It's a soap opera. Like you're watching like All My Children or something. Because it's kind of fascinating, like from a character perspective. Venom still sucks, but what are you gonna do? Sam Raimi, I don't even think liked Venom. I think the studio made him do it. So
yeah, I think that was the thing. Yeah,
I have to watch that whole trilogy again. That was my thing too, Chris. I mean, I'm a lot older than you, so prior to the MCU and even prior to the Raimi, the Tobey trilogy, I think that was the attraction of Spider-Man, was like this thing of like, oh, this superhero is a ninja. It was like that ninja appeal. It's like it's a red costume, not a black costume, but it's ninja like. And I like you shouting out Marvel vs. Capcom too, because that is a very squirrely Batman.
An iconic
Spider-Man, rather.
It's an iconic dude. To this, look, I'll put it this way: I'll never be in a swimming pool and not hold onto the edge and like stand on the edge like I'm Spider-Man. Like that's like ingrained in my head now. Like, I got to do it. I got to do it.
I love that. Jaffe, I'm tossing it back to you because I think you got a little something for us at the tail end of this one, my friend.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, let's start with the last one. I have bad news, Brad.
Oh no.
Your pick, there you go, is Venom. Your superhero spirit is Venom.
I'll take that. Could be worse.
That's cool. Venom's dope.
Well, yeah, but he's bad. Well, he's kind of medium bad guy now.
Yeah.
Raygun got the worst. You're Ultron.
Oh man,
stupid robot.
Dagan, you're gonna be happy. You got one of the very best superheroes in the world. There you go. Steve Rogers, Captain America. That's
nice. Cap.
Wow. It's amazing how entertaining this is. I've been doing this on my stream. I did this with my ex-wife last night. I'm just like, oh, which one are you? It's pathetic, but it is what it is. It's my life. All right. Yes, I am satisfied, by the way. I appreciate you guys chatting superheroes.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah.
That was fun. And, by the way, shout out to another one I grew up with. Chris mentioned her briefly, but Linda Carter, Wonder Woman.
Oh, yeah.
The live actions. Yeah. That was an early crush. Again, silly, though. Magic lassos, woman's running around in her bathing suit through the mall.
Yeah.
Strange.
Was that the 70s?
70s, yeah. What about the Bionic Woman? Like the Bionic Woman?
Was not familiar with the Bionic Man or the Bionic Woman. I don't know why, because I was there.
Yeah. Did you watch Spider-Man on the Electric Company?
Of course.
Dude, that was all we had.
Dude, that's a really good point. That was my introduction to probably any superhero.
Yeah, you gotta let old people like us, be grateful for any superhero, even if it's the worst MCU movie. Like, I'll watch the Eternals because I grew up with the Electric Company Spider-Man. So
We've come a long way.
It really has.
The guys in Times Square dressed up as Spider-Man put the Electric Company Spider-Man to shame. That's how dumb the Electric Company Spider-Man was.
There was nothing educational about those skits, right?
No, there were. It was like it was reading basically because it had the comic book words came out of his mouth and his mind, and it was like he would have people stealing letters. So it's like, you stole the sandwich, the S from sandwich. Now no one can eat. Like Spider-Man has to bring the S back. Yeah.
Can I say something about that Spider-Man 2, by the way, the game?
Oh yeah.
That I don't think I've mentioned on a show before, but like I really hate the way Peter Parker's friendships are written in that game. Like there's a scene where they're like hanging out in Coney Island, and I swear to God, it feels like a fucking it feels like a Fisher Price. Like, these are not real friends. Like, they're not talking to each other like real friends. They're not talking to each other like real adults. They're not talking to each other like real New Yorkers. They're like, there's nothing about it that's authentic at all. And it bothered the shit out of me that I was like, oh, they love each other. No, they don't. I don't remember that. It was so like, I don't know. Like, if you go and watch those scenes again where they're just like, they're bantering, it is the most.
Is this Miles and his friends or Peter and Mary Jane?
Well, I think every relationship in Spider-Man 2 is written tremendously poorly, to be honest. Like, but
the Coney Island scene was who? Like Peter Parker?
That was Peter Parker,
right?
Yeah. That was Harry, Peter, and MJ. And you're meant to believe it's like that these are lifelong friends. And they talk to each other like HR is watching.
They probably are.
Yeah.
So look, I'm as progressive as you come, and I love all the progressive changes that are happening in our world, and I want to see more. But and I have no problem with consultancy companies at a theoretical level, but I do think the specific company, Sweet Baby Inc., is just not a very talented group of writers. I have no problem in the world with going, hey, let's do what we can to bring about, improvements to the way people are represented. I think that's wonderful, but do it well.
Yeah. And then also let them be people too. It's cool that, that's the thing. It's like, I am in agreement with you, right? Where it's like, I think that all that stuff is great. As I'm Puerto Rican, and it was dope as hell, like playing Miles Morales and seeing like, oh, whoa, this is kind of, I don't think I ever thought about this or cared necessarily, but it is kind of cool to see this kind of front and center in a game like this. Dope. And then in the second game, like they put the wrong flag in the apartment. Do you guys remember that?
No. I mean, but that's just a mistake. I mean,
I know it's funny though. You would have like the all
last
this
president of the United States didn't even know Puerto Rico was even related to America.
Well, I remember when he threw
the towels
at us. Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah,
but
there you go.
Yeah, I don't know. Just let them be people, I guess. Like, I don't know. Like, at least let them be authentic. That is one thing too. It's like, it's kind of amazing that we've not had. And this isn't that big of a deal necessarily, but like, it's kind of wild to me that no Spider-Man portrayal has ever given him like a New York accent, even slightly. Like, even just a slight one.
That's true. Yeah.
I'm not asking for like, hey, what are you doing? I'm not asking for that.
I'm swinging here like that.
Yeah, not like that. It would be cool to hear like a. It would be cool to hear like an AO every once in a while.
And it's just a little too ugly, Chris. No one wants to hear that outside of New York.
I'm saying slight.
Yeah,
only
just a slight. Just one.
Hey. Yeah, I'd be happy with that. That's
who's from Queens. Colin Quinn, Spider-Man.
Yeah. Props to Andrew Garfield though, because I think it was more of a joke for him. He was like, "Hey, I'm swinging here," and I was like, "Okay, all right, it's something."
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Why not? That makes sense. Comic book, I guess. Yeah.
Whatever. Yeah.
All right. And for our third topic, I hand it over to the illustrious Brad Ellis. I like this one, Brad. I don't know. It's one of those ones like, don't think we ever talked about this.
I tried to look at our docket to see if we talked about it, and I didn't see anything about it. So I was like,
no, I don't think we have.
Because this time of the year is just when a lot of this kind of starts to kick in for me. So my topic for this is traditions. And I was thinking about, I guess, maybe like rituals also that you do for things. Well, because it really got me thinking about it is, of course, it's Halloween time. So I get a little in the spirit with things. And every Halloween, I at least, for like an hour or two, I always play the original Castlevania, at least for a little bit, on Halloween specifically. So I was thinking about that, and I'm listening to certain music. Like, I was listening to Misfits a lot this month. And like some of the older AFI stuff. And I was like, yeah, just getting in the spirit, everything like that. And I was just like, man, I'm thinking about all these things I do specifically on holidays. Like, we used to go to the movies with my family every Christmas Eve or something like that. I'm just like, what kind of other weird traditions or rituals do people do? Like, for instance, if like a horror game comes out, my ritual is always like play at night only, turn off all the lights, headphones on, kind of stuff like that. I'm just kind of wondering, like, what are some, maybe not weird, but very like specific thing you guys do during the year? It could be a certain day, like your birthday. You know, you always go to a certain restaurant or whatever. You go to Benihana's or something, I don't know, for your birthday every year, something like that. Or you like holidays with your family, you guys like always play Scrabble or something like that. What's something that you guys always do for yourself, family, tradition, rituals? I don't know. Jaffe, let's start with you. What about you? What are you into?
Well, I mean, so there's two things, right? I mean, there's three things. There's tradition, there's rituals. So what I have found with tradition, and my kids are now adults, they're young adults. I love their remembrances of things that, even though I was aware somewhere in my head these were things we did regularly, you never know what's going to stick as a good memory. And so one of the things I always did when they were younger is I would wake up on Saturday mornings with them. They would watch cartoons and I would make them pancakes. And then after the cartoons, we would sit and we would eat pancakes and we would go through their book bags and we'd talk about all their stuff they brought home from, kindergarten, second grade, all this stuff like, oh, you're learning this or that, and, my oldest, she's like, that's a real fond memory for her, a real fond tradition. And what I've noticed though is it's really not about the specifics. It's about the meta of sort of what it represents, because now we don't really do that anymore. But what we do now almost every night, whether we do it in person or if we're scattered all over, like my oldest is now in Vegas, but me, my ex-wife, my son, and sometimes my daughter, we'll either in real life and sometimes it'll be on Discord because we have our own family Discord server. We just get on and we play all of the New York Times games. So we'll play Wordle and Strands is really good. The mini crossword, Spelling Bee, and there's like Connections, and then they have one called Flashback, which is like you put world events in chronological order. And we do that almost every single night, right? And that's one of those things I think that even though we're not consciously going, let's make a tradition, I have to assume when I'm gone, my ex is gone, that'll be something the kids look back and go, oh, that was a neat thing that we did, So I love traditions, like you mentioned, the movies and stuff. I mean, when my parents were here, we would go to the movies all the time on holidays. Just wonderful memories. But I think ultimately it's just spending time with people in a way that you're focused with them. So I would say that's traditions. I think in terms of things like rituals, I'm a guy, all you have to do is talk to me for 5 minutes and you'll see. I don't know if it's Tourette's. I don't know if it's OCD. It's part of the fact that I'm on ADD medication, but I have these facial tics, right? And the facial tics are, and they're not just facial tics, but I will have these little rituals and I'll know they're bullshit. Like if I can get into a headspace where I can calm down, I can logic my way out of not being forced to do them because they take a lot of energy. But I'm going to tell you one, which is going to sound batshit crazy because it is. There are times where I will have to look up at a corner of the room and I'll have to actually be looking at the corner, at least in my mind, perfectly mathematically to make sure I'm not a little off center, up, down, left, or right before I can disengage with the corner.
Oh, wow.
And it's ridiculous. It's madness. It's dumb. But you go ahead, Chris. Look, You can look at the corner.
I tried.
You can do it. Yeah, I can tell. But and there are people that actually have diagnosed OCD where it's like they are worried something bad will happen if that ritual is not performed. That's certainly not. I don't walk around thinking like the world's going to be saved if I can perceive the corner properly. It's just sort of a neurological tick that is a fucking nightmare. So on the tradition side, I'm a big fan. On the ritual side of things I feel compelled to do just because, I get my fill of that 24/7, at least as if I'm awake. And so I'm good on the ritual side, but the tradition side, I adore. I think they're important. I don't think you can really force them.
No.
I think once you have kids, you realize, like, at least for me, the first couple years, I'm like, oh, let me do that intentionally. And then you start to realize it's not about that. It's about just be with them, be present with them, do cool things with them, and something will stick. And sometimes it's things you never even thought about.
That's awesome.
And yeah, so that's my take. I love it. It's a great topic.
Do you have anything you do, like?
Hang on, I gotta look at the corner. Sorry,
check the corner. Do you have anything you do? I would say, I guess, ritualistic for like gaming or anything like that?
The only thing that comes close is I keep meaning to make a video on this because I haven't seen a lot of people talk about it, but I have this thing called lunch games. Like, I love having lunch at my desk, and I started this back when I was working in an office, but I still do it while I work from home now. Whether it's Hearthstone, Monster Train, Marvel Snap, anything, and it sounds filthy, but anything you can play with one hand.
Yeah.
Right. It is a moment in the day where I just lose myself in a mental, it's not like an action game, cause you can't eat and all, it's, you have a little time to think and process the game you're playing. I absolutely love when I have time for a lunch game, and when I was working at Bartlett Jones, everybody, when you're directing a game or directing a movie or anything, everyone's always coming at you. What about this? What about this? And it doesn't mean you're making good decisions, but you're making decisions all day long. And it wasn't like, oh, don't interrupt Jaffe, it's lunchtime, but everybody ate lunch around the same time. So I had this window of 30 to 40 minutes where I could get 2 or 3 rounds of Hearthstone in, and I'd go get my lunch and I'd sit at my desk and I would just lose myself in that. And I loved it. I loved it. And then Thanksgiving games, I think, are really, the first one I recognized as being, oh, this is a Thanksgiving game, was when Diddy Kong Racing came out. And it came out at Thanksgiving time, and it was just like, oh, that's what I played over Thanksgiving. And then a couple years later, it was Gun from Neversoft, came out at Thanksgiving time, and it was such a great Thanksgiving game because it's it's all set in the Old West, and it's wintry in the game, and snow and bruised purple skies and all that shit. So I do love a good Thanksgiving game. I'm thinking this year, maybe it's going to be Call of Duty campaign. Maybe it's going to be Metaphor Fantasio. Although I won't finish it because it's so fucking long. But there's something coming out in soon, which is one of the remaining big games that I might kind of make as my Thanksgiving game. But I love the Thanksgiving games. Not so much it's about it has to come out at Thanksgiving, but usually it does. It's like the big release or one of the big releases of the year. And it's like, ooh, it comes out November 20th. And I have this, when you make content, you never have time off anymore. Right. But I mean, back in the day, you'd be off work for 4 or 5 or 6 days. Now it's just like, oh, I'm doing a Thanksgiving special. I'm doing this, but I love that. So I'm not complaining, but, just having that time to really just lose yourself on the couch in a really cool big game. What is the big, there's something big in November, right? There's one, Stalker 2, which you guys may have played. I don't get access to previews because, are you kidding? I'm me. But Stalker 2, my understanding, the previews have been glowing from people who got to play it. So that's the big Thanksgiving thing right now that I think is going to be, what I'm playing. So what about you guys?
I love the idea of a Thanksgiving game. I've never heard someone say Thanksgiving game. I like that a lot. Everyone always says Halloween game or Christmas game usually that I'm aware of. Yeah. But Thanksgiving game, I like that. That's a good one.
Yeah, it's cozy.
Cozy. Yeah.
That's good. Dagan, let's move on to you, man. Traditions, rituals.
Man. Oh, yeah. I mean, I have this, I think it's like a 2-part thing for me. Routines and rituals. I'm really kind of a creature of habit. I mean, not always, but I find I'm much happier if I stick to my guns in terms of like laying out a routine for myself, sort of an itinerary, especially working from home. And I think, I mean, first of all, I have a very work for reward type of model in my life. Like, I love my coffee in the morning, but I won't drink my first cup until the dog is dealt with. Like, she has to be walked. We got to do our walkies. She's got to eat. Then I can make my first cup. And then I can't have my second cup until I go for my 4-mile walk, even though most of the time I really don't want to do it. Right. But I find that I'm much happier in the end and I sleep well at night because it's all about, for me, it's all about like assuaging potential guilt. My whole routine is built around that, I think. Just making sure I'm doing the right thing. Am I taking care of my health? Like, I work from home and my wife's, a teacher. So she's out of the house 5 days a week, wakes up at 5:45 in the morning. Can I really justify not making the bed? So when she gets home at 3:30, it's made. You know what I mean? Like that type of thing. My whole life is kind of built around those type of things, but it works for me. And I do find that even though if I could just break free of the laziness, I'm a terrible starter when it comes to anything, which is definitely something I identified myself as like by the time I was in my late 30s, early 40s. Like, you're just a bad starter. You're lazy on the face of things. Great work ethic once you get ahead of steam, but you gotta, you know what I mean? So yeah. I know how I work now. I'm the same at 50. There's some wisdom now. So I'm genuinely happier, but this topic has been it's really one that's like on the top of my mind and Helene's mind right now, because I'll take a page out of Jaffe's book here. I'm an aging dad with aging kids, and we really miss the traditions that it used to be easier to get the kids involved with when they were young. Just like board game night, movie night. Like, it's really like pulling teeth with my 2 teenagers. They're 14 and 17. We're going, it's 4 people in the house, 4 busy people going 4 different directions. And I got to give Helene a nod on this. I mean, she figured out these milestones that we could have these family traditions. It's much more spaced out than it used to be. It's not weekly, but we do these 2 specific things every year now. That again was Helene's brainchild that I think is really cool. And that is, come February, like Valentine's Day-ish, she plans a trip like around this time of year for February, and we fly somewhere, usually warm. Doesn't have to be far, doesn't have to be exotic, but we go away for 4, 5, 6 days, take a break from school, take a break from work, and it's built-in family time that is easier for the kids not only to be involved with, but be enthusiastic about. They're just sitting by the pool, they're on the beach somewhere. Again, it doesn't have to even be that far. You could be Florida, that type of thing. And then in the summertime when it's warm, we do a road trip together. And we've been doing this probably for like 5 or 6 years now.
Wow. Yeah.
We'll drive somewhere cool. We went to Montreal. We took a road trip to Niagara Falls as a family. We did Toronto one summer. Where else did we go? The Adirondacks. Again, it doesn't have to be that far. It could be 5-6 hours away. We went to Apple Country, upstate New York, Skinny Atlas in Cortland and stuff like that. So that's been really nice, built-in time together as a family for 4 or 5 days at a clip, but also something to look forward to. You know what I mean? Like a light at the end of the tunnel. Especially those February vacations where we fly somewhere because Christmas is over. It's kind of crazy. It's busy. We usually do the entertaining over the holidays for Christmas and New Year's. And then it's kind of like decompressing, exhaling. And then it's like, oh, you know what? By Valentine's Day, we'll be able to take another break. We could just work for these next 6 weeks, keep our noses to the grindstone. Then we'll have some built-in time together. So that's been really nice because it was a lot easier when they were young to corral everybody. Even though it's only 4 of us, it's like herding cats. You know what I mean? It's like everybody's busy with school, work, extracurricular, sports. My daughter dances. My son's in soccer. It's just like, it's nuts. So that's been a really nice way to maintain less, but still some family traditions where, the kids don't even make plans like around Valentine's Day. You're not going to be here. type of thing. And it costs a little more money. It costs a lot more money than, playing a board game around the dining room table when they were little, but it's totally worth it. You know what I mean? So that's been nice. The only thing I would like to do is try to do it a little more often. Mm-hmm. Like, can we do something 4 times a year? Where maybe it's just like the other 2, we just hop down to the Jersey Shore or something for like a built-in, like the week before Halloween or whatever kind of arbitrary date. It's like, don't make plans with your friends or your boyfriends or girlfriends or anything. Like, it's just going to be the 4 of us. And I think that's really what it comes down to. That and Jaffe could speak to this. Our oldest will be in college next year. So it's like, this is like, we have a captive audience and we're on the clock. It's like, we only have Lilia here for, she'll be going next September, probably to Georgia. So she's going to be she's applying to Syracuse too. And I secretly have my fingers crossed because it's a lot closer, but she'll probably be far away. Philly to Savannah is far. So this is the last time it's not the last time, but it's kind of the last time where they're going to be this young and we're all under the same roof together and we could kind of institute those kind of traditions and sort of instilling it for them, thinking about like when they have their own families and just kind of like that type of thing. I would like them to value, and like Jaffe said too, I thought that was really well put about like them having those fond memories, Yeah. I think that's kind of cool. I just wish I'm jealous of Jaffe because I wish I could figure out a way to make my family do those things on a weekly or weekend basis.
I was going to say, so 2 things. I mean, tech has been excellent for this, right? I mean, what we're doing now is amazing. Or being able to go into a family Discord, no matter where the kids and everybody is, and go, let's play Wordle. Let's play whatever. But what I love about, and this is only going to get better and cheaper and less obtrusive, but if you look at the Apple iVision has a thing called like something space. I've only seen videos of it. I haven't done it, but it's if I have an Apple iVision and you do, your head and shoulders, it's not like a square of your video like this. It's just your head and shoulders, almost like some kind of ghostly apparition. You can see this on YouTube, like follows you around. So you can be going to the bathroom, but you're still having, I wouldn't want to do that, but they don't know where you are, but they're spatially, they adjust to your physical space and vice versa. So, once these become glasses that are really, normalized, the idea of wherever you are in the world, you put on your glasses and it's like, hey, we're going to have family dinner every 2 weeks. And I don't really care where you are.
That's cool.
Another thing that has been good, Dagan, for like weekly, but actually nightly, my oldest doesn't participate, but my ex does and my son do. We find shows that we watch together that are really compelling, right? That we all, it's not like he picks a show and then I pick a show. It's we all are bought in on something. And so we will be like, so like right now we're watching season 4 of Only Murders. We're watching the new season of Abbott Elementary. There's like 4 or 5 shows at any given time that we're into. And that is also sort of a magnet, I think, that much more frequently than a couple of times a year pulls us because it's like, ooh, what's going to happen?
Very smart.
So we end up, it wasn't an intention. It just kind of began as a thing and it just took. So, there are ways to do it more frequently. I mean, I love it. It's one of my favorite parts of the week.
That's nice. So cool.
That is cool. Yeah. Dagan, I'm curious, growing up, with your family, with Colin and your sisters, stuff like that. Did you guys have any traditions there in that household you guys would do?
You know what I remember? I mean, really growing up in my family, and it still existed to some, my parents got divorced when I was 17. I mean, Colin was only 6, right? But the one long standing tradition that I remember that I have the best memory of is just dinner time. It was really like dinner together around the table as a family. My dad wasn't always home for dinner. I mean, he went, he was a firefighter, so he would work sometimes between the primary job and the side job. Sometimes he would be gone 3 or 4 nights at a time. So when he was home, dinner was an event, and it was going to be the 5 and eventually the 6 of us having dinner around the table together. And it is some of the most insanely fond memories I have as a kid of just like, not only the food, because my mom was a good cook, and not only being together as a family, but just laughing together. Like I remember falling on the floor laughing, whether it was something our little sister did, or something Colin did in the high chair, or something my mom said to my dad, them teasing each other. Like dinner time when growing up was really important in my house. And I know it's sad because I think Colin remembers less of it because he was so little, but that was the one long-standing tradition where it was unfortunate my dad wasn't home half the time, but my parents made sure that when he was going to be home that, everybody was at the table, everybody had dinner together. And it was like a long thing. Like everybody kind of lingered, ate dinner. My mom would clear the table. There'd be some kind of dessert, never anything fancy like Entenmann's cake or ice cream or whatever. And it was like, I remember even as a kid, like loving that camaraderie and was never bored, was never antsy to get up and go play. Like it was just really like a special thing that I valued even when I was young. And then, the other thing was like an amplified version of that was Sunday dinner at our grandma's house, which was like very, my great grandmother was an amazing cook. And it was always very Italian, very pasta sauce. Sometimes it was spaghetti and meatballs. Sometimes it was crab sauce, the bourgeois and the sauce and the sausage and the courses. And that was it wasn't every Sunday, but it was probably like 2 weeks out of the month, every other week. Because it was far. I mean, they lived 40 miles away from us. So it was a little bit of a haul. But those meal times, dinner and just family mealtime together as a family was like the one thing.
That's like Buco de Beppo's at home. I like it.
Is there anything you did, Dagan, or do now with gaming, like rituals? You've been playing games for a very long time, way back in the early days and stuff too, Jaffe as well. So I'm just curious, Dagan, anything you did and specifically you're like, okay, I got this game or whatever, I'm getting this game, I'm getting this RPG or whatever. I got to do something to prep for it or something like that. Even if you're like, I just got to clean my room or something like that.
Before I do it type of thing, like clear my plate.
Clear everything out. Yeah, just get everything nice and tidy.
You know what the only thing is now, because my video game time is so rare, it's so few and far between that I get the time to do it. I still love it. I really love video games, but I don't get that much time to play. The only thing I want to do when I'm really looking forward to a game, and whether it was playing something for my own leisure or playing something for knockback, it didn't really matter because I would just really relish it anyway, is that I want to make sure I'm not going to be disturbed. So I want to make sure the kids are taken care of. No one's got to be shuttled anywhere. I don't have to do the shopping. I walk the dog. I don't have to deal with her for another 8 hours, 6 hours, whatever it is. And that I could just have captive, Helene and I call it daddy time and I call her time mommy time. I don't know why, but that's what we call it. It's like, this is daddy time. I need this 4 hours to play. I don't want to. So as long as I could really just immerse myself without being pulled out, I don't mind waiting a week, but that's going to be my time. More so, I love movies. I love TV. I love my sort of entertainment zoning out time, but the video games in particular, maybe because it's interactive and I really want to juice it for all it's worth, that's the only thing. I just want to make sure I could be left alone. Even if it's 4 hours every 2 weeks, I just want to make sure it's not, I don't have to get up and do a million things. I don't want to be pulled out.
Yeah, I mean, I totally get that. But it's been like with me with Metaphor that came out recently. It's like, okay, I only want to play this if I know I can play like 3 hours at least or something like that without having to be bothered or anything. Because you just want to get absorbed into it and not be disturbed by constantly like phone calls or like your dog or something like that. Yeah, I think that's 100%. Totally relatable. Chris, man, I want to know about you, dude. Any rituals or any traditions you can recall or you do?
Yeah, I feel like I'm just built to kind of oppose rituals. I think like there's something about like I don't think my day to day is not predictable. Like I think chaotic. If I view it, I don't even know how to describe it, but like if my day is anything like the day before, it almost feels like a failure and I have to change it immediately. Like I have to like, there needs to be something different going on. And so like, I'll wake up at different times. I'll have like different food. Like I don't have like go-to, like this is even something that came up in like old Sacred Symbols episodes where like I think the topic of brand loyalty would come up, and like Colin, I think it was like in the subject of like shampoos and stuff, and he had an answer, and he was like, "Do you have any like go-to shampoos?" And I'm like, I just pick up the first thing that says shampoo, and it's usually not the same thing every single time, you know, like it's just entirely chaotic and entirely random. So like rituals, I'm not a big ritual guy, but traditions, I think, you know, the ones that I can think of off the top of my head that are still going on. My family, we do a New Year's celebration at my parents' house was like the Seinfeld apartment. It was like just like people kind of came in, and I remember there was a guy, I don't know how we were related or if we were. I think he might have just been like my parents' friend or something, but like his name was, I'll never forget this dude. His name was Spunky. He wore sunglasses. He had a ponytail. He wore a leather vest. And I remember he had like a beeper. So I remember the beeper specifically. And he would come in, he would raid the fridge. He would have some story about something that he was going to do. And then he left, and I wouldn't see him for weeks. And then he would come back and do the same thing all over again.
Did he have like a phrase, a catchphrase that the audience applauded whenever he said it?
No, but I remember
he's back. Yeah, he said it.
No, but I remember specifically being like, even at like a young age, I was like, there's no way Spunky's his name.
Yeah.
Like, I remember just being like, well, it's so crazy. But like that was our apartment. Like it was like the central hub for the family. And I'm sure like probably a lot of people out there could probably relate to that, either being that house themselves or just understanding what that house is for them. You know, like maybe it's their cousins or their uncles or whatever, or it's your house, you know? And so every year we would have this New Year's kind of celebration where like everybody would come over. And it would be like a lot of Spanish music. It would be like, and we have a huge family. So like it would usually be like some people are spread out throughout the house. In the living room, people are like listening to music, while the, you know, whatever the fucking New Year's thing is plays in the background on mute. And they're just like kind of conversating, or maybe they'll like break out some instruments and play. There's always Spanish music going on in the background. In the dining room, people will be playing like board games. I remember the most recent one we did was like, it's never the same board game. It's usually like a bunch of nonsense. Sometimes it's not even a board game, but like I remember this last time we tried to play a game of Risk, but we only had like 3 hours to do it. So we came up with this on the spot rule set for like, all right, this is speed Risk. And
only go after the white countries. It's faster that way.
I can't remember what it was, but like the idea was like, okay, like it's like a really streamlined, we're gonna go as fast as we can, and if you roll a double, you get to nuke any country.
That's awesome.
That's cool.
And it was just it was dumb, but like it ended the game real quick, and it was really fun and chaotic and just ridiculous. In the basement, sometimes people would like jump into VR or like video games. People would jump into like, I remember Fusion Frenzy. Some of the Dragon Ball games were like a pretty common thing.
Nice.
Halo Combat Evolved and Halo 2 were a staple, the split screen. And so it would just be like this big celebration. There would be food. My dad would make wings, and my uncle would make like empanadas that were fucking so good. That was like my food oriented holiday. Like all the family would come. It's like a potluck basically indoors.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
And, that's the big one, the big tradition that like even when I got older and I moved out to LA, I was like, maybe I won't go. And then like it turns out like I just always
go.
Yeah, I always go. It is the thing that is kind of expected. I've kind of taken up the mantle of like making the wings now, so it's kind of like a fun tradition. For Thanksgiving, that was kind of a family tradition, but I kind of like segued that into like being a friend tradition out here, where we now have Chickensgiving, because none of us like turkey. We think it's fucking lame outside of a sandwich. So we all make like it's usually just like a generalized potluck. It's not necessarily like most of it's wings. Some of it's like chicken. My friend makes chicken curry. I make wings. Some other people make other things. Sometimes mac and cheese, whatever. Like it's just a big kind of food thing. I make I brew some coquito, which is Puerto Rican kind of I don't know how to describe it. It's like an alcoholic horchata kind of like alcoholic eggnog.
Wow.
Kind of thing that is really fucking good. But it's dangerous because it just does not taste alcoholic at all. And so like people usually overdo it, but it's so fucking good. And so I make that for it. And we usually rent out a space. The first couple of days, the first couple of Chickensgivings, we just did it in our apartments or whatever. But now that we all kind of got spread out, we just kind of get an Airbnb for like a day or two, and we put on Spider-Man 1 because it is a Thanksgiving movie, and it did for some reason. Like all of us agreed, like, yeah, we're gonna watch fucking Spider-Man on Thanksgiving. What do you mean?
All you have to do is cut one scene, and it's not. But you're right. It is.
That is true.
It's a Thanksgiving. There's like, yeah, it's like, and every time it comes up, it's yeah. I had to. What is it? I had to beat an old lady with a stick to get these cranberries.
Yeah,
like we've seen that movie.
And then Norman's like licking his fingers and shit.
Yeah, he's like,
it's like, so good.
He's doing the knife thing. It's like, it's so funny. That movie means so much to all of us, and I think it's just because we're the same age. And it was like, that movie is like a wildly instrumental movie for people like of our specific age bracket for whatever reason. So like at this point, we're not even really watching it. It just becomes like karaoke for the movie. Like it's just like we know these lines from like the back of our hands, and it's a fun little tradition. We get a little sloshed on the coquito, and it's fun. But outside of that, I'm kind of like, I love Halloween. Like I love the spirit of Halloween. I've always loved it. I love the idea of just like, oh, this is a time where like anybody can just kind of be a cosplayer for like a minute, and it is fun. It's fun to just like dress up as, like, I remember I had a Spider-Man outfit. Obviously, I had a Master Chief costume that like my dad, who was like an army guy, gave me a bunch of like kind of like real props for it, like a bunch of like actual pouches, and I remember that was like so fucking fun. But as I've gotten older, like I still love a Halloween party. I love an excuse to put on a fucking stupid costume and go to an apartment and drink a little bit and just listen to fucking Monster Mash or whatever.
Yeah.
I love it. I love Halloween. Like I think Nightmare Before Christmas, Evil Dead 2, those are always like kind of like the main movie traditions. Games always changes because I feel like there's always something, especially lately. Horror has been such a well-served genre. Like I remember Dead Space, when Dead Space Remake came out. That was early in the year, but I remember being like, oh, dude, this would hit in October. Obviously, Resident Evil. And I've actually never played, obviously, Alan Wake 2 kind of recently. I'm really stoked about that new expansion, by the way. It looks like more horror-oriented. Like, this is sick.
It looks good.
But I've actually never played, at least on my machine and for like any extended period of time, Alien Isolation. So that's going to be the Halloween game.
That's on play soon too.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be going through that this Halloween. But I don't know. It's kind of general. I like I like being a part of other people's traditions more than I like necessarily. I think the only thing I ever really started on my own was like I used to throw E3 parties back.
That's an awesome tradition.
From 2011 to I think 2015, because what would happen is these were back in the days when like Xbox would go in the morning and then PlayStation would go at night, and so you would have like basically like I can't remember the exact time, but I think it was like 11 a.m. or something Eastern. The Xbox conference, or like maybe noon. I can't remember exactly, but it was early on in the day. The Xbox conference would show, and then there would be like a long period of time in between, and then the PlayStation show would start at like 6 or something. And I would just kind of have people over, and we would just eat snacks and eat pizza and like just watch the conferences and either laugh at the cringe or just like get excited or like whatever. And then like when it would be over, we would just bust out the TVs and like play like Smash, or we would play like, you know, party games, and we would more pizza, more soda. And then we would end the day with the Sony conference, and then we would, kind of dissipate. And that was a really fun tradition. I loved it. Cool. I loved throwing it. It even got to the point where like, I remember, cause I was going to school at this time, or at least early on when I started doing this. And E3 was obviously like the beginning of June, maybe sometimes the middle of June, which was the very end of the school year. So sometimes E3 would start on like maybe like the last week of school on a school day. And I remember the last couple years of high school, my parents were just like, "Oh, it's E3 day. He's just gonna come home early, like whatever." I'll never forget like E3 2010 specifically. I came home early, like I just skipped. I left. I left, and then my mom came home with like these giant pizzas.
Oh, nice, dude.
She was like, "Oh, is it the thing today?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And I'm like, And it was just like, it was a very fond memory. Like they were
so
really
cool.
they were really about it.
Sick.
And it was cool. Eventually they kind of stopped going on the same day, so it kind of fucked the entire thing. It was a lot easier when they both went on the same day because it felt like well-rounded. It felt like you could have everybody. But like if you just didn't care about one, then like it would be weird like to invite like, you know, especially at that time it was Xbox people to the nighttime show, which was the PlayStation one, which they didn't, you know. It was more cool to have a well-rounded thing. So that kind of stopped, unfortunately. But I loved throwing those.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know. Those are the ones that kind of come to mind. Obviously, I'm younger. I don't have kids or anything. Like I'd be thinking a lot more about this stuff if I had ooh, what do I want to like what do I want to like instill? But I haven't had to think about that yet. Thank God.
I love treating the E3 thing. I love anything like that could be treated like a sporting event, but it's not.
Yeah,
it's your sporting event.
Mm-hmm.
It was kind of like Comic-Con and the Super Bowl kind of thrown into the same kind of thing, because it was just like, oh, you get new news, and it's like there's like a pseudo competition going on. Like everybody's got their own like kind of like secret preference, and they're like, I'm like a PlayStation kid, or like I'm an Xbox kid, or whatever. And it was just kind of fun to like end the day with those it's like, oh, I'm excited for this. And like I'll never forget when Destiny was revealed at the Sony showcase, and they had like the spider tank drop, and I literally slid on my knees like, yes, this is sick. And I still have videos on like my Instagram like from a long time ago. I think like 2014 when like I think the game was Unravel. If you guys remember that game.
Oh yeah.
They had the guy on stage with the doll of Yarny.
Oh,
or whatever.
right. He had his little Yarny, tiny thing.
Yeah.
But the camera, and to be fair, like we were like younger. We weren't super like, the camera cut into his hands, and they were so clearly shaking because he was so nervous. And we just couldn't stop laughing. Not because we were making fun of him necessarily, but because it was just like, first of all, that's like really charming and relatable. It was like really, I kind of missed that about E3 back in the day. It was like there's something a lot more human about it. Like even just like things going wrong on stage, and things felt more tangible. Although I'm sure it was fucking nerve-wracking as fuck to do that kind of stuff. But
I loved it, but I will tell you that the giant enemy crab guy is the best, because the Yarny guy at least pulled it off. He was, everybody loved him, and everybody loved that woman who came out for Tokyo Ghostwire. She got overplayed, but she came out a lot. But the one who was like the first guy I ever saw that was really like flop sweat nervous was the giant enemy crab guy for the PS3 one.
Oh,
he was terrified. He was just like, and right here, and oh man,
dude,
he knew it was going south, right? He knew it was just nobody gave a shit about what he was showing. And then about 10 minutes later, Dylan Job from Warhawk came out, and he's a salesman, right? So he's trying to sell the motion and the DualSense 3 or whatever the fuck it was. But you can see the video online, but he's up there going like, and it's like, dude, sit down. Nobody's like, wow, that's so cool.
Dude,
so dumb.
I loved the E3 Super Bowl kind of parties. Like I loved doing that, because especially back in those days, there was so much to look. We loved the industry, and we genuinely like got excited about it. Like, dude, E3 was exciting. Like no doubt about it. Like there was always stuff that was like really exciting, but there was always those like those things that would always make us laugh. I remember specifically, and I remember these vividly because I was just in a room full of people laughing about it.
Right.
And it was such a wonderful moment. But I remember Mr. Caffeine, who I think was like a part of. Who I think
that was Ubisoft, I think.
Yeah, Dagan. This is all inside baseball kind of stuff, but like
I have to look this up. Well, I never saw Unravel. First of all, these character designs are amazing.
Yeah, no,
good game.
I never actually ended up playing that game, but like I remember it did pretty, or like people really liked it. But dude, like the Mr. Caffeine, the
Jamie Kennedy,
Racer,
looking that up.
Oh yeah, fucking
man.
Look
what's the
up
other one?
Jamie Kennedy for Activision, man. Oh boy, that's something.
Rough stuff. And just a Project Natal, like Milo, it's Milo. And fucking or like, you ever wonder what the bottom of an Avatar shoe looks like? Well, bam, they're like, I remember all of these things so vividly, because I was in a room full of people cracking the fuck, and it's a room full of people with like the most contagious laughs in the world too. So like they're etched into my brain. That was my favorite tradition. I'm really sad that like there's really no way to do that anymore because everything's so segmented and splintered off, and there's no real fanfare to it.
You can do it with the game awards. Like I will stream the game awards, and like last year it was me, Gene Park, Gaz from Septic Sauce, and a guy, literally his name is Bukaki Drive-By, and we were high as shit streaming that and eating and watching that. I mean, so you still kind of get like to watch Jeff Keighley come out and just be Jeff Keighley, who I love, but he's so Jeff Keighley. That it's just, you get a little bit of that way. I know that there are still some of those events, and we have a drinking game that whenever Phil Spencer says something that we know is a lie, it's not going to come to fruition, we'll drink and we'll get so fucking drunk because it's Phil Spencer. Like, sure, Phil, this is the year. I believe you. But it's I hear you though. E3 is for fans, like, I get it. They lament it, and it doesn't make business sense. We all know that. But even PSX that Sony was putting on for 2 years in a row, it was just, it got to the point where it's like, but we can make so much more money not doing this. But I get it was a loss. And I hope so. I know IGN just did their thing last summer. Maybe something's going to come up and
I think it's over. I think it's I feel really grateful that I got to see it. And that I got to celebrate in the way that we did, because it really was like the fact that it was an all day thing, and it was unique in that way, and I had a lot of fun doing it. But
just the fact that everything was live, the press conferences, there's no way they would do that today. None of them. There's 0% chance.
Yeah, like, no shot at all.
Yeah, like you're gonna miss a lot of those great moments, like the Konami press conference is like legendary.
1,000 troops or whatever.
Yeah, the guy with the head, you mean, where he dropped his head?
It's everything. The extreme, there was like the luchadors there. It was so awkward but so great,
insane,
man. It's so good. Like, sadly those days are kind of over, but like you, Chris, I'm glad I got to live through them because they were hilarious. It was always really exciting because it's live, something can go wrong and easily, and sometimes it's really endearing, like what was it? Like the Uncharted stuff. Like I remember that Nate fell through the floor or something like that. It's like, that's awesome. I love seeing that kind of stuff because it's like so real. They're actually doing it right now. It's so great. But everything is just the presentation now, and that's just the way it is. But I don't know. Maybe at Keighley's, you get some guy that comes up on stage yelling about Grand Theft Auto or something. It's the most you get now.
Well, I mean, that was the thing with Keighley. I understand his job. When that guy did come on stage a couple years ago, the Bill Clinton kid, there's a safety issue. I get that.
Yeah.
But short of that, I have to hope he was just joking, because it's like, dude, that was good. Everybody loves when shit goes wrong. It's like when SNL characters genuinely start laughing because they, it's like, dude, no, Keighley.
Oh yeah.
Make that shit happen. But obviously, like, keep people safe. I get it, but that stuff's fun, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So good.
And you guys don't think there could be a return to it in some form, just based on like a powerful nostalgia for it?
No.
I mean,
for a fan show, yes, but not for the same reason.
No, not like press kind of thing. Like Keighley does his Summer Game Fest thing, which I've been to, and it's cool. It's just very, very small. There's like kind of an E3 vibe to it. Not like the old E3 days where you can just walk up and play everything or whatever if there's no line, but you have to have appointments. But he does like a very small thing with like publishers there and stuff like that. But nowhere near E3 scale. I don't think that'll ever happen again.
I think you will see it online eventually. I think when you saw the pandemic, there were attempts, and there are companies that are really trying to do, and some of them have pulled it off better than others, but like networked conventions, like in virtual spaces. And I don't mean like Comic-Con when it was online where you're just watching videos, but like where you walk around with your friends and it's networked, and you don't have to like download, something on Steam Next Fest. You just walk up to the thing and you're playing it with your, that's going to become more and more and more. And so you will get that because it financially starts to make sense again. I look at something like D23, which I'm stunned D23, which if people don't know, it's the big, every 2 years, it's Disney's big convention for fans, and it's a big convention floor, and they have all the stars come and they unveil all kinds of shit. And I'm just like, I love it. but they have to be losing. It's got to be a loss leader for those guys. And it's like, why even do it? Because you have the internet. So I think there's money in the hills for fan base shows, but yeah, where the whole industry needed it, there's just no need for it anymore. And I think that's a shame, but we'll get something else in its place, I think.
Yeah, I personally never cared to, like, it was cool to go to, I went to E3 one year, and that was like a really cool thing to finally do. It was like a kind of like a cross off the bucket list kind of thing, because I'd been celebrating this thing for so long that to go was really cool. But undoubtedly, like, watching from home was way more fun.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know if we're never going to get those, like, live press conferences again, which was like my favorite thing about it. It was just like watching people on stage talk and like flub their lines, and some guy comes out with a Halo 2 tattoo, and it's just insane. Like, but yeah, I don't know. Those are the I miss that, but those are the traditions that I think about. Like, I think the only thing that I kind of only just remembered is that, like, although I haven't done it, I didn't do it last year, was like I usually boot up the original Oddworld every October because, like, I love the vibe of that game, and it's like very, very spooky, but it's like kind of, it's not a horror game necessarily. It's just kind of like eerie, and I love that about it. But that's the only the gaming one that I could think of.
That's a good one.
Yeah, that was a good one. Nice.
Yeah. Oh no! And I remember this is only 2 years that this happened, but like I remember. Do you guys remember Phantasy Star Online?
Of course.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So on the 360, they had a demo of Phantasy Star Online that you could kind of like log into for free, and it was just like I think it was like maybe like a dungeon and like maybe a playable space, and then the social hub, like the tower or whatever the hell it was called. And for like 2 years, maybe 3 years, every New Year's, just before I would go downstairs and kind of like join my family, so like 6 p.m., me and my friends would log in, join the Phantasy Star online servers, and just like look around for absolute psychos. And there was always, and I remember specifically like one year we hit the jackpot. Because we just found an entire like server or whatever that was just full of people just trying to like hook up. It was just a bunch of people, like, it was like literally just people hitting on each other, like ASL, and like, you know what I mean? Like, here's my info or whatever, like email with like, oh, your character's so hot. It was the funniest. It was so goddamn hilarious. I think it was like the second year that we did it, and the next year we were like, we have to do this every single year just to see if they're still here, still looking on Phantasy Star Online, the demo version. Like, it's crazy.
That's awesome.
There's one guy left. Everybody else hooked up, and he's like, somebody please.
Yeah,
someone, anyone. But yeah, that was a brief one. It didn't last long, but
that's cool though.
That is amazing. I think they had big problems with that up in Canada. I had a friend, I think he was Canadian. I think he was out in Vancouver, I want to say. And so he stopped, like, he was addicted to it. He stopped going to work. He was just so immersed in Phantasy Star Online. That was like what Chris is saying too. Like, I remember, like, that was known for like early weeb shit, getting up to all kinds of weird stuff on there. Yeah. I remember being known for that. And I was just, of course I'm old, so I'm thinking about Phantasy Star, like, you know what I mean? It's like besmirching Phantasy Star, like what? System,
No, now it's just a horny chat room. It's so, dude, it was so fun. I'm sad that, like, I mean, obviously, like, there's nothing you can do about it, but like, I'm really bummed out that like the 360 and consoles of that era didn't have like screenshot functions, because, dude, like, it was so damn funny. Some of the messages, I can't remember them vividly, really. I just remember like I just remember laughing and like feeling like unrivaled joy seeing some of these messages. Iconic
There's a
stuff.
thread on NeoGAF this week about things today gamer kids will never get to experience, and one of them was like, going on Uno on the Xbox 360 with the camera.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that was, and people who were watching the chat, because we were talking about, were like, what happened? I'm just like, dude, it was just dicks all the way down.
Yeah, it was like the original Omegle.
Yeah.
It's a mess. That game was awesome, by the way.
I'm trying to get like a wild card here. I don't need to see your nuts and berries, baby. Your twigs and berries. Can we please, let me just...
It was like a Motorola Razr quality camera too. That's why it's so goddamn funny. It was almost like it wasn't really nudity. It was so abstract. But like, dude, I loved that original Uno game, by the way. I don't think I ever saw any. I don't think I ever played with anybody with like a because I think I just played with my friends. Really, we would join an Xbox Live party and we would play. But I loved.
No, you go in randomly. You're seeing buttholes and everything. It's just like what you know. All right.
There's that famous video that I love where like. It might be like a pre-written bit or whatever, but I don't care because it's so good. Where it's like that guy's like, oh, let's play Uno or whatever, and the guy's like, I don't have Uno. I have the oldest Xbox known to man. And then he goes like, no, and it's like this whole argument about like, no, you have Uno. It came with your console. He's like, no, I've got the older one. It's like everyone has it. You have Uno, and they're screaming at each other, but it's like through the Xbox 360 mics.
Oh,
and so
awesome.
which makes it it just. You've never seen that video?
I've never seen that. No.
Dude, that is an iconic because it's just this those Xbox. Every argument that has ever taken place is infinitely funnier if placed through those microphones. There's something about what it does to the voice and what it does to like high pitches and like when it peaks.
Just blows out.
Like I have like on my Discord server. There's like it's just for like really cool. It's just there's like 7 people in it. It's like a really small kind of thing. But like I have a voice channel. That specifically lowers the bit rate all the way down, so it sounds like those headsets. And it's every conversation is infinitely funnier through that micro.
I want to watch the Trump Kamala debate with that.
Yeah, that might be.
Dude, it is. It would undoubtedly because I've seen some videos of like recent people like or like people getting into arguments online on Xbox or whatever, and it's just it's not as funny. Like it's not as funny as that like crushed as that crushed waveform.
Yeah, too much fidelity.
It was a moment in time.
Slightly better than the Game Boy camera,
Yeah.
Jesus.
What do you think, Brad? You satisfied with this?
Yeah.
Brad is satisfied, but I am not. I have a couple of follow-ups. If I may.
Okay.
Please,
very quickly,
course.
very, very quickly.
No.
Nobody liked this idea when I threw it out on the internet a while ago, but I loved even though I think #blood is going to take over Costume Quest for me as like the Halloween, perennial.
Oh,
I loved Costume Quest.
Yeah, me too. And I love the second one too. And I was like, I like the idea of forced scarcity when it comes to certain traditions. Like, back in the day, if you wanted to watch It's the Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown, you had to wait for it to fucking come on CBS. And it was a one-shot deal. I always wanted them to take like Costume Quest and say, it's free, but you can only play it in October. Or you can only play it for the week of Halloween and that's it. And so I just think things like that, even though it's like, why would you do that? Because you could make money all year. I know, but it's cool. It'd be cool that everybody's talking about Costume Quest because you get 4 days of the year to play it. Anyway, that's A. B, here's something racist. It's a question. Because you mentioned Puerto Rico and Spanish. When people mention Spanish and Mexican, I know there's like Portugal and there's Spain and there's Puerto Rico and there's Mexico. Like, is it fair to ask that there's still a similarity culturally amongst a lot of those, or no?
I mean, it would be hard to say because I'm just one. Like I don't know.
It's probably a racist question. The point is this. Dagan mentioning Italian, I was, my dad was Jewish, my mom wasn't, but we were raised Jewish. You talking about sort of Spanish culture. We have a couple of Mexican families that live next door, and you were talking about these parties that you had. And, it's so joyous. Like, I'm not romanticizing their culture, but there are these cultures, and, Mexican culture is one of them, at least in Southern California, where when they get together for whatever reason, like maybe 4 or 5 times a year, they'll just go all night on their balconies and in their backyard and stuff. And it's like, it is so warm, and it reminds me of like a lot of people sitting around the table, as the Jews in Friday night dinner and arguing, or Colin talking about Italian dinners or whatever. And it makes me wonder about WASP people. Like, are they the only like group that, because I never, is that just a cliche, or is it like, if you're like Protestant in America, it's like the American Beauty House. Nobody really says anything. You eat, and it's like dinner noises of forks on plates and shit. And then you just kind of like, okay, well, excuse me, I'm going to go up to my room. I mean, right? I mean, I'm just asking. I'm not making an insult. I'm just saying that, is that an accurate read of sort of white traditional American culture?
I think you're onto something, Jaffe. I mean, I grew up on Long Island where it seemed like everybody was Italian, Jewish, Black, or Puerto Rican. Right. And then I grew up with a lot of Indian kids. I grew up with a bunch of Afghani refugees. Like it was a real melting pot in New York. So lots of culture, lots of food, the cuisine, the parties, the traditions, all that kind of thing. I didn't really know a lot of WASPy people until I moved to the Philly suburbs. And I don't know and some of my neighbors are, really just fit that. Not everybody, but a lot of people do fit that description. And it is a much more, it's much, it just seems like a little.
Bradley, Bradley, you look like the whitest among us.
Yeah.
What are you?
A little less flavor.
You're just kind of a white guy?
I'm very European, all my stuff. Like,
so what is your family?
Mostly United. I don't know. We've been here since I think the 1600s or something. Like my family's been in the America for a very long time.
Wow. Oh, so you guys own people.
Wild.
Okay.
No, we actually didn't own any because we were mostly from the north. I don't think we had any in the south.
Right. So what is your family dynamic like? Do you notice a difference when you hear cultures like Dagan's or Chris's and stuff, or you're like, no, it's the same with everybody?
I don't know. It just depends on, because I've known families that are, whatever traditional white family or something like that. It's just different. It's just the dynamic of the family. It's not necessarily the race or anything like that.
Yeah.
In terms of gatherings for
by the way, when I say race, I'm talking the cultural. I'm not saying.
I mean, the culture is just mostly a lot of it is, I don't know. It's just because we're my family, we don't say we're Italian or we're Italian descent or something like that. You know what I mean? We just, or people like us, or just I don't know. It's just mostly dependent on the dynamic of the family. It wasn't necessarily anything. I knew people, growing up in where I grew up, and there's a lot of Asian families and a lot of Middle Eastern families, and a lot of them act very different. Some would do a lot of these kind of party things you guys are saying all night, but some would just do a couple hours. It just depended on the family. It wasn't necessarily a cultural thing, I guess. Maybe to some people it is. It's just kind of, I guess, where you grew up and the dynamic of the family.
Right. That makes sense. And it's easy to romanticize.
It's the dynamic of the family and the dynamic of the community, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
And also I think there's transitionary periods too. I think for a while, my family was very, very or my immediate family was very, very people were over all the time. And then at some point, I think early high school, it kind of slowed. It became a little bit more okay, we're gonna we're gonna sit at the table. It's just gonna be the immediate people. We're gonna sit and we're just gonna have what did you do today kind of dinner. And then eventually that kind of lapses and goes back into what it was before. Yeah. But I think it always kind of shifts based on what's
going on in people's lives and everything like that. Whatever,
who's around, who moved,
exactly.
Who came back. I remember once, because when high school started for me, I think because they became a little bit more, my family became a little bit more cognizant of okay, he's a teenager, he's gonna want to, be off by himself doing a bunch of stuff. Let's try and get some, time in.
Sure.
And I remember when my sister moved she moved to Arizona when I was really, really young. And when she came back, in 2009 or something, that's when everything, it started to go back to the way it used to be, where it's suddenly it was everybody coming in and there was always something going on. And hey, you want to go check out this abandoned asylum? And it's okay. It got crazy. It got crazy.
I do.
Again.
That sounds
awesome. Yeah, it was. Yeah. It was really cool. But it just kind of, I don't know. It really does depend.
I was just curious because Okay, my last thing on this, I just want to ask or mention, and again, I know that I believe, I could be wrong, but I assume that most of y'all's content on the internet is video or pre-recorded. I don't know if you guys do a lot of streaming, but the vast majority of my stuff is streaming. And I just want to say, for anybody listening, because all of these stories that we've told, and I think these have been some great topics, and I love the tradition topic, and I love hearing about y'all's traditions and stuff, but I have to imagine there are people listening who don't have that, either because they didn't come up with it, or they're in a place in their life right now where they're not connected with a lot of people. And it I don't know, I'm just real sensitive to that, because I think, if you're out there listening, give it time. It'll happen for you if you want it to. And more importantly, I was going to say, not more importantly, it's not anywhere near as important, but that is one of the things I do love about streaming. And that's why I do a Thanksgiving Day stream. I do a Christmas Day stream. I do a Halloween stream. because I love it. I love streaming, but I also do it because I know there are people out there that are, for the time being, the community online is their family. And I think that's a great thing that we can provide and support and trumpet. And so, just be aware that you don't have to like my content, but there are a lot of people out there that are, have some nice communities online. And if you're feeling like you want to watch Keely's show with somebody, or you want to, tune in and talk horror video games on the Halloween special, I certainly provide it, and a lot of other people provide it too. So that's all I want to say.
Traditions have to ultimately start somewhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they don't just kind of
start your own.
So you start your own. That's what I mean. I was very like, when I started that E3 tradition, I was very like, I was very much like, I wouldn't say like necessarily a homebody. I think I wanted to go out and do stuff, but I think I was just more comfortable at home and not being super social. I eventually broke out of that at some point, but like, that was like an early attempt for me to be like, all right, I think I'm really into this thing. I'm friends at school, at least loosely, with people who are kind of into this stuff. Let me try something. And it ended up being like a whole, like, people still, like my friends still ask me when I'm going to do it again. And I'm just like, they don't do it anymore. Like I have to tell them because they themselves, like the only reason they paid attention at all was because of the stuff, because I threw the parties. Dude, what's funny? I actually remember the last one I threw, Keemstar showed up.
Oh wow! No way.
I just forgot that actually.
That's funny.
It was 2018. Dude. That was the one where Sony did the weird.
The tent.
The 4 games. 4 games and like the concert.
Yeah,
we were all just like, "What the
was
fuck
losing
is
his
going
shit,
on,
man?" Yeah.
What the hell is this? And then like,
you would never assume a flute guy would get a lot of strawberry vagina, but that motherfucker must get lots of fucking vagina.
Oh my god!
Because he's up there just losing his fucking mind playing the flute, and you're like, what else could he do with those lips? That's what the ladies are thinking. That's what they're thinking.
Who's
like
the
Jethro
classic
Tull.
rock flute guy?
Jethro
Yanni?
No, not Yanni. Wait, older than that.
There's a classic rock flute guy?
Yeah.
Is it not Jethro Tull?
Yes, Jethro Tull.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I don't even know why I know that.
Yeah, why do you?
I had no idea Jethro Tull played the flute.
I think it was Jethro Tull.
Is that a band or a guy? Is his name Jethro Tull? I thought that was a band.
No, it's a band.
Oh, okay.
Isn't it? Yeah.
I don't know.
So there's a guy in the band.
I'll look it up.
Now
I could be wrong about this.
I don't know why I know Jethro Tull's name at all.
VH1.
They're like a famous 70s thing, but I don't even know what they've done.
70s, yeah, definitely 70s.
Like, what's their big hit? What was their big?
I'd have to look it up. I do know how to spell it. That should count for something.
Not much. A little bit.
Jethro Tull.
Yeah, his name's Ian Anderson, the guy.
That rocks the flute?
Yeah.
Okay.
But so Keemstar shows up while you guys are watching the flautist and the
I can't remember, like, it was obviously 2018. It was around like the time that I was like, it was about 2.5-3 years into my time in LA, and so I it was still mostly like close friends stuff, people that I've known for a long time, but like there were some content people there, like very like people that I knew a little bit. And I remember somebody was like, hey, I'm coming. I'm heading over. My friend wants to come. Can he come? And I was like, I guess. I don't know. Whatever. I don't care. And then he showed up, and I was like, I think I'm not going to do this anymore.
At least it wasn't. You could have rolled a boogie. You could have had boogie in there.
I know. Oh my god. Oh jeez.
Well, Jaffe, you got me thinking about this now with the neighbors that I didn't grow up with, and you know what it comes down to? I think it's a lack. It's more quiet. It's more reserved. There's definitely a lack of crazy that we're not using. Like a family gathering was usually joyous, but a fight could break out back then and now. Like a family or your family could get into an argument. Doesn't matter if it's inside. Doesn't matter if it's outside. Very loud, not impolite, but passionate. You know what I mean? Yeah. I used to think when I moved out here. When we moved to the suburbs out here, and it was noticeably different, plenty of Irish, plenty of Italians, still that kind of thing, but people that I definitely wasn't around when I was young, definitely different. And then I realized, like, how can they be this reserved? How can they be this polite? It's just that they're not wearing their hearts on their sleeves like what I grew up with. Like, Irish wakes, people were fighting in the park. My dad was like, he never went to a wake where people didn't get in fistfights in the parking lot. That was just the way it was at an Irish wake. These people are they're keeping it behind closed doors. It's more polite. It's more mannered.
Very unhealthy though. Oh, it's just.
You think so? I don't know which one is unhealthy and which one isn't.
Well, I mean, again, you don't want radical honesty to the point that, oh, hi, Patricia, you look like a whore tonight. I mean, you don't want that, but I do think that culturally we have grown from that sense of, oh, don't let anyone know. We have to present as perfect. I think the mental health problems have caught up with enough families to recognize that everybody's got their weird fucking shit happening in their family. And it doesn't mean you want to advertise it. That's your own business if you choose to share it with the world or not. But I think the idea of, like, my mom, even though we were a very boisterous family, my mom was very much about, well, the worst thing you could do is publicly have somebody judging her negatively. She just did not. It was a very uncomfortable place for her.
Yeah, yeah.
And now it's just like, judge me. I got things to do. And I'm not gonna pretend for you, because it'll rot the essence of what I am. And I don't think that's a special thing about, I'm not saying that's a me thing. I think that's a culture thing. We've, in the last 20 years, 30 years, I think we've gotten wise to the fact that sort of keeping up appearances is not really the best way to live your life, at least at the level people were doing it.
Yeah, because the whole bottling, keeping things bottled up and all that sort of thing, right?
Yeah.
Definitely didn't grow up like that. It was like everybody was arguing, everybody was getting into confrontations. It was, it was passionate. It was like what you hear about the Spanish, it's passionate.
And there was love there because of it. And I think, and again, you can romanticize it, but I also think that there are still people today that when you come in contact with them, and that's why I'm such a divisive human for a lot of people, because it's not that I don't mean what I say. It's just that I'm like, dude, I'm just into the conversation right now. And as soon as it's over, unless you've really done something bad, we can still be pals. We don't have to agree on almost anything. We're still trying to get through the day and have the human experience, right?
Yeah.
But some people are just, they will shut you out, which is their prerogative, because they're like, I'm not used to that. And I don't like that. And that makes me very uncomfortable. And I totally respect that. But I don't want to change to make them comfortable. I just would be like, I guess we're not going to hang out as much. That's fine.
That's yeah. You know who's for you.
My family, I feel like, is like I don't know. Like, I remember there would be arguments, or like there would be like passionate conversation or like debates, but like it never felt like when I was growing up. It just felt like I was in a family full of it felt like everybody was like a comedian or something. It just felt like everybody was like kind of like chuckling through everything, or like they would just like specifically just try to fuck with you, or like it was all just kind of light. Even when the conversation would get heavy, it was always like there was always this like tinge of like
sarcasm, right, Chris?
Yeah, it's very sarcastic.
There's not. Yeah, I think that might be the key thing that's not there. The sarcasm.
Your dad would tuck you in and say, "Oh, Chris, I love you," with the air quotes.
Air quotes.
Dude, my dad. I'm really fortunate. Like, I feel like I hear a lot of stories about like people's like relationships. I really feel fortunate about my relationship with my family. Like, I think it's pretty healthy, and like I love my parents. That's awesome. I have like a great respect for them. But like they're fucking crazy, like for sure. Like I remember specifically. Crazy. I remember there was one time where I was like 9 or like maybe 8, maybe even a little bit younger. But like I remember like we walked to like the pizza place to get a slice, and then it was like down the street, and I remember running kind of ahead of my dad, and my dad just like hid. He just hid in like a store. Like he ran to a store and just watched me. Like, and I turned around and my dad was gone, and I was like freaking the fuck out.
Oh, jeez.
I was like, my dad's gone. And then he was like, he walked out. He's like, he just, oh, hi, I gotcha. And I'm like, oh, thanks.
It's like $5,000 in therapy.
I'm traumatized. Yeah.
That wasn't that crazy. That didn't stick. It's just like, there's a very like fuck with you kind of thing going on with my family. You know, that's like, it's fun because then like I remember my dad gaslit my nephew into thinking that hot dogs grew on trees when he was like a little kid. And he believed it for a really long, like an awkwardly long time, like to the point where like he was corrected on it in like a setting that was like mega embarrassing. And then he came home and he was like, I can't believe I believed you. It's like, that's your fault.
That's awesome.
I want you to Google Stockholm syndrome for me, Chris.
That's a future topic.
Yeah,
dude, I am absolutely going to do that. To like, undoubtedly, like that's one of the most fun things to do to like.
You have
to. A 3-year-old is just convince them of nonsense and just watch them like wholeheartedly. But it's a little fucked up.
Or like, religious people. Either one, it's the same thing. What? Yeah. Nothing. I didn't say that.
I got that from Calvin and Hobbes when I was still in high school. Calvin's dad used to do that to him all the time. And the mom used to try to call him out, but sometimes the mom wasn't there. And I vowed to myself at that point that I would do that with my kids. Because it's kind of, you can't resist it. Maybe it's potentially harmful, but
it's probably not
the comedy
a good
is
idea,
irresistible.
But it is just like, they're so uniquely gullible.
Yes.
That like, how do you not?
How can
you kind of got to a little.
Like, I remember there was a kid at school who like, he was like, I think 3 grades younger than me. And he would kind of hang around me after school, because I would always stay after school because my parents were working late and I lived like out of range of the bus. So I would just do like my homework at school after school or whatever. There's a bunch of kids. And I convinced him that I was like from another dimension and I was going to destroy the world at the end of the school year. And he really believed it. Like he earnestly like was terrified.
What's wrong with this?
He was, and I was just like, I can't believe he believes this.
Yeah, dad leaving me in the store did nothing. It didn't affect me at all. What? Although I told both my kids about 5 years ago that North Korea had successfully launched a nuke and it was headed our way.
Oh my gosh!
But it was on April Fool's Day. So once they got it,
all right.
But it went. I let it go for about 20 minutes.
Oh my god!
10 minutes, whatever.
That is hilarious. I think I saw something on Instagram yesterday. I forgot to tell somebody about this. A girl pretended that she got pulled over for speeding. And she called her dad and said, "Dad, I got pulled over for speeding, but I told the cop that you had fallen and I had to rush home."
Oh, yeah.
So she sets up this whole thing.
I've seen this. Yeah.
To make her dad think that this happened. She gets home. The dad's laying on the bottom of the stairs upside down on his head because she thinks she's going to come in there with the cop. But the whole thing was a gag. She was just pulling his arm.
That's really funny.
That's a good dad.
I was like, that is amazing.
Yeah,
why couldn't he just pretend he was injured? Why did he still have to be down?
He's a method actor, you know. It's like
brilliant. Just brilliant.
Yeah.
What do you think? You guys good with this one?
Yeah. Feeling good.
Fun one. Guys, I'm just gonna bring this baby home with a little topic I've been thinking of. And I emailed you guys about it. Hometown pride. Now, like I said in my email, maybe it's where you're from. Maybe it's where you're at. Maybe you're still at where you're from. It doesn't, whatever. Where, why, is it learned? What makes this place so great? Is it actually that great? Or is this all in your head? Are you a little biased? I'll tell you where this came from. Not the best experience. A listener, friend of mine, DM me, I think I want to say. Maybe it was a comment on a tweet. I'm not sure. But he's from Philly. And he told me that Philly doesn't claim me. And I was a little hurt.
Whoa.
I was a little offended by that. And then I started to think, because I'm kind of operating on 2 fronts all the time anyway. I have this identity crisis because I'm from New York. I have pride in being from Long Island, but I moved here when I was 20 and I'm 50. So I spent a lot of time here. And then I was like, well, if we're kind of like, I'm a rule guy. So it's like, maybe there's a rule. If let's say you're 14 years old, right? And you moved to Wyoming when you were 6 from somewhere else. Are you because you spent more than half your life in a place? Now, I think if you spent more than half your life in a place, you could claim it. So this 14-year-old in Wyoming has been there for 8 years. He could claim it, right? I think that's kind of a good rule.
So can you not be both? Is what you're saying?
Can you? Well, that's the thing. I want to hit you guys with that. Can you be from both? Can you have hometown pride in 2 places? And it's weird because I think with me, and Helene now having older kids. And we always said, we'll kind of end up, we have 2 kids, so it's tricky, but we'll probably want to be near them. So if they decide to go somewhere, we'll be near them. And it's tricky because will they be together? Do we choose one? Do we choose the other? And then about 6 months ago, I would say Helene and I kind of looked at each other and realized like we never really want to leave, whether it's Bucks County, the Philadelphia suburbs, being close to the Jersey Shore. That's a place that's really important to us. Like, will we ever leave?
Mm-hmm.
We love this place. I love my city being Philly. You know what I mean? It's 30 miles away. I love that town. So and I think with me, it's weird because although I'm from Long Island, I'm from the suburbs, I never really felt a strong attachment or affinity for Manhattan. As much as I love New York and as much as I spent most of my career there, I never really felt at home in Manhattan. I don't know what it was. It's too big. It's too intimidating. Although I spent countless hours there, many years working there, especially in Midtown Manhattan. And I spent 5 years in Philadelphia. And for some reason, that was enough to really form a bond with that town. You know what I mean? I spent my college years there, all 5 years, different neighborhoods, different roommates, different apartments, but really kind of formed a bond with Philly. I think it was just, I don't know if it's the size of Philly. It's a little more manageable. I was just able to really kind of form a relationship with that town where I felt like I belong there, So that's it. I mean, I have a lot of home. It's weird for me though, because I'm a New York sports fan, diehard Yankees fan, hate Philadelphia sports, love the city, hate the sports, big sports town. Not easy, So that's it. I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. I think about this a lot because I'm in a place where I'm probably going to spend a lot more time and I really love it, but it's really not the place I was born and raised, Although I think there's something about, and Jaffe might be able to speak to this too. I think there is something about where your kids are from that helps you form an extra special bond to it, because I feel like I have a right to this place because this is where my kids are from. So of course it's important to me, So I want to start with you, Chris, because you're somebody, born and raised in New York, living on the opposite side of the country. You probably think about this. I'll kick it over to you first.
Yeah, I mean, it's strange. New York is I love New York. I think I think I have very, very fond memories in New York. Obviously, my entire family's there. There's a comfort there that's kind of hard to come by anywhere else. For me, but also like growing up in like the late 90s, early 2000s, you can't help but notice that New York just kind of, I mean, dude, I really thought that New York was just the United States for like a really long time. Like, because it seems to be like where everything is. Like, it seems to be like it's where all the biggest shows are happening. It's where Friends and Seinfeld is happening. It's where all the superheroes are. It's where
hot
like
dogs
so much
grow on trees in New York.
Yeah, exactly. It just felt like, and even just from like a seasonal perspective, like, oh, okay, so like you get all the seasons and there's like wilderness and there's it feels so, it just kind of feels like the main character in some way that it's kind of hard to even conceptualize that there even are other places until you really kind of travel and get out of it. And it's very easy to get trapped in the orbit of New York because like what else does there need to be when you're there? And so like, yeah, I mean, I have a lot of affinity for it. I think it's such a weird place with so much history. I think like whenever I think about New York, I think about all the types of music. I think about like the garage rock that came out. I think about like the Strokes. I think about Frank Sinatra. I think about like all that swing music and jazz and, obviously like old school, like East Coast hip hop and just so much of it.
Why did you move to SoCal?
Well, I mean, I moved largely because like I remember in like 2014, 2015, I had a couple of things happen. So first of all, I dropped out of college because I was just like, I hate it. I hate doing this. I feel like I'm wasting a lot of money doing this. I'm a creative person. I know I'm not a mathematically minded dude. I'm not a person who jives well with structure. If I did somehow nail a 9-to-5 standard job, I would probably blow my goddamn brains out. There's no future for me there. And so like I felt like it was a more valid use of my time to like kind of pursue certain skill sets in the creative space that I thought would just kind of like eventually, even if I was not making any money in the short term, would eventually lead to something. I kind of had this inclination. Even in high school, I remember feeling like, I don't know. I don't know if I really need to go to college for what I want to do and for what I want to excel at. And if I can't do what I want to excel at, then there's, at that point, like, whatever, who cares? I'll get a job fucking, you know, at Sears or whatever, which I did for a while. But I remember in 2014 or 2015, early 2015, I went and underwent, I did surgery. I had surgery for like a swollen lymph node that like there was, and this is the second time I had done it too, by the way. Like I did it like 10 years prior.
Oh, wow.
And I remember just kind of thinking, it's like, that's fucking weird that it's happening again 10 years later. What the fuck is that? And I remember just kind of genuinely feeling like, oh, is this like, because obviously like you're that age, you have access to the internet, you look up shit, you see the worst shit possible. Like I was kind of convinced that like it was kind of, you know, dire. And it freaked me the fuck out. And so I think around Christmas time, 2015, maybe even early 2016, I wish I could remember exactly. It was like that around that time. I got the news back that it was fine. It was nothing to be concerned about or whatever. But I just kind of had this feeling, it's like, can't get a job out here. Like I just felt like everything was ending. And I thought, like, was I satisfied with that? And I was just like, not really. And so I just kind of meandered around for a while. And then a friend of mine, who I'd grown up alongside all of high school, I spent with him, reached out to me and he was like, hey, on a whim, I put in a transfer to Los Angeles. A couple of our friends had gone previously. They'd moved. Do you want to drive with me in 2 weeks to move to Los Angeles?
Wow.
And I was like, I don't got really anything going on here. You know, like I can't get a job. I've applied to every place like 5 times. It's like, because where I was living at that point was like a small town. So like it just kind of seemed pointless to continue to apply. So I was like, yeah, fuck it, I'll go. And so that's why. And now I just have like a whole circle out here and I have like all my friends out here and it's like, it's a whole different thing. And to be fair, I don't like LA proper, like the city of LA. I like going into like Koreatown and stuff like that for like the occasional like karaoke thing, or like maybe there's like a celebration, or like maybe there's something going on. It's like I don't mind that. But I actually do like the surrounding areas quite a bit. Like I like Burbank a great deal. It does feel like a mini New York where it's very walkable. It's I don't need a car. Everything's kind of within reach. The weather is really, really nice. And especially now that global warming is getting crazy, you're starting to get a little bit more seasonal variation. So it's chilly out here now. I can wear my jackets, which is nice.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
So I don't know. I feel a multitude of ways. I love New York. I love the grit there. I love that it's a place where people are kind but not nice. And I think I kind of appreciate that in some way.
That's well said.
Because I've been to places where it's kind of the opposite, where people are nice but not kind. And I think generally I kind of prefer the alternative. And I'm not even saying that LA is like that, by the way. Like I think some people would say that, but I think LA's too transplant oriented. There's so many people from all over the place that it's really it's difficult to get a sense of like what LA's really like.
Yeah.
Because you meet everybody. You meet every type of person. But I have great pride in New York. I love it. Obviously, as a kid growing up there, it was like a hugely influential place. It was represented everywhere. 9/11 probably has something to do with it as well. Like I remember being like very, very young at that time. I was like 7. And so that was like a really kind of coalescing kind of thing. I think that was probably one of the things that struck me in that first Spider-Man movie, actually. It's like that really cheesy fucking, it's super cheesy now, but like, I don't know. There's something about it that's like
the
special.
cabbie?
Where they're all throwing trash at the Green Goblin on the bridge.
Yeah, you mess with one of us, you mess with all
of us.
That's right.
There's a camaraderie there that I feel that I love the aesthetic of the city. I love the grit. I love that there's no real attempt to clean things up. Not like physically, but like we're not trying to present. You know what I mean? It's just like it is what it is, and it's just like people are gonna come up to you and ask you. They're gonna pawn their $50 CDs at you, and you just have to kind of understand how to. It's so interesting hearing you say that you're kind of uncomfortable in that space, because I'm like 5'. I'm like the smallest fucking person in the world, and I feel invincible in New York City. Like there's something.
Do you really?
I really do. Like I walk through even like the dire part, like even places that like I really shouldn't be, and I just feel so like I got this. Like I feel the most calm that I've ever felt anywhere when I'm like walking at like nighttime in New York City. I don't know what it is about it. It's just infused into me.
You're a real New Yorker. You're a real New Yorker, yeah.
But I love Burbank. Like honestly, like I love Burbank. I love the time that I spent in Santa Monica. Granted, it wasn't really that much time. I would only go when I would record with Colin. And I love the greater. I think I love California. I don't know if I love LA, if that makes sense. Like I think California is a really beautiful state. I think
makes sense.
It is a beautiful
state. There's and by the way, and that extends to even just the places that immediately surround LA. Like I think everywhere that's immediately surrounds LA is just way better than LA proper. It's so weird.
Mm-hmm.
But like the Big Bear is beautiful. I think the weather in San Francisco is great. San Diego is just a wonderful like beach kind of centric place. It's like San Diego is what I feel like I thought LA was when I was a kid, and I was only like conceptualizing it. And so I have a lot of love for California. The deserts in Palm Springs, which is crazy. Like it's insane how hot it gets out there. It's really diverse and interesting and cool. But I am like New York, like bred and born. And I think at some point, I don't know if it'll be like in the very near future or if it'll be like a decade from now or even later. I assume, or I would imagine that I will end up back in New York at some point.
Oh, that's interesting.
I don't think it's a place that I could really. I don't think it's a place that I could leave really, like fully.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's really there's something about. I lived in LA, and only for a year, but I spent a lot of time out there with Colin too. And there is something really cool about being privy to both worlds, like the East Coast, New York, the Northeast, and Southern California, and having a taste of both, even though it's the same country. They're two different planets, but there's definitely, I always saw really cool positives in each one. And to be in the mix with each, like have both at any given time is within months of each other is really kind of neat. You know what I mean? It gives you an appreciation for the other, I think, because they are different.
No, they're totally.
But they're both really.
They feel
cool.
like different countries. Sincerely, like
they really do.
I remember when I moved out here initially, and just seeing something as simple as like the foliage. I remember just like gawking at like the plant and the types of plants and the types of trees. Like, whoa, this is fucking crazy. Because it's just like it's not what you get out there. It's like it's very New York is very almost like Washington. It's like kind of Pacific Northwest, kind of like foresty. Kind of,
Yeah.
And I love that too. I love the crisp air in upstate New York is fucking.
Oh, it's so pretty up there.
It's so beautiful, and I don't begrudge anybody for, like I talk a lot about like I'm a city guy for sure, but like I love the country. It's just like a place that I would wanna. The country is a place that I would want to like visit frequently. As opposed to like live. I love the modern convenience of a city too much. Like it comes so in handy when like, oh, I could just walk across the street and get like a coffee if I need it, or like the grocery store is right across. I don't need a car necessarily to do everything that I need to do. It's a way better way, in my opinion, for the type of person that I am, where like I'm usually and often kind of operating on a whim. You know what I mean? It's just like I got to do this now. Like I didn't plan this. But there is something about that crisp air upstate, like with the trees and especially in the fall when it's like wintertime and like there's like that fresh sheet of snow and the sound is almost like muffled. It's dope shit.
Yeah, it sounds different. It's so the quiet snow. Yeah, the fall, the lack of light. Like we have such bad light pollution. I mean, we're way too close to Philly to really have a nice night sky. It's quiet, but you could tell there's massive light pollution. I mean, Philly's a huge city. We're only 30 miles away from it. So there's that type of thing too. Chris, it's interesting what you say about, I love your perspectives on all this. I love your perspectives, particularly about New York. But it really, I mean, I've spent more nights in Los Angeles, many more nights than I had. I mean, I was very bridge and tunnel with Manhattan. I think I probably slept over in that borough maybe 5 times my entire life. I was never
from
there.
Long Island, right?
Yeah, because I would come from Long Island or I would come from this side, right? And the interesting thing is, I mean, we had a very close connection to the city. Our dad worked in Brooklyn, but our grandpa had a business. His hair salon was downtown. So I was coming to Manhattan from a very early age, on 2nd Avenue. And yeah, just never, it was just too big. And I don't know, because I was never, I bounced around a lot in Manhattan. So I was never in one specific neighborhood. I was never in one specific building. It was just, I used to tell, I very barely worked downtown, like lower than, let's say, 23rd Street. Mm-hmm. So I would say, half jokingly, but I was serious. I would say, if you drop me down here downtown at night, I could be in Chicago. I have no idea where I am right now, Yeah. So it is interesting, but that's the perspective. I think your perspectives of a real New Yorker, where it's like, that's really where you feel comfortable, despite the size, despite the amount of people, the size of the buildings, what I honestly, in every way.
Do you know what I honestly think it is? I think I'm kind of a naturally anxious person. Like, just kind of naturally. Like, I don't know necessarily. I've gotten better at it, like maintaining it over time. So I'm not like freaking out all the time. But like, I do think because there is such an energy there, and everybody's kind of getting where they need to go, and like everybody's kind of in a hurry. Everybody's got somewhere to be. No one's just fucking about, unless you're in like Central Park or something where that's kind of expected. It kind of brings the baseline up to where I normally sit. And so because the surrounding area feels like it's moving at a fast pace, it makes me feel like normal as I'm moving through it. As opposed to like when I'm upstate, everything's calm and serene, but I feel like my mind is going a million miles an hour. Yeah. And then I feel insane. You know what I mean? Because it's just like, why am
You're the crazy one?
Yeah, I'm the crazy one, but in New York, I'm just normal.
That's well said, crazier. Man. That's well illustrated.
Yeah, that's probably why.
I get it. Yeah, Jaffe, I'm going to kick it to you, my friend. I know you're from a certain place. You live in a different place now.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm interested.
Well, okay. So let me speak to New York first. So I just want to say, I mean, I've only been in New York City once in my life. It was for a press tour for Twist Metal Black in 2001, and it was a couple of months before 9/11. And I actually have a picture here. Because people are like, and it really is weird. There's stuff in Twisted Metal Black that you're like, people have made videos about it predicting 9/11. And there's a lot of weird shit in that game about the World Trade Centers and in Twisted Metal 2 and in supplemental material. Yeah. And I'm like, well, no, none of us knew about it. And if we did, why would we put it in a video game? But it's uncanny. Anyway, I have a picture I was showing people on the stream, though, because I was standing right underneath the towers and stuff. But my point is, though, has nothing to do with that. But I went to New York for the first time, the only time. And it's the only place I've ever been that the minute I got into the city, I felt immediately at home. Like usually, you go to a new place, it takes a day or two to acclimate. And I was just like, we stayed in Soho, and I remember going onto the balcony of the hotel and looking down, and there were people at 2 a.m. at cafes just eating and hanging out and stuff. And I was like, it's the cliche is the line of the city that never sleeps. But I was just like, this is, oh my God, I love this place so fucking much. And I even though I don't want anybody to get hurt or anything, whenever I see the news talk about like blizzards in New York, and I'm like, it seems so cool to sort of be in New York City and everybody's just sort of in their places, but you're still in the city together with everybody. And I loved it, but I've only been there once. Okay. So I was born in Alabama. I lived there for 18 years, went out to college, USC, to learn to make movies, break into movies, blah, blah, blah. And I've been in SoCal mostly. I was in San Francisco for a few years, hated it. SoCal for the majority of my life. Okay. LA and San Diego. I do not like San Diego. I'm here because
I didn't know that.
Yeah, we had both our we had both our kids in Santa Monica, and the grandparents were in San Diego of my wife at the time, and we were at this park in Santa Monica. I think it's called Lincoln Park, off of Santa Monica Boulevard or something. I don't know. And there was this dude pulls his dick out, starts masturbating and stuff. And we're just like, you know what? I'm not saying that that's not everywhere, but there's a lot of homeless people. And we were like, you know what? Let's give our kids a more traditional, so we moved here, and I'm stuck here for the time being. And I want to go wherever my kids are at this point. The idea of like, oh, one lives here, I'll be wherever they are if I can. But if I had my druthers, no, I'm not a big San Diego fan. So my favorite place I've ever lived has been Santa Monica. I lived there right off Montana Avenue, 8 blocks from the beach, 3 blocks from the Arrow movie theater. That's a retro movie theater. I know Santa Monica's gotten a little banged up recently. I don't know what it's like these days, but I loved it. I loved being in LA. I barely left. Like the Sony Studios was in Santa Monica. I was in Santa Monica. Every now and then you'd have to leave that section and the traffic would make you want to blow your brains out.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
It's not human. You're not supposed to deal with, you should not have to deal with the traffic in LA. It's not mentally acceptable.
It's tough.
But because I rarely left Santa Monica, even though the traffic was bad in Santa Monica a lot of times too, it's where I felt most at home in a lot of ways as an adult, as a working adult. And I think what I loved about it was there was just an energy of everybody, no matter their age. It's not that they were hustling like they were a bunch of grifters, but there was always another project to get to. There was always a pitch to go to. There was always a sense of, you'd walk down Montana and you'd go past like, the Blue Plate Special restaurant, and, there would be old guys, pitching young guys and young guys pitching young, it was just like everybody wanted to make something. And I loved that energy. I only lived in Alabama and Birmingham for 18 years, but I do think fundamentally that's still what feels like home. There's a lot wrong with Alabama, and there's a lot, I'm very progressive. I don't fit in there. I did not fit in there when I was a kid. But I just feel that like if I had a gun to my head and I didn't have, family and stuff like, where I am and whatnot, and someone said, where are you going to go to die? Like where, if all things were just, it was just a personal decision, where are you going to lay your head for the very last time? It would probably be sitting on a porch at a house in Alabama. I just feel like that's home. That's never changed. But my favorite place is still Santa Monica. So, that's my answer.
Jaffe, even in places like cities like Birmingham, is it just red across the state no matter what?
No, no, it's, it depends. Usually, yes. It's very rare if you're talking at a state level, like local cities and stuff or burbs and stuff. But yeah, you've got a lot of people that are voting in people that are just, in my opinion, some of the most ignorant, selfish, uncaring people on the planet. And now, that's my perspective of them. I'm sure there's good things about them, and I'm sure there are things about them that I don't know. I don't think anybody's fundamentally evil. But I do think that the things that they allow to happen on their watch at a political level, for me personally, whether it's book banning or certain things changing, not letting actual historical fact be taught in schools, or, it doesn't, and it's not like it was in the 60s. It's better. Right. And there are progressive people, and most people are kind, and most people don't want to hurt anybody. But when you look at some of the bills they've passed and governors they've elected and senators they send, to the United States Senate, it's staggering. Although they probably look at California and say the same thing, but the opposite direction, and go, how can you, and that's fine. That's, it's one of the reasons I didn't like Alabama, and still don't, but that's not everybody. But, and there are definitely groups there that are liberal and progressive and all that stuff, which is great. But you don't go to Alabama because it is a cavalcade of progressive community. That's not why you're there. If you're progressive, you're there for family or a job, and that's the main reason.
Or it's just really cost effective, I would imagine.
Well, that's oh God. Another reason I'd love to get the fuck out of San Diego and Southern California is, I came out here to make movies. And then I worked with Sony, and it made sense to be in, at the time, the entertainment capital, blah, blah, blah. But, my sister, who's still in Alabama, and my brother and their family, I'll give you an example. Almost every year they rent a cabin in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. And we were trying to see if we were going to go this year, and we're too busy. We can't. But I was looking at it online with my sister. Huge fucking cabin in the mountains, screening rooms and 8 rooms. Wow. It's just gorgeous. And I was just like, you know what? I wonder what would it cost to buy this? And she's like, oh, it's like $2 million. And I'm like, oh my God, that's amazing. And she's like, what? I'm like, dude, $2 million where I am is kind of not, it's not like you're going to live in a shack. You're going to have a nice, decent place. But, it's to live here and not have to live here is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Because the amount of money you have to spend to live here, if you don't, and we're just here now because roots are here, and we're trying to figure out if do they have to be here. But my God, right. The cost of living in Southern California, and I assume it's a little more in LA, but I can't fathom every month that I pay to live where I live. It would blow your mind. Not incredible. Because it's like, oh yeah, Jaffe, you live palatially. No, I fucking don't. That's what's tragic about it. It's insane that we're just throwing money away in the city. But anyway,
it's fascinating.
Yeah.
Yeah. And where does that stop? I'm wondering about the same thing.
It probably stops when enough people can't afford to live here and move, and then the city adjusts. It's like anything else. But I mean, LA is an interesting one because, for so long, Hollywood was really the reason to be there. And I'm not saying it still isn't if you're an executive or a writer for pitch meetings or an actor, but so much production now is happening so many different places.
Elsewhere.
You're probably, if you're an actor and you're in Vancouver, you're probably better off in Vancouver getting jobs if you're not like a lead, but you're like a character actor. Shit shoots there all the fucking time, more than LA,
it does.
A lot of times.
Or like Atlanta even.
Atlanta,
that's right.
Austin.
Yep. So Miami. I don't know what the main is production. What is the main output in Los Angeles anymore? I don't even know, but that was the reason I got there. I'm like, it was a dream. I'm like, oh my God, that's going to Burbank and seeing Warner Brothers and seeing NBC and Universal, and then going to Culver City and going into the Columbia lot. I'm like, this is where this shit was made. It's amazing.
It's changing. It'll take a while.
That's gone. I mean, it's still there, but that romantic,
yeah. The culture kind of lingers for sure. Like it's because even just like the diner that I usually go to when I go to a diner is like, it's the diner in the beginning of like Back to the Future and stuff. It's like, it's weird. It's weird seeing like, it's like, oh yeah, this is just part of life here. But like,
I don't Back to the Future. There's I
didn't even notice it until someone. I didn't know. It's just a straight up diner. Like, so there's like in the beginning of Back to the Future, like Marty grabs onto like a car, on a bumper, and it's pulling out. Yeah, and it goes by a Burger King, and like behind the like next to the Burger King is this diner, and I remember like going to it and being like, oh, what the fuck? What the heck? The Burger King is still there too. It's weird. Like
no way.
But that's cool.
Yeah, but like, but it is fun. Like I don't know what the main thing that LA does now is, because it seems so like everywhere. Like for me, what I've noticed is that there's a big push for music's huge right now. Like I don't know if it's necessarily right now, but definitely in the last like couple of years, like there's a lot of like shows that I've just found myself at. Like just like I remember I would go to the Viper Room a lot.
Mm-hmm.
When I was
Does Johnny Depp still own that place?
I have no idea. I don't even know I don't even know if that's the same place. Like, who the fuck knows? I thought they, but there's places like, and that's what kind of makes me sad about New York is that like there's a lot of places that I remember being like very, very iconic that are gone now, and even just like the 24-hour kind of run of things is a little bit different in New York. They don't do that as much anymore, which is a shame because it's like a big. You can still get pizza at like 4 a.m. and like sushi at 3 a.m. Like there's certain things that are still there, but like it's not nearly as restless as it once was. And there's places like the Pyramid Club that are gone that I remember going to a lot. And it's like, damn. And so things always morph and change and adjust.
But music on Sunset, though. I mean, that, Tower Records was there. That was really cool back in the day. I assume the whiskey's still there. But I mean, that, if you're saying music.
Whiskey a Go-Go, you say?
Wasn't that on Sunset?
Yeah.
It was.
Like I have friends who perform there.
Yeah. So I mean, it's definitely, I can see the music scene, but it just, for me, I think you've got to be wanting to be in that world, or you're in that world. Otherwise, why are you here? You're just throwing your cash away.
Yeah.
So.
It's really a matter of like what the value proposition is and like what you, because I know personally, like I'm well aware that I could move to like Montana, you know, and live perfectly amazingly.
Yeah.
But I really feel like I would go insane. Like I really like, I am not suited.
Too quiet.
I'm just not suited to it. Like I would be fine. I would be financially secure, and I would be probably. And I remember being in these places, you know, where it was just like there's no one and there's nothing, and everything is so far. Even when I had no expenses and I was just like a kid, you know, I remember being like, "Oh my god, I can't do it."
To be young and not live where you guys are. I mean, you're both SoCal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't want to be in a place not like that when I was young, you know.
Right.
But to get old in LA and not be super filthy rich seems to be not fun. Or San Diego. It's just you know, I don't want to leave the house anyway. So I'd rather, you know, I literally want to go live in a hobbit house, a nice one, you know. But I would, if somebody could build me a hobbit hole like Bilbo had, but a little higher. My God.
Oh yeah, I'm like,
they exist.
But I wasn't like that back in the day, you know. But now I'm like, oh yeah. Now with the internet and shit, I don't need. I'm like Oracle and Batman. I'm just up here in the Belfry. I'm good.
Oh no, that's depressing. It just reminds me of like depressing times when I was young and I was just like kind of stuck in my room. Like I like to be out, and I like the side quests that happen every now and again.
Mm-hmm.
Interact with like a fucking. I remember like literally just the other day, like somebody was like, they were like, hey, can you take it was like some dude with a camera. And he was like, can you take a picture of me? And I was like he was like trying to get like a shot. I was like, yeah, sure, whatever. And he was talking to me, and like he had this like whole story, and it was just insane. It was like, and he said like, hey, like I got some, and we were talking about like what we do or whatever. And he was like, hey, I got some friends like, because I was talking to him about music stuff, and I was like, oh, my friend's a drummer. Like I could link you guys up, and you could do some stuff together. I was like, oh yeah, maybe. And you realize as you're doing it, it's like this is like living in a place like this is like the closest you can get to living in like almost like a video game world where you're just like, oh, here's like a literal side quest that has like a branching path that has its own like characters that you've never seen before. And it really is strange, and there is something special about it, but it is fucking mega expensive. And I could never, you know, it would be impossible to begrudge somebody for being like, I can't do that. It's like,
I would love to be rich, like super rich, and live in New York. That would be that would be a place I could lay my head and die. If I could be really wealthy and live in one of those places they live in TV shows.
That was
in New York,
my dream too. Yeah,
that sounds like a great.
You got to be Elon rich though to live in New York. It's stupid.
It's so
like the property taxes in New York City specifically are like, you might as well just like fucking kill yourself. Yeah. Like it's insane. Which is a shame. But
yeah, there's nowhere left. I mean, Eastern Queens is like expensive now. Like there's nowhere left.
The Oasis.
Brad, talk to me, my friend, about hometown pride.
Yeah, born and raised in Southern California, lived here my whole life. California is a weird place. I do love it a lot. I love being able to just go to the beach real quick, or the mountains, like an hour away from me, an hour and a half.
So jealous.
And the weather's obviously very beautiful, but it is a very expensive place to live. Insanely place. It seems like it's getting more expensive everywhere in California too, not just in like the big cities like San Diego and LA. Like I'm in Orange County, and Orange County is expensive too in a lot of ways, but like so are the other places like Riverside are getting expensive and all that stuff. So everything is just going up, and it's getting extremely annoying and unrealistic for most people to live here. That's why a lot of people have left.
It's a shame.
And I love California. I would maybe leave. I don't want to leave, but I would leave if there was an opportunity. Like my brother lives right outside of Nashville. So like if my parents went out there, then if like I got a job maybe out there, then maybe I'd consider it and stuff like that. But for the stuff I kind of want to do eventually, like video game stuff more so, it's like a lot of that is here in Southern California. Like I'm in Irvine specifically, and there's Blizzard right here. There's Bandai Namco right here. There's Sega Atlas right here. There's like a lot of stuff out here. Ready at Dawn used to be right over here. There's a lot out here still for me that I could do. And LA's like 45 minutes from me, so not very far.
Yeah.
And I'm very like happy to be Californian, like be a California person, and I'm totally fine with that. But I don't know. It's not like I'm not like, yo, fuck yeah, I'm from California. Like California claims me or something like that. I don't know. Like if someone said like California doesn't claim you, I don't know. Well, I haven't really been in that situation yet. I just be like, I don't know. I never really had like school pride or anything like that. Like, you know, people high school, college pride. It's like I never really cared about any of that kind of stuff. So none of that really bothers me, but I don't know. It's just I haven't been in the position where I've like moved across like the country and like been in a completely different area. So it's really hard for me to kind of relate to you guys in some of that way. Like I've been in New York like 3 or 4 times, I think. So like I got a feeling like you guys are saying it is like a completely different world out there. It's very, not in a bad way. It's just really different.
It's way
like
to
even
move,
just the air.
Like to move is like crazy. It's a really like jarring kind of fish out of water kind of experience. So it's and most people don't do that. Most people don't like. I think even statistically that's true. Like most people don't move like crazy far from where like they were born. Like a lot of people like I mean I know that just anecdotally. Like a lot of my friends, I mean most of my current friends obviously like moved out here, but like most of the people that I knew are still. We're still out there. Like every time I go home, I catch up with them, and it's like, "Hey, Steve, how's it going?" And we catch up and we talk, and it's just like it's cool. But like most people, just especially if you're okay, like if you're fine. Like the only reason I left was because I really felt like I had nothing going on, and I felt like I had like this existential kind of feeling like I had to go do something, and this was like the first option available. If somebody else had come to me like a week before and was like, "Hey, I'm moving to Nashville" or whatever, I probably would have done that too.
Yeah, makes sense.
I just needed like a crazy change, but like,
would you like to know what the U.S. Census says about that? The percentage of people, according to U.S. Census and Harvard, that move significantly far from their hometown is only 40%. 60% of people live 10 miles from where they were raised and born.
Wow.
80% live within 100 miles of where they grew up.
80 within 100.
It's expensive. First of all, it's expensive to move across the country. It's like a whole thing.
Pricey.
That's a lot,
it was very fucking stupid of me to like. The fact that my parents let me do it is kind of astounding because like really I had. This is before my YouTube was making any real money. Like I would make like $100 every 3 months, right?
Wow.
And I moved out there with I think $280 or something. Like I had genuinely nothing, which is like not a it's not.
That's awesome.
Generally, I would advise against it, but it worked out or whatever.
Out.
But like, there's no real reason to do it unless it's like some fucking, it's some serious drive.
Yeah, sure. People have all different kinds of reasons or whatever to leave or not leave. And I don't know. It's just weird. Like you guys talking about LA. It's like I really don't like LA. I've never been a fan of it. It's like one of my least favorite cities I've been to. Honestly.
Yeah, I would agree.
It's just, I mean, there's great parts about it, of course, like you guys saying, but I think the traffic I fucking hate, of course. Like, I'm in Southern California, so there is traffic no matter what, but it's a little different in LA, I would say. It's a little more fucked no matter what for some reason. It just is. That's the way it is.
Yeah.
Boston is the only place I could compare LA to as far as like traffic that doesn't make, the amount of traffic just doesn't make sense. It's like, and Boston's a pretty small town compared to LA, so it makes even less sense for Boston. But LA is just insane.
Boston is just poorly thought out.
Very much so.
Like it's not designed for like modern. Like it's so old school. It's like
horse
London
and
almost,
buggy,
right? Where it's like it's like every road is a circle, and it's like this is dumb.
It doesn't make any sense.
But dude, I think I've told this on a Constellation before. But dude, I spent like 2.5 hours on World Way in LAX, like just getting out of it. And
really?
I could, unreal, like mystic, mystic levels
insane.
of traffic. Like it's unbelievable. I feel like honestly, that's where a lot of my disdain for it stems from. Honestly, like I think if LA had like a New York subway, like some type of public transit that could get me in and out in like the time that it would actually, because driving into LA would take me like 40 minutes. but it's actually only 10 minutes away from me.
Yeah.
So like
Pretty
if I could get on a train and be in and out in like 10 minutes, like I feel like that alone would just be a lot better. Like, oh yeah, I'll go. Because it's usually like, hey, I'm throwing a thing in LA. You want to come? The answer is no.
Yeah,
because
that's usually what it is.
Yeah, because I'm not going to get there in time, or the whole day is fucked. I got to go so early that it's just unfun for me to. It sucks.
Yeah, it's an ordeal. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's insane to me. Like growing up in New York, like I remember kind of having this warped perspective of what a city was, because I just assumed that every city was like this. I assumed that like if you're in a city, yeah, there's like a great subway network and there's taxis everywhere and you can get anywhere you want within 10, 15 minutes. And then I moved to LA and I was like, oh my God, they don't have this? It's so much bigger than New York. How did they not have? It's so big. It's such a big city. Like New York City is very small. Like it's very tall and very dense, but it's a small, like I've walked.
It's like 2 miles long or something.
I've walked from, I think, 114th. I walked from the Seinfeld restaurant, which is like 113th, 112th.
Yeah.
All the way to like second or third. You know what I mean?
That's insane, but you can do it.
But you can do it in a day.
Oh, 100%.
Like you can walk basically the length of the city in like a day. You can't do that in Los Angeles. You first of all, you die. Because like you'd have to cross it. You'd either die of heat stroke or you'd have to cross a highway at some point with drivers that do not care about anything. It's a big reason why I can't stand LA, honestly.
Yeah, the driving is bad. Everyone's a psychopath on the road, unfortunately. It's definitely escalated there more. The public transportation is horrible, like you're saying, Chris. It like pretty much non-existent, basically.
Yeah, really.
You have like a bus. They have like a few things, but like not like you can't get around the whole city easily like you can in other major cities.
That's incredible to me.
Just too spread out, too crowded. I don't know, but like as many problems I have with California, it's just like sometimes I'm just outside. I'm like, damn, this rules.
The weather.
This is like the place to be. That's what it feels like at times when I'm just outside sometimes.
Yeah.
And it's great. And it'll always be my home because like I was born and raised here and I do love it. But, you know, if something calls me, might leave eventually. It's just the way it is.
Yeah.
How is your brother liking Tennessee compared to where he grew up?
Well, he just moved there. He lived in Minnesota for 2 years to do advanced.
That's a change.
For being an endodontist. He was a dentist, then he did 2 more years. So then he just finished that. So then he got a job in Nashville. So he's only been there like, I think a month and a half so far. Wow. So I don't know where they live. I think it's called Franklin. I think it's very nice. That's what I've heard. I haven't seen it yet though. But I think they like it so far. I don't know. He likes it here. He might want to come back someday, but the reality is it's just very expensive for everybody. No matter what. So
it's crazy out there, man.
Yeah, it's just like, is it worth it to them?
I've heard good things about Nashville. Like, truth be told, if my friends went up and moved to fucking Idaho, I'd probably go. Honestly, like
that's the next hot spot, Chris.
But
Idaho is it now.
Idaho is it? Yeah,
that's what I'm hearing. I hear this all the time. Because Wyoming and Montana are blown out. So Idaho, I guess, east or west.
You know what's crazy though is that like. What's a little bit eerie, especially in the wake of, you know, some of the hurricanes that we've gotten. I remember not long ago, I think like maybe a little bit after my fight, I was actually like, I was looking at like Asheville specifically. I was like, maybe I'll move to Asheville. Like,
that's
Asheville looks really, and I was really kind of close to doing it.
Holy shit.
I was like only like a few steps away from like making that call. And then for some reason I was like, it's a whole thing. I don't know if I really have the energy to do it. And now Asheville's straight up gone.
It's underwater, dude.
Like it's just the entire crazy. It's just gone. And I'm just like, holy shit. That's like a Detroit Become Human, like fucking entire different path where I was like, oh my God, I came eerily close.
Can you imagine?
Yeah. So Katrina, now I'm like anxious about going. Now I'm anxious about going anywhere. Like to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Like, I was like, I'll wait for the big one, I guess.
The big earthquake, we're due for. Or some fire that'll burn us up.
Does that worry you guys? All three of you guys are out there. I mean, does that worry you guys at all?
Oh, an earthquake?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't really.
You don't even think about it, right?
No.
It's like us worrying about hurricanes.
I'd rather have the tornadoes and blizzards and rainstorms that other people get because you can prepare for them.
Yeah.
I grew up, not that Birmingham is tornado country, but we had tornado season there and we had tornadoes come through.
Oh, wow.
Earthquakes are, you can't prepare for them. I mean, you can prepare for the aftermath of them, but what's terrifying about an earthquake is you don't know we're better than we've ever been with prediction. Like, okay, you get 20 seconds, maybe, but more like 5. And that's if your phone is, charged and near you and you're listening to it.
That's incredible.
But earthquakes are fun until they stop being fun when you go through one like Northridge, like I did. And that was an earthquake that literally I was under a table and it lifted me off the ground, bang, 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 under the table. I was physically being lifted from the floor into the air, back to the ground, back into the air, because the ground was going up and down and left and right to such a degree. And at that point, and then you see the pictures of people crushed in their beds as the roof, and you're like, okay, and one of the reasons we did move to San Diego, even though, no place is safe from this. But the fault lines, my father-in-law or ex-father-in-law is a geologist. And he's like, the fault lines there, you're still going to get hit with them, but they're not as bad as you start to head north into actual LA proper and a little bit norther. That's probably where you're going to see most of the catastrophic effects of a massive earthquake. But yeah, I mean, going through Northridge was enough to make me go, okay, we're all living in a state of denial, and you have to, because it can come at any second, and it could be catastrophic. So
the thing that you just kind of accept that certain things are possible. You know what I mean? It's just like if you move to like Los Angeles, you're kind of like, all right, well, this is possible, and I guess we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Obviously, Florida with hurricanes. It'd be one thing if like there was an earthquake in Florida or like a fucking devastating hurricane in SoCal somehow.
Yeah,
that would be like, you'd be like, what the fuck? But I
all
think
of those you can prepare for. Like, you can evacuate if a hurricane's coming. Most people can.
Right.
Or, you can't, there's nothing to do. You don't know, right? It can be any minute, any second.
The way I look at it is kind of like, if an earthquake isn't happening, then I have nothing to worry about. And if an earthquake is happening and I die, then I also have nothing to worry about. So like, it's I don't know, whatever,
Yeah, I don't fear death like I used to, so it probably doesn't really concern. I don't think about it, but when I was younger, I was very worried about them. Yeah, now I'm just like, well, I did my shit.
Yeah, that was 94.
Yeah, roughly.
That's
Martin Luther King
94.
Day, actually.
Oof,
that was something.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah.
What do you guys now? How for you three, hometown pride, where you're from or where you're at currently? How much do either sports teams or famous people that are from that place, how much does that play into it? Where it's like, oh, so-and-so is from here, musician, actor, athlete.
I don't have a lot of pride in hometown. I don't really care.
Yeah, I think, I don't know if I think it's cool that there are certain people that are ingrained in the culture but like New York is so vast, you know what I mean? There's like, I think about Sinatra. I think about, like really instrumental people, like, or what I mean? There's like a culture there, like that kind of revolves around certain people.
Yeah.
But I don't, or is heavily influenced by certain people, but I don't know if I necessarily care about the people so much as I care about, like, it's cool to be in a place where a lot of inspiration strikes and happens to also a hit. You know what I mean? Like being in, the coffee shop where they wrote Seinfeld or something. And just like, there's something kind of interesting and contagious. And it's, even if it's just placebo, which it obviously is, it does something for you if you're in a creative space to kind of like, there's something here, like there's an energy that's kind of intoxicating about it. But I don't know if I give a shit. Like, I don't know, like who's from around here and, does that, we claim this person. I've never gone.
Yeah, it's a claim to fame.
I did, dude. I actually did. I remember getting a DM kind of similar to you, Dagan, where it was just like, oh, you're not a real New Yorker. It's like, all right.
But so many famous people come out of New York and Southern California that it's not like, like when I lived in Santa Monica, I would get up the day after the Oscars and I, ran into Spielberg and his kid
Oh shit!
getting bagels at the same place, and Dustin Hoffman was in front of my townhouse, and my buddy just got yogurt and with Harrison Ford literally a few weeks ago, and he wrote me and talked about it. But when you're in Birmingham and maybe Long Island, it's like Courtney Cox was from there. She went to my high school. She used to rent me videos from her dad's video store before she became Courtney Cox, right?
Oh, shit.
So that was kind of cool. Or when Michael Jordan played baseball, he played the farm league in Birmingham, the Birmingham Barons. So when you're there and you've never lived in one of these places that has a high output of hometown heroes, it is kind of cool. But then you go out and you live in New York or you live in Southern California, you're like, no big, it's just normal.
Yeah.
I remember I would see, I remember there was a handful of times, it happened more than once, which is why I remember it. And he's so tall, which is funny. But I remember seeing Conan O'Brien multiple times.
That's interesting.
And it was just because he sticks out. He's the tallest fucking person in the world. He's 8'7" or some crazy shit. You do kind of get the sense, there's no oh, look who, people don't freak out. Over there.
Right.
No, it's kind of part of it. I remember they were filming.
Not at all.
One of the last times, I mean, literally, wasn't, I think Ben or somebody, or maybe, I can't remember which one, but they were talking about how, we ran into, when we were doing the show, they ran into some famous person. I can't remember their name because they were filming something. They were just doing something in, across the street from where the venue was or where the hotel was. And it's it's normal. I remember, the last time I stayed in New York before that, they were filming, what's that fucking The Marvelous Miss something?
Maisel. That show was great.
Yeah,
they
were filming The Marvelous Miss Maisel across the street from the hotel that I was staying at. So you just run into. I was talking to the not the DP but one of the audio guys, and it's just I don't know. It's just part of it, I guess.
Yeah.
You don't really care, which is kind of it's kind of sad, I guess, because you could imagine that would be exciting. If you
when you first get there, it's oh my God, I saw a famous person. Oh yeah, it's huge.
Yeah, but then you're
it becomes routine.
Yeah, that person's depressed.
I remember
I never saw anybody in New York. I was the guy who never saw any. We used to have a wall of fame in various lunchrooms of studios I worked, and everybody would just write down who they saw when they went out to lunch. I never saw. I saw Steven Tyler once. I saw very few people, but that was a who's who, that list of people, on any given month. Every celebrity was on that list between the 100 of us or whatever.
It reminds me of the pizza places that have the pictures of all the people.
That's exactly right.
My favorite place, Joe's. I don't know if it's the one on Bleecker. It's the one by Union Square in New York City. They have a big plaque on the wall that says you've seen us in Spider-Man, because it's the one that Peter Parker gets fired from.
Oh, right.
But they have all these pictures of the actors that got a slice there, just and it's so funny because it's who cares,
right?
Gives a shit.
Yeah, but people do. Tourists.
I still think it's cool. I still get a little charge if I see a big celebrity, just because it's weird to see them out of their element. I'm not super nonchalant about it, but it doesn't occupy my brain for more than 5 minutes after I saw them.
Yeah.
That was cool. Spielberg, he was getting a bagel with me. That's cool. All right, back to my life.
It's a novelty. It's when you see a crazy looking car and you're oh yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah, right.
The most tragic thing, it's not necessarily in that. It's sort of in that sphere, but the most tragic thing that we lost in Burbank recently, or in the last couple of years, was there was a deli.
Yeah.
It was a delicatessen that was across from I think Cartoon Network, that had this wall of doodles, and it was just all of these all these artists, I'm spitballing. I assume that these people went there, but it was a ton of Simpsons and all of these doodle people would draw their shit on the walls.
Oh, cool.
And they fucking somebody bought the building or whatever, and they fucking stripped it all down. And I'm that is crazy.
That's actually criminal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you think you could at least take the wall and move it somewhere.
Unbelievable.
Just keep it the fuck. I don't know. I feel if
that's so short-sighted.
I don't know. If I inherited a building like that, I would be no fucking way are we getting rid of this.
Oh, that's insane to me.
That
hurts.
If we have some kind of business plan or a theme, we better fucking remix that shit, because this is a crazy cool piece of history to have. Original.
It's the law
art.
office of Raygun and Raygun, but there's this wall. Just don't ask them about it. It's not going anywhere. You know?
Dude, I'd put a plaque on there. I'd be like, this is
Yeah,
all
I'd
like
frame the
animation
wall.
history. Like there's like Samurai Jack and like Dexter's Lab and like some like I think even some manga like artists came and like it's so fucking because of Toonami. Like it's
so many people visited there.
And it's gone. And it's just like, man,
dude,
maybe
that's
the Cartoon Network
criminal.
building is not Cartoon Network anymore too, because now they're on the Warner.
Yeah,
they're on the
done.
Warner lot.
That's gross.
It's a shame when things go away like that.
That's so gross.
Yep.
You guys make a good point, though. I mean, it's kind of unfair. SoCal, New York, these densely populated areas, of course, just by proxy, right? They're going to produce a lot of famous people. Like Kyle and I always brag about all the people from Long Island, but Long Island's a very densely populated place, like 10 million people out there. Of course, it's going to be your odd famous person from out, you know what I mean? That type of thing. But it is more, there is a little more charm to it, like, as Jaffe's saying, when it's, you're from a Birmingham or a Mobile or Richmond, Virginia.
For a while, I was on the list on Wikipedia of famous people to come out of Birmingham. And
what happened? You're still famous.
I haven't checked Wikipedia in a long time. But
okay.
I looked up my town where I grew up, and it's like, oh, here are famous people that came out of this town. I was like, oh. But, I mean...
Now you're infamous.
Yeah, right. But now though, yeah, I mean, it's not as big. Yeah, I'm trying to think who I wouldn't lose my shit. The only person I ever lost my shit over was meeting Spielberg in college, because he was such an idol to me that he transcended humanity. That would do it for me. I didn't look at him as a human. He represented something in my psyche, but short of that, I'm trying to think if I had to meet somebody today that would really make me go, okay, that's fucking awesome. I don't even know anymore. Is there anybody that you would meet today that would really make you, really sit back and sucker punch you a little bit, or does that not exist anymore?
Spielberg's a good one for me. Bill Watterson would be the other one, just because he's so reclusive.
Yeah.
Just to be able to pick his brain for 2 minutes and him not be aggravated would be such a treat.
Right. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
What about you guys? Because you're in LA, and I mean, have you met who you want to meet, and it really wasn't that big of a deal?
Well, it's like, is it talking to them, or is it just like seeing them?
Either one. I mean, sure. I mean, probably seeing and being in their presence for a few minutes. I don't mean like going to dinner. Sure, there'd be people I'd love to go to dinner with. It would be an amazing dinner.
I don't know. But... I think the only person I saw where I was like, whoa, that was sick, was I saw Paul McCartney one time.
Oh, that's a good one, dude.
At an outdoor, like a park or something. He was just walking around. And I didn't talk to him or anything. I didn't want to bug him, but I was just like, whoa, sick. There's a Beatle right there. That's pretty cool.
That's a good one.
I mean, it wasn't the real Paul, but still, that's
You're right. The one that, the doppelganger one.
Damn good lookalike.
Yeah. Christopher, anybody?
I think really just Keith David, really. I think Keith David...
Dude, I love that.
And I think and to be fair, I think it's honestly like, it started, like it's never, that's not something that came from an inauthentic place. I really do think Keith David is fantastic. I think he's a great actor, and he's a fantastic VO. And he also seems super chill. I even loved him in some of the stuff that like people did. Like I loved him in Community. I thought he was
he was great in Community. Yeah.
And so like I think at this point, because I did mean that, but now it's like part of like the meme, where it's just like we bring him up so much on the Snark Tank, and like it's just become like this kind of inside joke that I think now it would authentically mean a lot more to me if I saw him. But I think really the only one that would have got me, which is now, sadly not possible, was like if I for whatever reason found myself in like around like Akira Toriyama, you know what I mean? I think and to be like cognizant of that, it's like, oh my fucking God, this person shaped so much in a way that like they probably don't even really fucking understand. Like I don't know if it's possible. I don't know if your brain is really built to understand that you could have the level of influence that guy had.
Legend.
So that would be the one that would really like stop, because I don't really get stars. That's not something that really I don't care. Like I'm just very cognizant that like people are people, like and they just happen to be like talented, hardworking, and also lucky, because a lot of it is a healthy amount of it is luck as well. So, and
a lot of it's PR. I mean, there's a lot of who these people are is you don't really fucking know. It's all character, even
marketing.
Yeah. But I would freeze in the presence of Akira Toriyama. I think I would be like, thanks, and then I would run away.
Especially now with zombie Akira
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That would be also horrifying.
that would be off-putting. Chris, just a thought though. Okay, and I don't mean any offense. No shade to Keith David. I think he's awesome. I can't think of him outside of his Requiem for a Dream role. It's a very disturbing role, so I always think of him first when I think of Requiem for a Dream.
Really? I think of I'm more familiar with him through like video games and like The Thing, which like I love.
Of course, The Thing. He was so young.
The Thing
man.
is probably one of my favorite movies of all time, and the fact that he's in that movie.
He's so good.
I remember kind of being blown away. That it's like that's Keith. What the fuck? That's insane.
He's young in that
because he's so young. Like it's to the point where like I thought that movie was so old that like there's no chance that he would be in it. You know what I mean? But like I forget that like he's kind of an older guy. But he's just a really influential. Like he was the voice of that Gargoyles guy. Like I can't remember his name. But he was the voice of Gargoyles. He was like Mass Effect, Halo,
Mass Effect,
just
of course,
a
Halo,
lot
of course,
a lot of stuff from my childhood. Obviously, joined a show that I already loved in Community and killed it in Community. So
Chris, I just don't think he's that much. Again, no shade, but I don't think he's that much more famous than you. I think you could make this connection happen.
No,
come on.
Yeah, that is insane. There's no way Chris is as famous as Keith David.
It's close.
No way.
You don't think so?
He's a Disney voice.
I'm just saying. I think you could make a connection on social media.
Oh no, that I know for sure. We like.
That's where I'm going with that.
I'm one step. I'm literally like I could potentially like I have people like I know people who like work on shows with him and like have like I could theoretically get that set up, but like that is a situation again where I would freeze and I just don't want it. I would want it to not happen. Like I would rather never meet him ever than to meet him and it go poorly. You know what I mean? Like so it's just like I'm fine.
100% get that.
I don't need you, Keith David, to have a potentially deeply awkward or negative memory of me. Like that would never leave me.
Chris, I'm satisfied. I'm going to stay with you for goodbyes. We're heading into the weekend. Thank you for joining us on today's show. This is a great group, by the way.
Yeah.
There was no beef, no West Coast, East Coast drama, no Biggie Tupac stuff jumping off. It was totally fine.
Yeah,
no one's going to get shot.
Careful starting your car today.
Chris, goodbye, my friend.
Yeah, goodbye, everybody. I don't know. It's 3:30. I don't know what.
Yeah, it's 3:30. Yeah.
I don't know what I'm gonna. It's a Friday. I usually go and do something, but I don't know. I kind of want to chill today. I think I might just like clean the apartment or something. I don't know.
Nice.
It's feeling like a low key kind of day for me, I think.
Yankees are on, Chris.
Oh man, I really gotta check that out. Who is it?
The Guardians.
Who's on?
Judge.
I'm gonna be honest. I have no fucking clue who's on the.
Did the Mets beat the Dodgers, or is that still going on?
I think it's still going on.
Still going.
How close is it? Where is it?
I don't know. That's a good question. I'm not sure where they are. Hold on, I'm going to find out.
Is it going to be like a Subway? Is it going to be a Subway series this year?
It's heading for it.
The Mets are winning right now.
The Mets are
2-8.
Up, the Dodgers are up 3-1, 3 games to 1.
Oh shit! Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know anything about sports. I'm gonna be like, I have a Yankee hat.
3 games to 1. Isn't it best
reasons.
of 5 or is it best of 7?
Best of 7.
Okay.
Yeah. My Yankee hat is culturally. It's purely cultural. Like it means nothing to me. I don't know anything. Like I remember watching the Yankees when I was a kid. I remember like I would like I know Jeter and like some of the people back then. But like if you named a modern Yankee, no shot I would have any fucking clue. You could say anything.
Yeah, it changes quick. If you don't keep up year to year, you could be lost.
Yeah.
It's a good logo.
There was like the guy who plays
good logo,
for the fucking LA Dodgers, $700-800 million contract. I don't believe that exists, but it exists.
Yeah, Ohtani's contract has to be the highest ever.
Is it 10 years or the rest of his
I don't know.
grandchildren's lives? I mean, Jesus fucking Christ.
I would lock him up for his career, though, if I was the Dodgers.
He was on the Angels for a while.
That's right.
So he didn't have to go very far.
That was a loss for you guys, huh, Brad?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Angels are not good. No, the Anaheim teams are good.
They were once upon a time.
They were once, yeah.
Well, I'll stick with you, Brad. Goodbye. Thank you. It's so nice to see you. I haven't seen you since early spring, as we figured out.
I know, man. It was great to see you again, man. I missed you, Dagan.
I missed you guys. I missed everybody. I really did.
You're like the dad of LSM. We need you around.
I'll take it.
Keep the balance going. I love it. But probably gonna get some food and then play Dino Crisis tonight. A little survival horror action.
Nice.
But it was great to see Jaffe again. Yeah, it was really fun meeting you at the live show, Jaffe.
I don't know how you wrangled it. I don't know how you wrangled that.
There is no wrangling. You just do your best. That's all you can do.
That was fun.
That's all you can do.
I enjoyed it as well. It's good live show.
That's right. All three of you were together very recently.
Yeah,
that wasn't that long ago.
No, it wasn't.
It was relatively recent.
Yeah, nice. And of course, always good seeing you, Chris. See you again soon, probably.
Oh, for sure.
Jaffe, you know how I feel about you, my friend. My other elder statesman.
Let me explain something to you. So if you are going to start building your life around the podcast and your work around the podcast, do another one. We should do a podcast, you and I.
I would love that.
I would too. And
I would love
tell me all the time, they're like, you and Dagan, because you're probably because the age and because you're so erotic to people. But
do you mean erratic?
No, erotic.
Okay. No, he means erotic.
And erratic. That's what makes us erotic. Dagan's over there drawing something. I'm staring at the corner, trying to make sure it's the perfect corner angle, and people are just at home just masturbating.
Yeah,
and stuff.
I have OCD too. Don't worry.
Yeah. I don't worry. I've embraced it. It is what it is, baby. Look, man, I love being on these shows. I appreciate you guys having me. Good to see everybody. I will probably play some more Zelda. That's what I'm playing right now. Loving it.
Nice.
Really nice. Good. I just finished Silent Hill 2. Love that. But Zelda is what's got me at the moment. And there's also a bunch of Next Fest stuff going on. Tons of games there. And then I'll probably get off this stream or this video and eat, see my kid, and then do a live stream over on my channel. So that's my day. And then
Silent Hill 2 is so good.
It is excellent, man.
I've got to play it.
And I had never played Silent Hill 2. So it was new to me, the story, where it was going. And my goodness, what a deep, interesting world and lore and psychologically rich and satisfying. One of my favorite games of the year. Could be my favorite game of the year. Just excellent. So I do recommend it if you haven't played it, for sure.
I'm getting FOMO, fierce FOMO right now.
It's good.
Yep. Get your sunflower seeds, Dagan. Sit there with them.
Sounds like a plan, dude.
Get your 4-hour daddy time and have people leave you.
That sounds like a plan. I know what I'm doing this weekend.
Yeah. Good stuff.
Listen, that's our time, my friends. Patreon.com/laststandmedia for early ad-free access. As always, if 10 more people join the ad-free early access Patreon, all 4 of us get raises. Colin doesn't know this yet, but supposedly it's true. Last Stand. Actually, what is it? LastStandMedia.store has the merch. Don't not get in Micah and Colin's ear about some Dagan produced merch. I have some great ideas that just not moving on it. I don't know why. Don't not bother them about it, my friends. For Chris, Brad, and Jaffe, I'm Dagster Moriarty, thanking you for joining us as always. Thank you for joining in on the conversation. We'll see you next week, and we love you. Goodbye.
Constellation is a product of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show was conceived by and is directed and hosted by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-host is my brother, Dagan Moriarty. The show is produced by Last Stand's executive producer, Dustin Furman, and is edited by associate producer, Ben Smith. All Last Stand theme music is by Ramon Narvaez, and all of our graphics and logos are by Dagan Moriarty. As you know, all of Last Stand Media's podcasts, including Constellation, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest support tier, and we're infinitely grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor.